All right. Hi again, everybody. Welcome. Saturday night. I said I'd probably be back till Sunday, but I decided to just stay in and do a little bit of baseball tonight. Maybe we'll get a couple people on. Maybe have a little chin wag or something. Who knows? But yeah, so I'm just going to play some action PC baseball. Why not? I haven't been given this one enough love as of late, so we will do that. So we're playing something from Steve Tate's awesome 5-year franchise files. Don't know if this is the most up to date one, but still fine. So he made a bunch of these teams for one for the American League, one for the National League, and these are like a sort of 5-year slice of franchises. So it was a kind of really cool encapsulated bit of baseball history that Steve Tate put together. And this guy he's really the guru of action PC baseball. So if there's things like getting deep into this game, and it is a deep game, Steve Tate is your Huckleberry. He's your Huckleberry. I don't know if he'd like to be referred to, but I say that in a very complimentary sense. All right, so American League Baseball. My goodness gracious. So yeah, actually, it's pretty crazy when you think about it. Gotta love American League Baseball. Although it's not National League Baseball, still gotta love it. Anyhow, Friday night. So let me see. I want to make sure that I've got the DH turned off because I don't like it. I don't like it, baby. Yeah, there we go. Got to get rid of this. Got to get rid of that. And no, we don't need no stinking DH. Jack Dawson, first one in whatever ballpark we're going to be playing. How you doing, my friend? We got to get you on mic some night, man. If you ever feel like you want to come on and talk some baseball, you are more than welcome. I'm going to be putting a link in the old chat, the magic chat box here in a bit. So, I don't know. Do we want to do some old timey baseball? Do we want to do some middle? We want to do these Oakland A's. Let's look around, see what we got here. So here's a powerful Oakland A's of the early '70s here. So good stuff here, man. Jesus Luis Albando, Bert Campaneris on here, Ray Fosse. Uh, yeah, this is good. There's Reggie, Billy North, Joe Rudy, Gene Tennis. So probably going to do Oakland versus somebody. I just don't know what. Don't know whom. I don't know. I don't know who people like. So maybe do an Oakland and Seattle game. I think we'll do that. How about the Oakland A's and then the Seattle Mariners here? Could be good. Could be good stuff here. You get Griffey Jr., Carlos Guillen. Fun stuff. So yeah, uh, let's do it. Let's just do it. And this is not set up to like uses way so many teams. And Steve has said that this is really great for a draft league or what have you. And indeed, he's right. And all I've ever been doing with these is just playing exhibition games right now because they're just so much fun. So I'm going to do an exhibition game, and hopefully folks show up. We got Jack Dawson, and let's face it, we got Jack Dawson. You're already rocking and rolling, man. All right, so we're going to have Oakland. I don't know. Do we want to do Seattle or do we want to do? I don't know, man. Ay, 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 ay. I don't do a lot of Yankees games on here. We could have a Yankees team. We could, but no, we're going to do the Cleveland Indians. I think. Yep, there we go. So we have the Oakland A's versus the Cleveland Indians, and let's play the game in. Well, hell, we're in August, aren't we? So let's just pretend, and let's just do August 23rd. August 23rd, which on this game's calendar looks like it's a Tuesday. So 1938. So there we go. And let's have at it, man. Let's have at it. Thank you for spending part of your Saturday here with Beatles Eternally, because you guys are family. You are family. Da, 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 da. Okay, here we go. Oh, got to turn up the sound here, man. Got to turn up the sound, baby, because you got to have noise in baseball. Noise in the baseball. There we go. Cool. All right, and let's play. All right, so it's going to be Vita Blue. Vita Blue. We're going to be facing Vita Blue. There's Tim, Clee baseball fan 879. Tim, hope you're doing well. So, Tim, I was thinking about you because of the roadmap that Paul Fay was talking about last night for Pocket Pennant Run Baseball. So, next release will be August 31st. It's not the one you're waiting for necessarily, but it's still going to be a great, great update. But the ratings and everything like that's going to come later in the autumn. So hang in there. They are really, really, um, I think what they're going to be doing as that gets down the line is going to be what you've been looking for. But in this release, guys, not only significant, really cool graphic stuff, but there's going to be a dice creator with this. So um, any game you got, you can make your own dice for it now. Really, really fun. And again, you don't need the dice in that game to play whatever game you're playing. But super, super cool. So I'm really chuffed to be able to help out, do some stress testing on. I'm doing that mostly in the dead ball era, bearing in mind that the managers aren't in there yet. But it's been playing pretty well, I've got to say. There's still some kinks to be worked out, but Paul and Craig seem to be and Matt seem to be pretty confident for a 31st August release. And meeples, baby, you're gonna have meeples. You're gonna have player names in the fields, player picks. Going to be super, super, super cool. Um, Game is growing by leaps and bounds. Yes, I love it. So we may put a link in later. I don't know, maybe before it gets too late. Maybe if Tim wouldn't mind us maybe later showing one of his games, or if he just wants to come on and talk. I want to thank everybody again, and this is for everybody later, for joining Bernie Strom and I last night, or joining Bernie Strom and me. There we go. Sorry for the bad grammar. Um, Last night on his channel for our August edition of the Diamonds and Dice podcast, where we talked about, it's called Beyond the Scoreboard. We were actually talking about research resources and stuff like that. And any of you are into Baseball Digest, I showed this last night and I'll gladly show it again. For $38 a year, you get digitally every issue of Baseball Digest. And that was like the monthly Bible if you're a baseball fan, stuff like that. And if you don't feel like spending any money, go on the Internet Archive and find all the goodness waiting on there for you, like the Street and Smith's Baseball Yearbook, on their Sport Magazine, Athlon Baseball, all kinds of stuff there. Spalding's Baseball Guide if you're going to go back to old time baseball, things like that. Yeah. All right, so we got to do computer versus lefty, and let's get our pitcher in here. So it's going to be early win versus Vita Blue, Cleveland Indian. And I had no idea Tim was going to be here. So here you go. We're doing an Indians game, baby, an Indians game. So this squad made up of the 1940. You'll see the 1948 world champion Cleveland Indians. Man. Holy moly, I have to change that. Hang on. There we go. That's better. Sorry about that. All right, welcome to Cleveland Municipal Stadium for this exhibition game between the Oakland A's of 1971 to 75 and the Cleveland Indians of 1947-1951. Vita Blue takes the mound for Oakland, and he will be opposed by Early Win. So we got two greats locking up here. So the weather here in Oakland today, 81 degrees in this August day, and the wind speed is 6 miles per hour in from left field. And there's a light rain falling in Oakland. And awesome. All right. And of course, we've got, I don't even know if this ballpark is even set up. Oh, God, I just realized that. Let me see what I can do here just really, really quickly. And I know this thing is going to come up looking wonky, and I don't know why this is doing this, but we're gonna just fix it because it's not showing here. And I've had this trouble before with Action PC Baseball, and I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. So bear with me here a minute while I try to sort of guess field dimensions here, because I have no idea what the hell this game is doing and why it's doing this. I've tried reinstalls and everything. If anybody's ever run into this situation, please do let me know what you've done to fix it, because I ran into this once before and I fixed it, and now it's like really, really being weird, and I don't know why. So, but we're gonna go with it here, man. We're just gonna go with this. Hopefully, that's a little better. Oh, I forgot to move the batters. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing the park. So this is when I really need somebody who's a an expert at this game, really expert at this game, because I really, really don't know why it's doing this. It shouldn't, but it does. So let's just bring this up a little bit. Bring this up a little bit. Bring this catcher up. I don't know, because it should be showing the ballpark behind there, and it's not. And I'll be damned if I can remember how to fix this issue. And it's one that has, it's occurred for me a few times, and I just don't know why it's doing this. It's a quirky game sometimes, man. What can I say? Let's see if we're close enough. Yeah, so sorry about that. It gives us time to talk baseball. Without being able to see the field, I've really, really got to guess here. So, and that's probably a little bit better. Let's move the right-hand batter up there, and we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't look like total gobshite. Let's see. We'll work with it. Doesn't matter. No, wait, one more thing. Sorry, but look where Larry Doby is, man. He's like up on the wall. He is up on the wall. So hopefully somebody knows and has run into this, because I really don't understand it whatsoever. I don't. But we don't want these guys like way back here. Maybe smooth everybody in a little bit. Really trying to just eye this thing up as best I can. And I have no idea. We'll see where people end up. All right. Starting defense out there in left field for the Cleveland Indians, Dale Mitchell, and center Hall of Famer Larry Doby, and in right Hal Peck. At first base, we've got Luke Easter. At second, Joe Flash Gordon. At shortstop, Lou Boudreau, and we're gonna have to move Ken Keltner. He's over there at third base, but he'll make some great range plays today. Catching is Jim Hagan, and on the mound, early win. Leading off is Claudel Washington. So let's play some ball. 1-2 count on Claudel Washington, and swing and bounding ball to Luke Easter. He will take it to the bag himself. One away now for Billy North. Billy North's got some seriously good speed. North in the box. And this one, line drive base hit going all the way to the wall. And Billy North is going to stop at second. So double to right field. And here we go. All right, here's Reggie Jackson. Early win deals. Jackson first pitch swinging and hard hit. Line out right to right field. So good play out there by Hal Peck for 2 down. Billy North remains at second. And here's Sal Bando. 0-1 pitch to Bando. Swung on. This one up the middle. And yeah, we definitely got to fix our batters. And Sal Bando is the third out of the inning. And let's try this again. I really, really wish I knew why this was doing this. Oh my God. So let's do this. It also has a lot to do because I can't see the park layout because all I'm getting is this white, and I don't know why. Any of you have run into this, please let me know. Because no matter what ballpark I select, it does this, and I don't know why it doesn't bring this in. The picture's there in the background. So anybody have any ideas? Let me know. Because these batters are like all over the place right now. All right, Claudel Washington in left for Oakland, in center Billy North, and in right Reggie Jackson. At first base, Joe Rudy. At second, Dick Green. At shortstop, Bert Campaneris, and at third base, Sal Bando. Gene Tennis catching, and on the mound, Vita Blue. All right, leading off here, Dale Mitchell. 1-0 pitch to Mitchell, and Mitchell bounding ball to short, Campaneris, and over to first, and that is 1 away. All right. Now batting here is Hall of Famer Lou Boudreau. All right, Tennis sets the target. Throw across. And Dale Mitchell, who got that infield single, is in there. Close call. All right, runner on for Cleveland here in the bottom of the first. 0-1 pitch. And the hit and run was on and successful sacrifice anyhow. Dale Mitchell moves into scoring position on the play for right fielder Hal Peck. 3-1 pitch, and Vita Blue loses him. So the Indians with 2 on here in the bottom of the first inning. And that brings up center fielder Larry Doby. First to break the color line in the American League. 2-2 pitch, and Larry Doby looks at one on the inside corner. So 2 away. Runners on first and second for Cleveland brings up third baseman Ken Keltner. And a 1 pitch to Keltner. Keltner swings, and this one, soft liner right to first base. And that will take care of the side. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors. We played 1 here in Cleveland. No score. All right, Gene Tennis, Joe Rudy, Bert Campaneris due up for the Oakland Athletics. Early win Pearson has a sign from Jim Hagan. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Tennis swings, hard hit ground ball to third, and Keltner with a strong peg across to Luke Easter for the 5-3 putout. 1 down. And glad to see some people hanging out here tonight for a little confusingness here. Again, any Action PC guys, let me know if you've run into this problem. I actually even sorry. I actually even reinstalled this game, and I still cannot get rid of that problem. I can't remember how I fixed it before. I don't know if it was importing or whatever. It just kind of sucks. I don't know what happens if I reset the display. This is probably going to go nuts, but let's try it. Okay, that really didn't do anything. Okay, here's Joe Rudy. Early win deals. This one straight up the chimney, and Jim Hagan tosses aside the mask and makes the catch for out number 2. All right, here's Bert Campaneris now. And count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Campaneris grounder to third. Keltner across the diamond, and good stretch by Easter to get the runner. So nothing across. We go to the bottom of the second. We are scoreless here in Cleveland as the light rain continues to fall. And I said in Oakland, but we're in Cleveland. So, all right, it's going to be Flash Gordon here leading it off, Luke Easter, and then Jim Hagan for the Tribe. Vita Blue peers in, has a sign. Gene Tennis sets up, and here's the pitch. Gordon tapper back to the mound. Vita Blue off the bump, about 4 steps, fires across to Joe Rudy for the 1-3 putout. So 1 up, 1 down now for Luke Easter. Luke Easter, good pop in his bat, stands in. And 1-2 pitch. Luke Easter, look at that, called strike 3 and a fastball by Vita Blue. So 2 up, 2 down here for the Tribe in the bottom of the second. And here's Jim Hagan, catcher. 0-2 pitch. Hagan swings. This one set into foul territory, third base side. Giving chase is Sal Bando. And this one will get away from Bando. All right. So Jim Hagan back in the box now. And that one in there for strike 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 in the books here at Cleveland Municipal Stadium. We are still scoreless. All right. Dick Green, Vita Blue in the back of the top of the order, and Claudel Washington. Early win has yet to strike out a batter. He's also yet to walk one. 2-2 pitch. Just as I say that, there's a strike. So 1 away. And here comes Vita Blue now. Full count. And Vita Blue draws the walk. So he'll get down to first base. And back at the top of the order for Claudel Washington, grounded to first back in the first inning. Each team with just 1 hit. And Claudel Washington tags this one to left field. Dale Mitchell back short of the track makes the catch. All right, Vita Blue makes it to second on the play, however, playing a little bit aggressively. So Oakland threatening here with the possible first run, 2 down in the top of the third. Billy North, who's 0 for 1, 1 for 1, doubled. Only hit for them. And North sends this one to second. Easter feeds onto early win covering for the 3-1 putout. So that does it. So no runs, no hits, and 1 error. And we go to the bottom of the third. And we are still scoreless. Oakland against Cleveland here using Steve Tate's American League franchise files. So these are free to download. You can find these in I believe, the Action PC forums and also the APC community. So Steve carded all of these players. This isn't using DK Sports data. This is all Steve Tate's great work, and just can't thank him enough. One of the great guys in the Action PC community, and of course in this sports gaming community that we have here on YouTube. All right. So here's an early win, and then we'll swing back around to Dale Mitchell and Lou Boudreau. Blue winds and deals 3-1 pitch. Early Win, good eye up there. And Early Win was a good hitting pitcher, by the way. So Early Win draws the walk. Runner on, and here comes Dale Mitchell. So infield single back in the first, and that's the only hit for the Tribe in this game. 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on, grounded to short. Campaneris bobbles the ball, E6. So took a bad short hop on Campaneris, seemed to have control, and then just dropped it. So the Indians now trying to create something in this late rainy afternoon or evening, we'll call it what you will, in Cleveland. And here is Hall of Famer Lou Boudreau. So he bunted out to the catcher in a sacrifice. 0-1 pitch. Boudreau gets a bunt down to third. This is a good one. Bando fields it. He's going to go to second, but this ball is going to get away from Dick Green, or from Sal Bando. The throwing error. So it does get by Dick Green. And now the Indians with the bases loaded, nobody out. What a chance for them to draw first blood. And here's Hal Peck. So Hal Peck, last time up, walked. All right, Vita Blue needing to bear down here from the stretch in the 3-0 pitch. And Vita Blue walks in the first run, so Early Win will walk home. And the Cleveland Indians lead this one 1-0. Base is still jammed for Larry Doby. Dangerous bat up there. Struck out back in the first. And the 1-2 pitch. Doby swings. Long fly ball. Right field. Reggie Jackson back. Has it in the sight. Makes the catch. And tagging and coming home with the Tribe's second run is Dale Mitchell. So, Tim, if you're still around, your Indians with a good, nice start here in the third inning. All right, runner in scoring position in Lou Boudreau. Hal Peck trailing him at first. And here's Ken Keltner. Keltner 0 for 1. Line to first back in the first inning. Tennis sets up a little bit outside. Vita Blue works home. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Keltner swings, fly ball into right field. Reggie Jackson backpedals a bit, has it. Boudreau tags a second, fakes going to third, but he will hold out there at the Keystone Sack. So 2 down now for Joe Gordon. Old flash here, grounded back to the pitcher. Also seriously dangerous bat. So Vita Blue to deal. Full count. Joe Gordon sends this down the line to right and going toward the line. And this one will bounce into the seats. Philip Reynolds says that he just finished posting all his anniversary memories on Facebook. Tomorrow is Lisa and his first anniversary. Well, God grant you both many, many, many more years, Philip. Always glad to hear that. People in love and all that kind of stuff. So God grant you many, many more years together, my friend. All right. And Tim wishing a happy anniversary. Anybody wants to come on, I'm going to put a link on here. Anybody wants to come on, please do, because I don't want to just hear me, and you don't want to just hear me and all that. So let's do this, and let's copy this, and if you don't, oh, you're welcome, Philip. So it's up to you guys. Anybody wants to come on? There we go. All right. Flash Gordon in the box. And full count on Gordon. Oh, big strikeout there by Vita Blue. Ends the inning, but the Tribe picking up 2 runs. No hits, 3 errors. And we have played 3 here at Cleveland Municipal Stadium. John DFW, how you doing? John, are you an Action PC baseball player? Because I'm running into a weird glitch. He said he just got home from the Rangers game. How'd your Rangers do tonight? How'd they do? I want my Pirates to be playing the Rockies all year. Holy moly. doing really well there. So hopefully the Rangers, you guys are having a. Let me look here. So you know me, I'm gonna like stop the game and talk about other things like that. Oh, Texas Rangers beat up in the Tribe 10-0. Whoa, how about that? And my Buccos beat Colorado 5-1. And hey, holy moly, we're only 18 games under 500 now. Look out! Let's look at these standings here for a second. Let's see, where is Texas? I thought you guys were. So you guys are just a game below 500. Pretty good. Nice. I hear myself somewhere. Hmm. Ah, there's Philip. Let's have Philip on here. Hey, Philip.
Hey, Beatles, I just thought I'd get on and say hi real quick. I, I've never seen what you look like. I figured it'd give you a chance to see what I look like
Well,
and
thank
that.
you for coming on. You'll get to see me sometime here. I look like the picture you used to see when I used StreamYard. Long hair. I've got long hair, all that kind of crazy stuff. I look like a hippie, a rocker. So, man, happy anniversary! Congratulations.
Yeah, yeah, thanks. We got married at the Jesus Coffee's house here in Warsaw, which was like 2 minutes from our house, not very far.
Wow, I'm so happy for you both.
Yeah.
So how was
Um,
she with your? Does she like the fact that you're a sports gamer? Is she cool with that?
um, I I have to do it kind of. I have it. I when I can,
Right.
not kind of by myself when she's away or because sometimes it interferes with stuff. So I have to do it when she's away and that.
Totally
Um,
understand. Women don't understand what we're doing here, man. They really don't. It's kind of funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they don't like the sports. They're not big into sports. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I've been doing red ice hockey a lot lately. That's the game I've been playing a lot of lately.
So how do
Uh,
you? I mean, so I'm hearing a lot about that game. What makes it? What do you find is is it the flow of the game that you're enjoying?
it's
How is it?
it's quick. It's
Is it
quick. Yeah, and it doesn't. I mean, it has the idea of power plays, but you don't really deal with the penalties and who got penalized and that. You can if you want to, of course.
okay?
And there's none of that. You know, like in Stone Cold Hockey, it actually you actually can roll for was it high sticking? You
Hmm.
know, did you get into a fight? All that kind of stuff. There's none of that in the red ice hockey. In that it's just pretty much uh, you roll, look at the outcomes on the chart, and if you score, then you get into what was the specific time that the goal occurred, and that, and it gets down to you know uh, like 1-2 is zero, and it's like you're rolling two 10-sided dice. So if you get a 0-9, that means it happened in the ninth second types thing.
Cool.
Uh,
So how long does
if
an average game take to roll up then, Philip?
it it takes me about 40-50 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
It's not bad at all, and there's not really a lot of setup to it. You got one card for whichever home team you use. You got another card for the visitors. You got your timing charts that you need, and the dice. There's uh, what your regular dice. There's your power play dice, and there your shot on goal dice, and then there's the offense defense. Whether you're looking on the offensive chart or the defensive chart.
Hmm.
So there's uh, 3, 6, 8. There's like 9 dice to determine one outcome.
That's really nice. And so there's not like a lot of charts or anything you have to look up or anything like that?
Um, Not no, not really. It's just the chart. The two charts that you do use are for when you get goals and that, and
Okay.
most of the other stuff is on the and you only really use the team charts when you've actually scored. And I kind of do like what I do in Dice United too, and that's the fact that I do the assists first, and then who got the goal.
Okay.
I like I like to know who did the assists first, and
Oh,
then kind of
sure.
surprise everybody with who got the goal. A lot of people roll well who gets the goal first, and then who gets the assist.
So then you got
And
penalty shots and everything in it too, right?
uh, I
Or
don't know about.
can there be?
I, well, I don't know about the penalty. There's an overtime situation,
Okay.
and then after if it's still tied, then you go to shots on goal, uh, and if you roll a certain number, it's a goal, and if not, if it's if it's say 1 to 50, it's a goal, and if it's over 50, it's not a goal, and basically you do that 3 times, and whoever ever is winning after the three wins. If it's still tied, you keep doing shots on goal until there's a winner. Um, or that's that's the traditional way. Or you can do like NHL hockey and just go back to playing regular style until somebody scores.
Sounds really good. So hockey fans, I'm hearing a lot of good things, and you're hearing from somebody that's playing it a lot. So, do you does it like how are prices like for the seasons and stuff like that?
Fairly cheap. I mean, it's not that bad. I think it's not very expensive at all. I mean,
Nice.
they're like I think the current ones are maybe $15.
Wow,
Not,
that's good.
not and in there's some I haven't gotten that I'd like to get, but I can't do it right now. There's
Hmm.
the one I want to get is the 78 79 World Hockey, the WHA, because it has the Cincinnati Stingers in it.
Oh, cool. So I wasn't even aware of that. That's cool because, like, for me, just being like, a bit conversant with hockey, I was only ever aware of the NHL. So
Yeah,
that's really
and
cool.
they also have a 1942 set, which I think is
Oh
maybe like
wow.
the original six.
Oh wow, that sounds really fun.
But there's not a lot of sets. I think maybe 10, if that.
Okay.
I do know that do know that recently they found a couple errors on one of their cards, and they're of course rectifying that. That's um, to be expected, and usually
Oh
I know
sure.
I know that Stone Cold, when they do that, they actually give you a replacement card, and you don't even have to. If you bought that set, they don't even uh, make you pay. They just give it to you. They
That's a
send it
good
out
deal.
and that's nice. Yeah,
So
that's
if you
nice.
were to compare the two, because I know that's a pretty popular hockey game, would you say like are these two games that for you can coexist, that you can have equal fun with both? Are you more now into
Um,
this one
I
or
I mean, if you're really wanting to do like hockey, with all I would. They're both comparable, but I would still choose Stone Cold Hockey because it has the penalty
okay.
stuff.
So
Um,
do they so for hockey games and stuff, do they have like you'll find a lot in baseball games, do they have like franchise greats sort of sets that you can get or
I don't think so yet.
okay. So, because what always interests me about with the other sports is that they always seem to me they're a little bit harder to simulate to try to get that flow. Because I know I was watching even digitally, watching people play. Dave Little does a great job with Action PC basketball, but I've seen other people do it, and for as fast of a game as basketball is, of course, hockey's even faster. It's interesting how those games tend to be slow, right? Whereas baseball just I, maybe by its nature is I think would be easier to streamline. So that's why I asked you how streamlined the experience was because we've got a lot of hockey fans in this community, as you know. I think probably second to baseball, it's probably the most popular thing in this community as far as sports gaming goes. Victor Marotti joining us. He wants to know: does it have the Charlestown Chiefs?
I don't think so.
There you go. Welcome
It's
in,
just
Victor.
mostly NHL.
It's the NHL. Okay. So, Victor, hope you're doing well. And Philip, this is really cool. So, um, uh,
The quickest version of hockey I've seen is the Hockey Blast Express.
okay,
I I tried that once or twice, and I think I can get one of those games done in like 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's not even a
Because
that's crazy. That's
it's
not even a whole
only
period,
like
is it?
20 rolls.
Oh,
It's only
really?
20 rolls because you're doing like 4 rolls for each period, something like that. Yeah, so
Okay,
it's like 20 minutes.
that's really cool. It's such a great hobby where no matter what sport is your favorite or whatever, and it's
And
really cool. I mean, I know I have this attitude about American football, which I will always have, but I still love to hear what people are doing. And but hockey's something that I'll kind of like if it's on, I'll watch it.
mm,
I think it's fun, and I think one of the things that attracts me to hockey is that it's essentially a low scoring game. I like that.
mhm.
There could be shutouts in hockey. I don't know if there's a such thing in the NBA, for instance. Has there ever been a shutout in the? I don't think that's possible in basketball.
It's probably
Yeah,
not possible.
yeah. But that's
But
really
the,
really
the
cool.
quickest baseball game I've seen is the History Maker Baseball Express.
I know I
Um,
haven't heard of the express part. What makes it different than
yeah,
the regular one?
it's just kind of simplified. There's like two charts, a regular chart and a men on base chart, and
Okay.
that it's it. And then of course there's the full History Maker Baseball, but Express is a little. It takes like 30-40 minutes, whereas like the History Maker Baseball and like Strat and some of those others, they can take about an hour and a half sometimes.
So now are the player cards though? Are they compatible, like cross compatible or whatever?
Yeah, they are. I
Okay,
mean,
that's
I
good.
you use this you can use the same cards for History Maker Baseball as you do Express.
That's cool. So would you say that's your cards and dice baseball game of choice over the others? Is that would
Yes,
that be it is? Okay.
yes.
So what are because you and I've never talked a lot about baseball. What other baseball cards and dice baseball games have you played?
Well, my first one was Appa hockey. I mean Appa baseball,
At the baseball? Okay.
and I didn't realize I. It was okay. It was okay, but some of the scores became unrealistic, and I just stopped playing it.
Okay.
And that, um, then my next game was Strat, and I really liked that because it's the 50-50. And my best time was with that was when I actually was playing Chris Strat Delaware. I mean,
Oh,
me and him played several games together, and I really liked that.
Chris is such a
It's
good guy. Oh my God.
that's actually a game that if I had to choose, I would choose to play that one with someone.
Okay.
I mean, it. Yes, you can play it solo, but it's better with someone.
So
Um,
do you play when you play you're talking about Strat now. So
yeah.
do you prefer do you ever like stray into super advanced rules? You play Strat Advanced or
No, I
Strat
just
Basic?
I try basic and advanced, and that's pretty much it. You
Because
know.
a few times that Tim's been on here and allowed us to stream some of his games, and he'll explain some of the Strat Advanced rules. And
Mhm.
I remember, when I was in university, my buddies and I would play. That was my sort of years of playing cards and dice baseball as an undergrad, and we played the game we played most was Status Pro. We played a lot of APA. We played Strat. We liked it,
Mhm.
but then we made the mistake one day of like, all right, we're baseball fans. Let's play Super Advanced. We thought our heads were going to explode, and
Yeah.
Tim just explaining some of the things in Super Advanced. I'm like, what? He
Yeah.
knows that
But,
too.
but one of the games that I mean surprised me is that I've that I actually like is probably the one that it's my first go to is that Dice United, and that's my pretty much if I would have to say that's the one game I probably play the most.
Okay, I don't know
Um,
that one. So
and that's soccer in that,
okay, that's yeah.
and that's very good. And they updated it to a version 2, made it a lot better in that. And I was actually supposed to be a beta tester, but I had some in real life stuff happen that I had to back
Hmm.
out.
What
And
did John Lennon sing? Life is what happens when you're busy making other plans. How about
and
it?
that's one of the other reasons why I like it is because I was kind of a beta, supposed to be a beta tester, so I'm kind of a
Nice.
little partial to that. Um, I like the Stone Cold Hockey because they have that Central Cities League in
Okay.
that. Now, if I were to do something, if I were to suggest something, Gary, if you're listening, I would suggest this. I would get in touch with the Red Ice people and see if they could transport his Central City leagues to Red Ice Hockey because the cards are like landscape large and they're really really nice. And I would like to see that.
Good card stock and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really it's not like payoff pitch kind of glossy and all that,
Hmm.
but it's good. Um, and I've tried boxing, of course. And out of the two, the Legends of Boxing 2 and Glory Days Boxing, it's hands down Glory Days Boxing.
Oh God.
It has more weight classes, whereas as Legends of Boxing 2 is only has 99 fighters and it's only heavyweights.
Ken Castro saying hi. So Ken, we've been talking a lot of hockey here. So welcome
And
in,
that's my twin.
cousin Ken.
Yeah,
Nice.
no, yep. He's my twin because we have the same birthday.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, there you
You
go.
know, I didn't know it either until we got chatting together.
So Philip, I
Um,
never asked you this either. Do you have a favorite sport?
um,
Or are you pretty much cool with all of them?
I'm I I'd have to say it's I like baseball.
Hmm.
I like hockey, especially the Cincinnati Cyclones, because that's when I took my daughter to the very first game. I got her seats right on the glass, right in
Oh
front of the
wow,
glass, and she loved it. But
that's
they were
cool.
the tickets were like $80 a piece,
Yeah,
and it was just
hockey's not cheap.
it was a regular and then after that we got like in the middle kind of wherever, and they're only like 15-20 bucks.
Okay,
Uh,
that's not bad.
but for that first time, I wanted it to be special with her,
Aw,
and all
that's
night, like there was 3 times when they banged right up against the boards, and
awesome.
and we were really near the goals, so we saw the goals that came by, and we just love going to the hockey game. They're not the pros. I wish
Right.
Cincinnati would get the pros because if they went, they'd have to name them the Cyclones for me.
Do you
Otherwise,
think
I
that?
wouldn't go.
Would you think the NHL have they talked about expansion or?
I've heard that they want to rebuild or renovate the that Heritage Bank arena
Okay,
where the Cyclones play, and they have 2 reasons why. And
what was that?
you may not. And the 2 reasons are they want an NHL hockey team,
Hmm.
and they want an NBA basketball team there.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, but Cincinnati hasn't had an NBA team since the 70s.
Well, Pittsburgh, I know used to, and that's my old stomping grounds as a magician. Pittsburgh used to have a team. I guess it was the ABA. It was called. But
Yeah.
Pittsburgh's not a big basketball town. Um,
And and if they did have that got it back in Cincinnati, they'd have to name them the Royals.
there and Ken just saying that they were the Cincinnati Royals.
And most people don't know this. Guess where the Cincinnati franchise wound up?
I have no
and what
idea.
they're called now.
I have
They're the
no idea.
Sacramento Kings.
Oh, really?
Yes, they're the Sacramento Kings.
So why the change? Why they leave Cincinnati?
Um, I, they weren't. I don't think they were making a lot in attendance in that,
Okay.
and the attendance wasn't there. And then they moved to Kansas City, and then from Kansas City they moved to, to out to Sacramento, and
Okay.
that became the Kings. And that the closest that we have for hockey is the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Right. I do know that there's a team in Columbus, but
And
that's a bit of a hike from Cincinnati, though. I mean,
no, that's
Ohio's a
another
tall state.
that's another hour and a half from Cincinnati, and for me, that's like saying a 2 hour journey to Columbus.
Right, because I used to live in Toledo, so
Yeah.
Ohio's narrow. Like I could get to my magic dealer in Cleveland in no time, but going down to Cincinnati from Toledo, that would
But
be a bit of a hike.
but for me in Cincinnati, it's the Reds, the Bengals, of course,
Hmm.
the Cyclones, and then we have the FC Cincinnati soccer team, and
Okay.
they've been competitive ever since they've really started. Uh, they lost a Costa this at the beginning of this year, and I found out just recently that he's was kicked off. Uh, Dallas got rid of him, and
Hmm.
he's now going to be in Brazil, a Brazilian team, is what I heard. So yeah, some he must have had clashed with some of the people in Dallas, and they say Gonzo. Uh, but yeah, I've also seen uh, what is it? Arena football. They had an arena football team in Cincinnati for a while that I went and saw a couple games in that.
Hmm.
Uh, but I mean, I'll try watching anything.
Sure.
Uh, the really interesting sport, most interesting sport I've seen on TV recently is what's called it's like octagon soccer type thing.
Oh,
The
really?
the yes, it's the field is circular and it's 3-on-1. There you have three soccer teams on the field at one time.
Oh my God, how does that even work? I
Yeah,
mean,
I
right?
mean check it out on ESPN or ESPN Piocha. They have it on occasionally, and it's three. Yeah, it's three teams at once.
Wow. I mean, I can't even imagine how something like that would work.
And
And it,
I think it's like five players per team. Yeah,
okay. So, but I
it's not.
mean, like, so, I mean, just that. And I mean, I call it football. We'll call it soccer for our purposes here. Like, because those games, right? I mean, so baseball differs in the way it handles defense, offense. Obviously, defense has the ball in baseball,
Mhm,
but in football, basketball, American football, whatever, hockey, it's right. The offense has the ball or the puck. So,
mhm.
is like if one team's trying to score, is it two teams trying to stop that other team, or I'm
Yes,
trying to envision
it
how that's
is.
going to work. It's like got to
It
be
is.
total chaos, right?
Yeah, it is. And for me, when I do like my baseball and that,
Hmm.
and I saw a YouTube video that I really liked, and it showed how to do how to kind of shorten your games, and they use like 7 innings for history maker base,
Mm,
7 innings for a history maker baseball game. And one of the things that they did that I liked is uh, the pitchers don't bat.
okay.
So what I do from now on because of that, I because I do express, I still use the full 9 innings, but the pitchers don't bat at all when I play my games. And there's no DH. I hate the DH.
That's well.
I'm
We
sorry.
can at least agree on that one. No, don't have to apologize. I can't
I
stand the
I
designated hitter.
I'm sorry, but
Phew.
go back to go back to 1972,
Amen,
please.
brother. Amen.
Um, and and
Pardon me.
whoever. thought of the ghost runner rule.
I know, right?
Take that guy out and shoot him, man.
Yeah, and then raise them up and shoot them again. I yeah. Philip, you know, you're in this family. You've been coming around this channel long enough to know my and Victor said earlier, baseball is yeah, it is to me.
The
Base,
one thing
it's
I
and what they're doing to my beloved game, our beloved game.
yeah.
It literally angers me, Philip. It really does.
But the thing is, well, I mean, the way I look at it, why are the pitchers batting anyway? I mean,
Well, all
you
right.
want them you want them to last and rest. So why have them bat at all anyway?
Well, okay. I mean, so my counter to that is until the advent of designated hitter, which, by the way, really interesting that it was the National League, and you may know this already, actually first proposed it in 1902, and it was
No, I
voted
didn't.
down. Yeah, so they were talking about it in the dead ball era. So for all these decades, baseball was fine, and you had some good hitting pitchers. We have one in this game here, Early Win. He was a good hitting pitcher. Bob Lemon,
Hmm.
excellent hitting pitcher. I like the fact that that it adds a level of tactics and strategy. And these days, come on, let's face it. You're talking about resting. I get it. As far
Yeah.
as you don't want your, but I mean, complete game, right? That stat is practically it's gone the way of the proverbial dodo in baseball.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not like
guy's
it's
going to
not
go out
like
there and
in the
throw 5 innings, 6 innings, and he's done.
it's not like in the dead ball era where every time they went out they were pitching 8 innings.
Well,
You know.
even in Babe Ruth's time, even when you got into live ball, guys like of course I'm just naming greats right now, but guys like Lefty Grove and Carl Hubble and Dizzy Dean, those guys went out.
Yeah.
The conventional wisdom was you're paid to pitch nine and you're going to pitch nine. I mean, and even when you get into the 70s, right? You had, of course, 60s, 70s, you had relief pitchers, but even in 1970s baseball, which I think was maybe baseball's greatest decade, arguably because it had it all. You
Yeah.
didn't yet have this sense of you had one guy to come in to just get out a left-hand hitter or something like that.
Well, you know that Cincinnati's the only team to go wire to wire. But do you know which team is the only team to have a perfect season?
In baseball,
Hmm.
perfect season.
Yes, a
Um,
perfect season
so are you talking since the beginning of Major League Baseball?
since the beginning of baseball. Yeah, since pretty much since the inception.
Well, let me see. I'm trying to think beyond the Cincinnati Red Stockings. Um, Clint
They're the
Park
only
says we'll discuss 70s
the,
baseball at a later time. Uh oh.
the only team is the Reds in like 1898 or 1896. Sorry, something like that.
1869.
Yeah.
1869. And what happened was in 1870, then, Philip, they
Hmm.
ran off a bunch of victories. Then they faced the Brooklyn team. And Cincinnati also invented something, right? So it was tied at the end of the ninth. And
Hmm.
Cincinnati could have taken the tide, and they said, no, we're going to play until somebody wins. And they lost that game and
Hmm.
was wired back. Harry Wright wired back. It was a great game, but and the way they talked in those days, very florid, and it was very gentlemanly. But because the Cincinnati Red Stockings had lost that game, attendance dropped so badly that the actual all the stakeholders pulled out. But
Well,
see, credit Cincinnati also with extra inning game. That was like an on-field decision that Harry Wright made in that game. Ken, you would know. Was it the Brooklyn Unions or the Brooklyn Eckfords? I'm trying to remember which Brooklyn team it was, but that's when it happened. And that was their first defeat, and it was the 1870 season.
yeah.
Yeah,
And did you know what's strange about the 1961 season with the Yankees?
they beat the Reds, but what else? Yeah,
No,
1869
they
victory.
had
Yep.
they played 163 games, not 162 games, and that's because one of the games was suspended, and they took it up. They started it over the next day for some reason.
Right. Oh wow. Was it
Yeah, and so it's a 163 game season.
163 games? All right. Well, I'll throw a little trivia back to you. In the 20th century, not counting the two strike seasons, What season was the shortest season in baseball and the only season to have the World Series in September?
Mm, I couldn't tell you. I would have to probably say 74.
1918.
Oh,
That because of World War One, Woodrow Wilson's work or fight order. So baseball owners throughout that whole season, they were, if you look, you'll see pictures anywhere, and you'll see like baseball players like having like bats on their shoulders as if they were rifles. Yep, Clint, you got it right. 1918. Um, and I forget that this one, unlike StreamYard, has a 5 second delay in chat. So yeah, and so Wilson's basically not look. There's a war on, so the World Series happened in September because of the First World War.
yeah.
So yeah, there you
But
go. Yeah, but I didn't want that to be a trick question, so I didn't want you to think it was 1994, 81. So okay, so you're a Cincinnati Reds fan. All right, now here's the one, and don't be afraid. No one's going to attack you here. So, is there a baseball team you can't stand? I mean, you just absolutely want you love
well,
any team that
th-
beats this team.
that would have to be the Yankees,
The
hands down.
Yankees. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
I do. There are some seasons of the Yankees that I really like, which would be 27 and 61,
Hmm.
and that because
Yeah.
those are really good teams.
Oh my
They
God.
were
Yeah.
really good teams,
Can't
and
argue with that.
you had the big home run chase in 61, and that was a good reason for that. And I played that on uh, my History Maker Baseball Express, and I didn't even get anywhere close to what
To
I
what Roger
wasn't even
Maris did.
close. Yeah,
So
and
Victor, I didn't know this. Victor says that Maris actually lost a home run in '61 due to a rainout. Didn't know that, Victor. I do know that Jimmy Fox lost two home runs because of rainouts, but I didn't know that about Maris. That's
but
interesting.
but yeah,
Do you imagine the strain that Roger Maris? I mean, of course, they made the movie. The strain that he was under, because I
my
mean that
thing
was the
is
iconic record, one of the iconic records in baseball, right? And he
my
had to carry
thing
that
is
asterisk forever.
yeah, my thing wasn't that so much as more was Aaron or was it Aaron?
Hmm.
Yeah, with all the death threats that he went through while he
Oh
was
my God,
doing
chasing Babe Ruth,
his
yeah,
home run chase.
that was
Yeah,
just awful. That was awful.
and same with Jackie Robinson. I
Oh
mean,
God, yeah, right. Because Branch Rickey told him for 3 seasons you cannot retaliate, and they were interviewing Negro Leaguers at the time, and they said we didn't expect Branch Rickey to pick Jackie Robinson because Robinson had, I guess, a really fiery temper. But imagine going through that for three
you know, I,
seasons where people were calling you every awful name in the book and spiking you and what was it in Philadelphia? Somebody was holding up a like the black cat, and this is going to be you at the end of a noose or something like that.
have you
Jackie is a
checked out
hero, a true hero.
have you
Jackie
checked
Robinson.
out Google lately?
I have not. What am I looking for?
They've been um,
Hey, Aaron.
kind of they've been kind of showing what might happen with there's supposedly supposed to be two expansion teams coming up soon, and they've been showing the realignment for the divisions and that.
Well, I know it's supposedly more geographically based, which makes sense.
Yeah, it does,
You want,
but
but they've got to reinstitute. I don't know how they do that with a 32 team structure to
and they're
reinstitute divisional
it,
play because divisional
it's
play
like
means nothing now. You
it,
know,
it it's like it's going to be four four National League divisions, four American League divisions,
right?
four teams in each of the divisions, which is 32. And I think one of the proposals that I saw was the idea that
I was
Houston
not Victor.
Houston goes back to the National League, and the Rangers become a National League team as well.
That's interesting. And so, um,
And I think Cincinnati would be in the division with them, St. Louis, and
right,
then both
Chicago,
Chicago's.
right, both Chicago's. Um,
Hmm.
I don't know how I feel about. I mean, I want more people to come to the ballpark to love this greatest of all games. And I know Salt Lake City, the way just the support the Salt Lake Bees get. I guess that's a AAA
And
club.
and And the
but
thing is,
I think baseball's a little bit watered down. I wonder if there's too many teams, though. I don't know. How do you
uh,
feel about expansion?
I mean, I get it. The teams that I've seen that are expansion is the idea of Portland, Nashville,
Hmm.
um,
Salt Lake is a serious
North
contender.
North Carolina,
Hmm.
and those are like the three that I've seen or something. Oh, and yeah, that's what I've seen. And and maybe like Montreal. I don't know if Montreal's a possibility or not. I think they're
Hmm.
thinking the Rays might become the Expos.
Well, the race fans don't really they consistently feel good teams there, but they're just not getting the fan support.
Yeah,
Although some people said that that has a lot to do though with the just how it's hard to get to that ballpark. I don't know. I've never been to
yeah,
see a Rays game. I've been to Florida, but I've never seen a Rays game or anything. So I don't know.
right.
I don't know. It just seems to me though that again, what I would like to see is divisional play means something again. Where you could gain or lose a full game when you're playing against division rivals. I like the geographic idea of a realignment. Big Clue and I had talked about this a couple of years ago now, so that you could create geographic rivalries like Pittsburgh and Cleveland, and still maintain the classic rivalries like Boston and New York, L.A. and San Francisco, and St. Louis and Chicago, just to name three. But
Well,
I don't know. I'm kind of I haven't I don't know what to think about the expansion thing. That's a
I'm gonna get
lot of
out of here,
clubs.
man. You
All
take
right,
care.
Philip. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Philip Reynolds joining us here a little bit on the broadcast here as we're in Cleveland Municipal Stadium. And Victor, I agree with you about baseball. Baseball takes so much space in my heart. I don't. I just other sports. I'll look at hockey games or I'll watch a boxing match. Um, but Philip, I'm going to go ahead and remove you here from because I'm getting a little bit of echo, my friend. There we go. All right. So, cousin Ken, how are you doing? And Victor, how are you doing? Aaron Reed, the man of a thousand voices, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I'm going to put the link back up here again. We're going to do a couple more innings, and I'll put a little thing if folks want to come on and just talk a little baseball. We haven't had a little baseball chin wag. We're not going to go till 3 in the morning. Victor says that Rob Manfred wanted to try to expand into Mexico. Baseball's big, and Mexico also big in obviously Dominican Republic, elsewhere. We should have a baseball club in Puerto Rico. It's the United States territory, and hopefully will be our next state. Aaron says he's doing all right. All right, so we're just playing here with Steve Tate's files on Action PC Baseball. We're playing some American League Baseball, and right now your score is Cleveland over Oakland, 2-0. So tight game here as we get back to it. I'm having some issues with Action PC Baseball, and I was hoping. Um, yeah, I did, John. And John, I know that the Rangers aren't your. I just said you're Rangers because you're down there. I know you're Braves. You're a Braves man. So, John, here's what's happening, and I've tried reinstalling this game and everything. So you see the field. Oops, not this. Watch what happens if I want to try to fix the players on the field. I don't know what's going on here, man. It is crazy, crazy, crazy. And granted, I haven't put any baseball games on my new like fire breathing dragon computer, but this computer is still very capable. And Action PC, while it is a bit of a resource hog, this shouldn't be happening. And I figured out once how to fix this, and I can't figure out this out now how I did it. Watch what happens when I hit Park Layout. No picture. And I have no idea how to fix it, John. It's driving me bats. Seriously. I've tried fixing this outside of the game. I've tried importing, running this thing as administrator, fresh install. And, that's why you're seeing like, these sort of players. I've had to kind of do it blindly. So you can see that's why, shortstop right now is off into the grass playing really deep. It doesn't really affect the game, but I don't know why it's doing this. I have no clue. And I don't know, am I the only person to ever run into this? Because this happened to me before, but I figured it out. And I'll be damned if I can figure out now where the hell that picture is. Like, because I need that to, for parks like this that are straight away, that's fine, but some that are on an angle. So, John, if you have ever run into this, um, what am I doing wrong, man? And it doesn't matter. I can click on any one of these ballparks, and it happens. It's not just Cleveland. It's every ballpark in here. Now, the only other thing I can think, let me cancel, is I have two different DK Sports directories, and I wonder if maybe the game's getting confused. And that's what's happening. Maybe, I don't know. It's just it's really weird because if it was an issue with the ballpark images, shouldn't be able to see this. Yeah, so another program which is interfering with that code. Yeah, I mean, because this is written in Visual Basic, maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go on the APC forums or send a message to Dave and say, why is this doing this? Um, but anyhow, man, I appreciate you at least let me know it's weird, because it certainly is. Cousin Ken, I hope you can make the next Diamonds and Dice podcast, because well, total spoiler, it's going to be about the Ned McGreevy League. So hopefully you'll be able to make it. It'll be sometime about a month from now. So I'll give you plenty of warning so that you can. Bernie and I are going to be using that as kind of the talking about the McGreevy League, and finally getting it going. And we hope that Ken, hopefully you will return to the McGreevy League. I know you've been waiting. I hope Clinton will rejoin us if he can. And anybody else, if you'd like to give the McGreevy League a try, it's a lot of fun. But I'll warn you, it's old baseball, and we're expanding it this year. It's 1871 to 1919 are the seasons, and we'll go into it more on how that's going to work. But basically, the league is about field the best team you can. The only thing that's going to be random in it is just the draft order. That's it. Nothing else is random in the Nessa McGreevy League at all. So John says he hasn't played Action PC in a long time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Out of the Park, it's my favorite game as well, John. There's so much I love about Action PC, but yeah, I mean, Out of the Park just does it all. Dan Burke. Dan Burke joining us here. Dan Burke, my favorite Irishman. I always say that because he is. Hope you're doing well, Dan. All right, let's get on with this. If I'm going to put, like I said, I'm going to put the invite here in the chat in another inning, and somebody wants to come on, man. I'd love to have you on. All right, so what do we got here? Reggie Jackson here. We're at the top of the fourth inning. It's going to be Reggie Jackson, Sal Bando, and Gene Tennis due up for the Oakland A's. And here we go. Early win right now, holding these A's to just one hit, and that was an infield single. A's also with two errors, but not a lot going on in this game. Line for Cleveland right now, 2-1-1 with 4 left on, and the A's 0-1-2, and 2 men left stranded. Early win, rubbing up the ball, has the sign from catcher Jim Hagan, and full count on Reggie Jackson, and Jackson chasing one there. So early win picks up his second K of the game. One down now for third baseman Sal Bando. Bando last time grounded out to second. And 2-0 pitch. Bando ahead in the count. This one grounded to third. Ken Keltner gloves it gracefully and fires on to first baseman Luke Easter. So quickly 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the fourth inning for Gene Tennis. Early win, ready to deal. 0-1 pitch, and this one popped in the infield, left-hand side, and calling everybody off is Hall of Fame shortstop Lou Boudreau. So the A's go good morning, good afternoon, good night. We go to the home half of the fourth inning, and it is 2-0 in favor of Cleveland using Steve Tate's American League franchise files. Freely available. You guys should download these if you're an Action PC baseball player. Really, really good. Hand-coded by Steve, or hand-rated, I should say. So this isn't using the DK Sports seasons. It's really, really good. All right, so we got Luke Easter, Jim Hagan, an early win due up for the Tribe. Luke Easter in this game struck out back in the second. Vita Blue thus far has fanned 4, but he's walked 3. All right, the lefty ready to deal. Here's the wind, 3-0 pitch, and this one down and inside, and Luke Easter will take the little walk down to first base. So fourth walk issued by Vita Blue, and that brings up Jim Hagan. 3-0 pitch. Vita Blue behind in the count again and walks number 5. And just watching a little conversation here going on between Cousin and Clinton. All right, here's early win now. The Indians with 2 on and nobody out. So early win, a decent hitting pitcher walked back in the third. Vita Blue having some serious control problems here. And here's the pitch to win and the throw down, Jim Hagan. And this is going to get into the outfield. And, oh, what a mess is that. So score that a throwing error on Gene Tennis. And Jim Hagan is going to make it to second. So definitely catching Oakland napping, as Hagan doesn't necessarily have the jets to get down to the Keystone stack, but indeed he does. All right. So here we go. Back in the box now is Dale Mitchell. We're back at the top of the order. Mitchell with a single, and he was safe on an error back in the third. So Indians with 2 in scoring position, nobody out. Vita Blue sets, and from the stretch, the 1-2 pitch. Mitchell swings this one, a screaming liner up the middle, base hit, third run in for Cleveland. An early win, turning it on there and makes it to second. So on the play, so RBI single. And here we go. Cleveland's starting to pull away here in the middle innings as Lou Boudreau settles into the box. And his last time up, he was also safe on an error. So 3 errors for these Oakland A's. Vita Blue deals 1-2 pitch. Bases loaded. This one popped up to shoot. Tennis tosses aside the mask and against the wall makes a great play. So 1 out, and Vita Blue and the Oakland A's needed that. Bases sold out with the Tribe. And the Oakland A's, if you'll pardon the trope, trying to circle the wagons here a little bit. All right. So here we go. Here's Hal Peck. He's walked twice in this game. And in fact, the first run in this game was early win coming in to score during that at bat. Count full on Hal Peck. And there we go. There's a strike 3 called. So Vita Blue picking up strikeout number 5, 2 down. Looking to minimize the damage here with just stopping with just 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. And here's Larry Doby. So sacrifice that scored Dale Mitchell back in the 3rd. And full count on Larry Doby. And Larry Doby looks at a called strike 3. But the Cleveland Indians pick up another run, 1 hit, no errors, and they leave them sold out. We go to the top of the 5th inning. Cleveland leads Oakland 3-0. H-Field 07, he says, hey, Beatles in chat, hope all is well, and we hope all is well with you, my friend. Ballpark movement looks better tonight. Yeah, but I'm running into another issue, brother, and it's driving me nuts. I'm going to have to ask on the Out of the Park or the Action PC forums why the hell this is happening. As you can see, there's Cleveland Municipal Stadium, all glorious 70,000 capacity. But when I go to the ballpark layout, watch what happens, man. I have no idea what's going on here. There's no ballpark back there. So I've had to try to line these guys up. I've done a fresh install of this game like twice. Everything. The only thing I can think of is I have 2 different DK Sports directories, and maybe it's confused. I have no idea what's going on here. And I had this problem once before, and I solved it, and I'll be damned if I can remember how to do it now. So, but yeah, it does look better tonight. At least they're, right? We don't have like, that was a weird game last night. It was a weird game, and I was tired. All right. So here we go, top of the 5th, and Oakland needs to get to work. Right now, early win pitching a 1-hitter. Joe Rudy, Bert Campaneris, Dick Green due up here. Joe Rudy is 0-for-1 in the contest. Popped out to Jim Hagan his last time up in the 2nd inning. Early win, ready to deal, 1-0 pitch. And Rudy's going to pop out to Jim Hagan again. David Baseball Demos. Tabby says hello. Hey, girl. Kitty, kitty, kitty. I love Tabby. Tabby's like the coolest being. I'm saying it right here, the coolest being in this entire YouTube sports gaming community. Guys, check out David's Demolition League 2024. It's awesome. Did a great broadcast, a radio broadcast using Diamond Mine Baseball, and then David adding a lot of his own stuff too. A really, really fun game. And even added in commercials, like radio, TV commercials, from the time radio commercials. David, that was just brilliant, man. Love it. So guys, check it out. Check it out. It's good stuff. So Aaron Reed has a comment here. He says, if Cleveland Municipal Stadium had been around in 1995, would the Indians have sold out the house with a pennant winning team? I'm guessing they would. I think they would have too. I mean, and they've been waiting for a world championship since 1948, and I still think the Indians. I wanted them so badly to win the World Series that year, but I think they would have. I think Tim really is the guy to ask what he would think, being a Tribe fan or former Tribe fan. He was called Tribe fan at one time. I think they would have. I definitely think they would have. All right, Bert Campaneris batting with one down. Bert Campaneris grounded out back in the second. So while early win isn't exactly mowing him down, defense doing the job, and he's making the pitches he needs to make. 1-1 pitch on the way. Campaneris swings. This one's just a little tapper to first. Luke Easter's going to wave off early win. Take this one 3 unassisted for out number 2. David says, just went off the deep end and played a Stratomatic basic game. 2024 White Sox versus 62 Mets. So, David, how are you enjoying the, again, I loved watching your unboxing a few weeks ago. So how are you enjoying the sets that you picked up? Having fun? And the 2024 White Sox and 62 Mets, somebody had to win that game. So if you broadcast that on your channel, don't give us any spoilers. Have to check it out, guys. What a titanic struggle there in mediocrity for those two teams. And now, of course, this year, I'm going to probably be able to add the Colorado Rockies to a rather dubious list. So, all right, Dick Green now. Dick Green trying to solve early win, but he struck out back in the third. And here we go. Count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And this one, strike 3 called. This one in a nice curveball by early win. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Cleveland leading this one 3-0. And Cleve baseball fan is going to be thrown in on this conversation. He says, Aaron, if they didn't sell out, they would have had 60,000 plus for those games. This was a big ballpark seating capacity, and probably would have sold out the near to clinching division. Playoffs games would have definitely sold out. Could you imagine 70,000 capacity, right? And this thing just Cleveland rocking it to the rafters. That definitely would have been something. Definitely would have been something to see. So don't think it's going to be Cleveland's year this year. Detroit playing some good ball over there in that division, but we'll probably you're going to probably use Casey Stengel as your thumbnail. Okay, so David said he recorded it and it's going to be uploaded tomorrow. So guys, check out the Baseball Demos channel for a game between the 2024 Chicago White Sox and the 1962 New York Mets. And Marv Throneberry, man, he's worth a price of admission. We're just right there, right? All right, here we go. So it's going to be Ken Keltner 0 for 2 in this game to lead things off here for the Tribe in the bottom of the 5th inning. Keltner lined to first and flew down the right field line. 0-2 pitch on the way to Keltner. Keltner swings this one, bounding ball back to the mound. Easy play for Vita Blues. He fires on to Joe Rudy. Score that one 1-3, 1 away. Flash Gordon now. He has grounded out and struck out. 3-1 pitch, and Vita Blue issues another walk. So it's number 6 for Vita Blue. Doesn't seem to be any movement yet in the Oakland bullpen. Oakland's certainly not out of this game. The Suckitude Bowl says Tim on that game. 1-1 pitch on the way to Luke Easter. Luke Easter swings this one. Hard grounder, Dick Green. Great play from Campaneris and over to Joe Rudy, and they turn the 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. We head to the top of the sixth here, Cleveland Municipal Stadium, where the Cleveland Indians are leading the Oakland A's 3-0. Early win looking to continue this one-hit shutout. And it will be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters, Vita Blue, Claudel Washington, and Billy North. Vita Blue walked back in the third. Early win, 2-2 count. And Vita Blue just kind of sort of gives it a half-hearted lunge. Knew that Early Win had him all the way. K number 4 for Early Win, back at the top of the order now. Claudel Washington flew out to deep left his last time up. Claudel in there now. Early Win lets it go. Washington, first pitch swinging, ranging far to his left, barehanding it. Joe Gordon onto Luke Easter. Great play. So Oakland just getting stymied by a superb Cleveland defense here today. So 2 away now. Billy North. Billy North has the A's only hit in this game, and that was a double back in the first inning. All right. So North, switch hitter, batting lefty against the righty. Early Win in the box. And first pitch swinging, tapper back to the mound, and Early Win off the hill to his left. And feeds it on to Luke Easter to retire the side. We go to the bottom of the sixth inning. No change in the score. So David said, even though he played basic, it was still pretty fun. I for me, that was the thing too. I know I've talked to some people who like would jump into like just right into Strat Advanced, and I'm like, okay. So I remember playing. So we started with basic and then eased our way into advanced, as I told earlier in the game tonight. Then friends of mine and I, my buddy in college, and we're like, all right, man, we're gonna play some Strat Advanced, and boy, did that hurt. That was hard. Nothing. It's a great game, but Jesus, we went back to Advanced when we played Strat. I don't think I ever played Strat Advanced after that day we tried um, at the hub at Penn State. So it was pretty crazy. All right, it will be Mike Hagan, Early Win, and Dale Mitchell due up for Cleveland. And this is the 1947-51 Cleveland Indians. So many of these tribe members, a member of the 1948 world champion Cleveland Indians. All right, Jim Hagan walked his last time up, struck out his first time up. Vita Blue, 0-1 pitch on the way. And this one, hard hit ball to center field. Billy North planed it on the hop. And Jim Hagan is going to hold with a single. So hit number 3 for Cleveland. And here comes the pitcher, Early Win. So he was safe on an error back in the fourth. And that's when the Indians had ended up picking up another run there. 0-1 pitch, Early Win. Cut on, bunted on, and sacrifice successful. Jim Hagan moves into scoring position as Aaron Reese is Mike Hagan, a former Indians broadcaster. All right, here's Dale Mitchell. Dale Mitchell having a good day at the plate, baseball fans. He is 2 for 3. He has an infield single, was safe on an error, and then an RBI single that scored Luke Easter, and that was back in the fourth inning. Jim Hagan actually got himself a little stolen base tonight, too, and caught Oakland off guard so much that Gene Tennis kind of threw it into the outfield. 1-0 pitch on the way now. Dale Mitchell swings, base hit, center field. Billy North up with it. Strong throw into second. Dale Mitchell just gets in under the tag, and that's going to be an RBI. And here come the Tribe now. RBI double, and it's 4-0. And here's Lou Boudreau. So Boudreau also said a lot of people safe on errors against these Oakland A's tonight. So again, this game doesn't count for anything, just playing it as an exhibition. 2-2 pitch. Boudreau swings this one, routine fly ball out there to Claudel Washington, and he will make the nice basket catch out there in left field. 2 down, Dale Mitchell gets back to second base, and here's Hal Peck. Hal Peck has walked twice and struck out in this game. Vita Blue, 0-2 pitch ahead of Peck here. And swing and a miss, strike 3. We go to the top of the seventh inning as the Indians put another one on the board. It is 4-0. Where's Bob Uecker? We need Bob Uecker here, man. Aaron, you got to work on your Bob Euchre impersonation. Going to get Aaron on here in a couple minutes. All right. Reggie Jackson, Sal Bando, Gene Tennis, the 3-4-5, the heart of this Oakland order. They're not out of it yet, but I think this will be pretty pivotal right here, guys. So Reggie has lined out and he has struck out. Early Win looking absolutely strong out there right now. Early Win at 68 pitches. His expected pitch count is 150. All right. Jim Hagan sets it up. He's letting Early Win throw whatever he wants to throw. 0-1 pitch to Reggie. Swung on and base hit. So the one hitter's broken up. And now, how about it? Excitement abounding for the three people who made the trip to Cleveland from Oakland as Oakland picks up its second hit of the game. Reggie Jackson does have some speed, so we'll see if Oakland is going to try something here to just get it going beyond just a single. However, Sal Bando in 2 tries has not been able to get it out of the infield. Hagan sets up Early Win with a check of Reggie Jackson on first. 1-2 pitch, and Sal Bando looks at a called strike 3. All right. So 1 down for Gene Tennis. Popped to short his last time up. 1-2 pitch to Tennis. Tennis swings. This one popped high. Third base side. And giving chase is Lou Boudreau, and he will catch it in foul territory. 2 down. And you can start to see a little bit of frustration here. Oakland A's just trying to connect with anything they can off of Early Win. And here's Joe Rudi. Joe Rudi, 0-for-2. He's popped to Jim Hagan both times. 1-0 pitch on the way now. And he swings this one deep to center field and against the wall. Larry Doby making the catch for out number 3. 7th inning stretch time. 4-0 Cleveland. And we are back. Hopefully everybody sang along. All right. Larry Doby, Ken Keltner, and Joe Gordon do up. So Vita Blue, this is not one of his best performances for sure. Vita Blue right now, let's see, where is he? So 114 pitches for Vita Blue. Expected pitch count about 140. So probably start seeing some movement in the Oakland bullpen. Doby 0-for-2 on the day. And the 1-1 pitch cut on by Doby. This one bounding ball to first. Joe Rudi will take it to the bag himself for out number 1. And the crowd was so shocked that they went quiet for a moment. Don't know why. All right, here's Ken Keltner. Keltner 0-for-3 today. Grounded out to Vita Blue last time up. 1-0 pitch. Swung on deep fly ball center field. And this is where it's being weird. Again, but that's because I can't set up the ballpark correctly. So Ken Keltner gets a double to center field. And here comes Joe Gordon. So Gordon is 0-for-2 and walked back in the 5th. Indians threatening here. 1 down, bottom of the 7th. 4-0 your score. 0-1 pitch. Gordon swings. Tapper and Joe Rudi up with it and over to Vita Blue covering. And on the play, Ken Keltner moves to 3rd. Luke Easter 0-for-2. Definitely not a bat to be trifled with. Grounded into a double play his last time up. 2-0 delivery. Easter sends this to right field. Reggie Jackson backpedals about 10 steps, makes the catch for out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. We go to the top of the 8th inning. Cleveland leads Oakland 4-0. I need to quit drinking the Sacramento wine before setting up a game. I'll try to remember that, Clinton. I will try to remember that. All right. So in the Orthodox Church, right, it's so unlike the Catholics, like communion like isn't like separated the Eucharist. So that's actually we use leavened bread and it's actually mixed with the wine. But yeah, good wine in the Orthodox Church. I think we can we hang with the Catholics pretty good on that one. I should hope we used to be the same church. But yeah, I'll think about that, Clinton. Or I'll tell you what, I'll go from the Sacramento wine to Tullamore Dew whiskey because I think that's a great baseball whiskey. So how about that, Clinton? We'll work from that. I'll go from the wine to the whiskey. We'll do that. So next Saturday, well, not next Saturday, but Saturday after next. Won't be a game next Saturday. I have to go to a wedding, not mine. Thank you. Uh, and yeah, I'll do a game and I'll do some Tullamore Dew. It should be fun. Like by the time we get to the fifth inning, I'll be saying, and now Larry Zonka's up to the bat, and Secretariat lets the pitch go, and oh my goodness! So there's Kate Beckinsale. It'll be an adventure. The Tullamore Dew game, we'll call it. All right. So Campaneris green, and we'll see if Oakland is finally going to go to its bullpen 4-0 in favor of the Tribe. Bert Campaneris grounded out twice in this game. Early win looking so strong. 0-1 pitch. This one popped foul. Third base side. Kenny Keltner giving chase, but this one will make the stands. All right, Campaneris back in the box now. And this one, Campaneris gets plunked by Early Win. All right. Think that one probably just got away from Early Win. Campaneris doesn't seem to be terribly phased by it. All right. Here's Dick Green. Nobody out. Dick Green has whiffed twice in this game. 1-0 pitch on the way. Green swings and ground ball base hit to right field. And Bert Campaneris with excellent speed will make third on the play. So runners at the corners for the Oakland A's. And I never pay attention to that poor play nonsense. Anyhow, here comes Vita Blue. It looks like he's going to be able to bat for himself. Nope. So we will see Mike Hagan now come in. So, yep, there's definitely a theme here. I'm sure Aaron is going to catch that right away. Mike Hagan in the box now. Swung on. Grounded to second. Gordon to Boudreaux, but they're not going to be able to turn two. Hagan gets down the line there pretty well. And Oakland here in the top of the eighth puts its first tally on the board. It's now 4-1. One away, and Mike Hagan, really slower than he looks, to borrow a line from Lanny Fateri when referring to Mike LaValliere. All right, but we do have some speed here in the leadoff spot, and it is Claudel Washington, but Washington 0 for 3. So just one run for Oakland. They did not bring the wickets today. 0-1 pitch on the way. Washington swings, fly ball, and ranging to his left out there in left center is going to be Dale Mitchell, calling off Larry Doby, and scampering back to first is Mike Hagan. 2 down here for Oakland in the top of the eighth, and 1 in for Billy North. Billy North, last time up, grounded back to Early Win. Throw over to first. Hagan back safely. Win ready to deal, full count. And he loses Billy North. Is the armor beginning to show some chinks here? 2 down for Reggie Jackson. Swing of the bat, and Reggie ties this bad boy up. All right, Jim Hagan out to have a quick word with Early Win, now back behind the dish, and the 1-1. And Jackson, line drive, oh, spearing it out of the air is Flash Gordon. Oh, man, if that doesn't take the wind out of your sails, I do not know what will. Great play there by Flash Gordon at second base. Ouch. So, but 1 run for the A's on 1 hit, no errors. We go to the bottom of the eighth inning. Cleveland leading Oakland 4-1. And we have a new pitcher, Jim Rowland, coming on now, finally, for Oakland. So the lefties finished his warm-up pitches, and he will be facing Jim Hagan, Early Win, and Dale Mitchell. And here we go. Count full on Jim Hagan, and Jim Hagan draws the walk. So Jim Rowland making an inauspicious beginning to this game. Runner on first for the Indians, and here comes Early Win. Swung on, solid, but no, it's going to be Green to Campaneris to Rudy. They turn it. 4-6-3 double play. Beautiful beginning to that one. Dick Green getting to his rake quickly, shovels to Campaneris. Excellent relay. So, not much for the Oakland fans. Again, the three of them here to cheer about, but beautifully executed 4-6-3 double play. Dale Mitchell has been a machine today. He is 3 for 4 and responsible for 2 of the 4 Indians' runs. So you could be possibly looking at your player of the game right here, along with early win. Jim Rowland deals 1-2 pitch, and this one gets past Reggie Jackson into right field all the way to the wall. Mitchell is going for 3, and he's going to have it easily as the throw hits the cutoff man. So triple for Dale Mitchell. And there's baseball cards. Dale Mitchell 90 feet away, potential 5th Cleveland run, and it brings up Lou Boudreau. Boudreau right here would like to contribute something. Hall of Famer. He's bunted out twice in this game. And 3-1 pitch to Boudreau, and they're going to intentionally walk Boudreau to get to Hal Peck. Peck, nothing for 2 in the day. Jim Rowland studies the sign from Gene Tennis out of the stretch and the 1-2 pitch. Peck swings, and this one, liner right to Reggie Jackson. We go to the top of the 9th, last gasp for the Oakland A's, and then we'll open it up for a little bit of baseball talk if you guys want. Or we'll play another baseball game, or both. Maybe we'll do a little bit of pure sim baseball. I don't know. So what do we got here? Sal Bando, Gene Tennis, and Joe Rudy, and early win looking for a complete game win. And he's got to get past these guys. So Sal Bando, dangerous bat, 0 for 3 today. Absolutely cold bat. So Boudreau, former member of the Florence Fields of Dreams baseball team. Would you trade him away, Aaron? You traded away Lou Boudreau, huh? All right, here we go, baseball fans. It's nice to have Philip Reynolds on earlier. What a nice guy he is. And he and his significant other celebrating their 1-year anniversary. So God grant them many, many more years. All right, early win does not want a new ball. He is happy with this one. Here we go. 2-0 pitch to Bando. And Bando sends this one lofted to left. Little lazy fly ball. Dale Mitchell goes back about 3 steps and makes the one-handed grab. 1 up, 1 down. And here's Gene Tennis. Tennis has popped out twice and grounded to third. So again, the Horsehide never getting out of the infield here for Tennis. Early win with a 1-2 pitch. Gene Tennis, big strike 3 called. Early win coming in there with a nice little hammer action. And it's down to Joe Rudy. And Joe Rudy did at least get the ball out of the infield last time. Flew out to deep left center back in the 7th. Early win with the 0-2 pitch to Joe Rudy. Rudy swings. Liner, short hops. Does a short hop Peck? No, it doesn't. He picks it off the tall blade of grass, and that's your ball game. Cleveland over Oakland, 4-1. And let's look at highlights, and there are absolutely none for Oakland, as you can imagine. But Jim Hagan for the Tribe goes 1 for 2. He walked twice. Dale Mitchell 4 for 5. 2 runs batted in. Early win gets the win. Vita Blue tagged with a loss. Final line score: Cleveland Indians 4 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Oakland A's. 1 run, 3 hits, and 3 errors. Looking at pitching here, this is the Clinton Parks Professor portion of the broadcast. Vita Blue went 7 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, but only 1 earned. The errors really, really hurting Oakland today. But he walked 6 batters, struck out 7. So not the best performance by Vita by any stretch of the imagination. Jim Rowland worked an inning in relief, walked 2 batters. Early win goes the distance, 1 earned run. Just scattering 3 hits over 9, walked 2, struck out 6. Brilliant performance by the Hall of Fame pitcher. Early win. So there we go. This is the American League franchise file, 5-year franchises from Steve Tate. Excellent. There's a National League counterpart I have elsewhere, but a lot of these great 5-year slices of these franchises are in here, going back to the Boston Red Sox from 1901 to 1905. So Dead Ballers, Rejoice. There's Jimmy Collins. Luke Krieger, Patsy Doherty. Boy, we haven't done any dead ball in this channel in ages, ages. I tell you, Cy Young, Bill Dineen, Jesse Tannehill. There's a tough rotation for you right there. So now I have you looking at Oakland. It says Clinton Parks. So these are, if you play action PC baseball, guys, you really should get these. Steve worked really, really long and hard on these, and just brilliant, just brilliant stuff here. Just any team you pick on, you just pick any two teams, and just what a great ball game you would have here. I mean, of course, here's those Toronto Blue Jays from the early '90s, Robbie Alomar, George Bells, Pat Borders, Joe Carter hits the most important home run of his life, didn't he? How about it? Alfredo Griffin, Tony Fernandez, Kelly Gruber. Just great stuff. Packed full. Excellent, excellent, excellent teams. You could just get these two and just play baseball forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Looking at the Yankees here, Frankie Crosetti, Babe Dahlgren, Joe DiMaggio, Lou Gehrig. This is the 1936 to 1940 Yankees. Tommy Henrich, Tony Lazzeri. Yeah, and it's free. I mean, God, what more can you ask for? So let me do this again. And no, we don't want to do that. I just want to do this. There we go. And I guess it's probably too early for Paul Fay to pop in, but there we go. If anybody wants to come on, please feel free. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do another game or not. We'll see. We'll see what shakes out here. I cannot show you guys the newest version of Pocket Pennant Run yet, but can't wait to by the end of the year with the big updates that are on the way after this one, with player ratings, fielder ratings, um, and also just all kinds of great stuff coming for Pocket Pennant Run. Yep, I'm just all over that game. Love it to death. Love it to death. So I don't know. We'll give it a couple minutes here. If nobody wants to come on, I'll either do another baseball game or we'll just call it because we had that great conversation with Philip Reynolds, and been on for about an hour and 42 minutes. If anybody out there catches this after the fact, and you are an Action PC person, please let me know why my ballparks aren't showing up because it's a drag. It's a drag. But that said, I think we'll mess around a little bit with Pure Sib Baseball. I know Aaron is a big fan of Pure Sib. And Sean Sullivan, we hardly knew you. Where are you? Come make another baseball game for us. And oh my God, we got to add him. It is the one, the only, the Professor Clinton. Oh my God. You there, buddy? Did we lose? Did we lose Clinton?
It is,
Hello.
it is Clinton.
How? Oh my! I haven't. I literally haven't heard your voice since I was still in Europe.
A lot of people. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And cousin Ken saying "Holy shit" in the chat. It is so good to hear your voice, my friend. I haven't heard your voice since I was living in Europe. Oh my God, this is a night to remember. So
Been a
good to see.
while.
Yeah, it's too long. When are you going to get back to broadcasting, you slacker?
Soon to get a few things set up here. I got Fall Classic running all over the place. I got 8 seasons of Fall Classic. I want to drop them into PPR,
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
but I'm waiting for the fielding.
Yeah. So Paul said not this one, I guess, but the next, not this
October.
update, but yeah.
I still might be able to pull something off.
Oh yeah. So you know what? You're the one that saved. Of course, let's talk a little memories. You were the guy that finally got Mark Cohen to put in fielding ratings for Digital Diamond. Changed it all up. We got. What Aaron's going to be joining us here. There you go,
I'm
Aaron.
looking. I'm looking at
Hello.
PPR. great rival for
Hold on, let me do
Digital
some
Diamond.
here.
I think we can hear you. We can hear you, Aaron. I think it's gonna be Clinton. I really, really do. I know that maybe you're not one maybe so much for the cosmetics, but this next update looks real. It looks really nice.
Not worried about the cosmetics. They're going to give me they're giving us the dice that we get to
Yep.
do ourselves. Because if I were doing fall class, you'd be surprised. I'm playing here at home. I'm doing my stuff. I'm throwing 8 dice together up on a couple of places just so I can get it right. So we
Wow.
do everything on one shot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
fall. I'm telling you, I'm becoming a fan of Fall Classic real quick. Every game I've had so far has been rather exciting.
I
Ask
know.
cousin Ken.
Oh, yo, Ken's been, he's been selling me on the game for like 2 years. Cousin, you got to get Fall Classic. It's excellent. So, yeah, it's good hardcore baseball. But yeah, I think you're right about Pocket Pennant Run. It's just seeing how this game has matured so well. Hey, Todd B, your Indians just won here tonight. Anyhow, he says he said it would sound more curmudgeonly. No, no, no. He's our curmudgeon.
No.
Clinton has his curmudgeonly ways and other ways, but Clinton, I miss you broadcasting, man. Your games were always fun to listen to. Always
I,
fun.
I should be able to pull it off again. I've got my newspapers.com still running.
Good man. Good
If
man.
if not,
Nice.
if not, I've got YouTube. I could find YouTube commercials from the era, so I could do all that kind of stuff still too. And I could find somebody who could really sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
There you
Good
go.
Yeah.
God!
Yeah, there you go. So, I don't know if you caught any of the thing that Bernie and I did last night. I was just so chuffed yesterday. I got a the subscription to Baseball Digest, man. Digital archive every issue of Baseball Digest. So I was sitting at work today, slow day, and I'm like buried in Baseball Digest all day at work. It was awesome. Oh my god,
I
I
read
forgot how great Baseball Digest was. Oh my god.
I read Baseball Digest when you were still in kindergarten.
Well, it went back to 1942, which is older than you too.
Yes.
So, yeah. But it was
Well, that's pretty old.
you never knew what Baseball Digest would just come out with these great articles, these great features. It was always a kind of unexpected. I remember as a kid, reading Baseball Digest every month religiously, and it's coming from a good former Catholic boy. Loved it, just absolutely loved it.
Oh
Just
heck no!
yeah.
That's always sporting news.
Oh, the sporting news, man. The late lamented sporting news. How about it?
I guess they're not producing that anymore.
No,
No, not
no,
even online. No, I
no.
missed the
It's a
writers.
shame.
I missed the writers. That's how I learned about all the great writers from each of the individual city newspapers that they had.
Wasn't that 2006 they stopped publication? Clinton was around
I
there.
I think so. I think it's when it was when everybody started going to digital, and Sporting News didn't do well with digital.
Yeah, they were such a great.
Therefore, that's
I mean, they covered other sports, but they were really a baseball newspaper, a baseball magazine. Loved the
well.
sport.
Think about it. They came out of St. Louis.
Yeah, so which is a bit. Yeah, I mean, St. Louis they kind of pay attention to other sports just because there's no baseball going on. So H. Field says he has about 200 physical copy or physical baseball digest from the 70s and the 90s. Yeah, the archive is incredible to read through. You guys got to check it out. Digitalbaseballdigest.com. It's $38 for a year.
I got to
Is
pick
that
that
like
up.
What's
is
that,
that like
Clinton?
go ahead,
I got
Clinton.
to pick it up.
Oh, it's superb, man. It is absolutely superb.
Oh, the boss ain't gonna argue on that one.
Oh yeah, you got to. It's 50 some dollars for 2 years. I mean, it's a bargain, and it's just an absolute bargain. What were you saying,
Is
Aaron? I'm
is
sorry.
that like a Reader's Digest for the humans that folks that are not baseball fans?
Baseball.
It can
No,
be.
well, it can be, but I'll tell you what, it's a hardcore. It was very
You
hardcore.
have to be a
It made
baseball.
so it was a hardcore baseball digest, right? A baseball magazine, but I think that it did a good job of making baseball accessible for people just kind of getting new, kind of new to the game and stuff like that. But
Mm-hmm.
no, it's not like this condensed thing. It was a very is still being published, a very serious baseball publication.
I remember getting when I was new to the game in the early 2000s. It was just I was always interested in like listening to the games, and I never really read a magazine that much, except for unless you include ESPN. But even that was just meh.
Oh God. Oh, God, that's WWE. That's like reading the WWE magazines for God's sakes.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
All right, guys, I'm going to pull this over just so you can see it because it is awesome. So
Fine.
here is the digest, and it's really clean. So I mean, if you wanted to, you could just kind of just scroll, just pick an issue at random. They also have everything split by years. It started publication in 1942. So as Eastfield
And,
said, it's really fun to read the old one. Baseball demos, Clinton. He says he's closing on being a curmudgeon himself.
if Devil's Dave doesn't start showing up with some Status Pro back on his channel, I'm going to have to go over there and just nail him. Good God. I am not a. You guys know I'm not the biggest Strat fan out here. I'll watch it and I don't complain about you guys because that's not fair to you guys, okay? Because I don't play it. But how about some Status Pro out there, gang? Come on.
Come on.
Status Pro's a great game. It's a great game. Oh my
I've
god!
got every season. Come on. I mean, that's why I base a lot of my stuff on. I found out that Bank who does Fall Classic, I don't like the way he did his errors. So I went into Status Pro into Becker's version, not Brian's, because Brian's is still old school.
Right.
Went into Becker's version
Uh huh.
and took the errors out of there, and I believe I'm probably a whole lot more accurate. What caused me to do that is because all of a sudden I'm looking in the 1960s and Fall Classic, and I realized that he's got Jim Cott like with a 20E rating, and I'm sitting there going, "This guy won the Golden Glove for years."
Right.
So
Yeah.
I knew it was wrong. I didn't like the way he did it, so I got that.
Jim
Okay.
Cott. There's somebody.
Derek's done some really good. Again, I've mentioned quite a few times. I mean, I think I had an email exchange with Derek a few years ago. But
Bane?
when Derek and I both worked at Penn State, this is a serious baseball fan. He is such a good guy, Clint. I think you and he would just hit it off. Derek's really.
And what did you do to Anthony Crook? He's cheering for Penn State this year.
What's that?
What'd you do with Anthony Crooks? He's cheering for Penn State this year.
I just did some voodoo, man.
Oh, God. The only complaint I ever had of Baseball Digest is that they had beautiful articles, but when they brought out the averages and the stats and everything else, they're about a good 3 to 4 weeks behind on everybody. You didn't catch up till December on them. That's the only complaint I really had about Baseball Digest.
So here it is. I'll show you guys this. Let's just. I had to get back to 1971 Pirate fan. What can I say? I'm just going to pick one at random. Just so you guys can, maybe for some of you, some nostalgia. The other thing too is Internet Archive. If you're looking for Street and Smith's baseball, and who isn't?
That made me cry too. I went to go find Street and Smith's, couldn't find any today.
Internet Archive, man. Internet
Okay.
Archive, and it's free. It's free on the internet.
Now, mind you, cousin Ken and I right now have also got our own special magazines. And so if you're seeing us, we're yakking hockey, by the way.
Yeah, we talked some hockey earlier.
Nuts.
Yeah. So
I love the sounds of hockey.
So here we go. This is Baseball Digest, and we got you got the warm up tosses. They would do things like an annual just like devoted to pitchers and stuff like that. So, Aaron, the best way to describe Baseball Digest is, unlike sort of more modern magazines, if you want to say, it's textually dense. And there we go. Look there, Clinton.
Boom.
This should look familiar to you. There it is.
Oh,
now you can manage the big league teams for yourself. So there's an APA ad from 1971. So, and you can zoom in, by the way,
Stretch should have their ad in there too.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. So, I mean, how many kids saw this? And there's that little coupon. And of course, they used to be in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It figures that I moved to Pennsylvania and the bastards moved to Georgia. It's like, what the hell? I showered. Get back up here. So
that's where App is based in, is Georgia, if I'm not mistaken.
Alpharetta, but they used to be in Lancaster.
Yeah.
They used to be in Lancaster. Yep.
Yeah, Arnold Palmer must have gave him the building because that's his town.
Yeah. So let's. There's Hammer and Hank. So
which towns? Which is Arnold Palmer's town? Clinton.
Lancaster,
PA. Yeah.
Yeah, and Latrobe down that area, all the same area.
Good. So this shows so it was really fun about you'll just get these little just things that Baseball Digest, right? Little tidbits that they would throw in. So here were Hank Aaron's, like his first homer. This is all these historic homers, when it happened, who the pitcher was, stuff like that. So obviously we're 1971, so he hasn't broken the record yet.
Game situation, most
But
likely.
just yeah, I mean, it was a great magazine. So don't let that name Digest fool you at all, Aaron.
I'd read that sucker all day long if it was in Braille,
Yeah.
which I'm sure it is.
Well, you know what? These are PDFs. Can your software read PDFs?
I think so, but I've not tried.
Yeah. You can always download them into PDF also.
Yeah, because because you can. I think you can download these, but I'm pretty sure that I mean I know that I have like software where sometimes I'm working on some magic and there might be a texturally dense part, like a difficult slight, and I need both hands. So and I'll
the
let the thing
last
read.
thing I read about anything baseball related was the starting lineup talking baseball team checklist, because I get in it. It lists all the major league teams and who the players are on the team. So, and yes, there are doppelgangers on
Nothing
that.
wrong with that. Nothing wrong with doppelgangers.
Bob Dernier's on 2 teams.
Yeah, we're going to find it because of trades and stuff like that. We're always going to find that. So,
So how would you like to be a pitcher facing these three guys in a lineup? Jimmy Fox, Ted Williams, and Babe Ruth.
Oh God, the guy on the left.
Yeah, even Ted Williams said it. You didn't watch Jimmy Fox's home runs. You heard him.
You heard him. Yes, exactly. He said they sounded like explosions.
He was a monster.
He was.
He was the Babe Ruth.
Never mind double X. He was the beast.
The double X.
Yep.
One of my favorite players of all time. They have a monthly article too. Says H Field, where an old player tells their greatest game. That's super cool. I haven't dived far enough into this. I just got it yesterday.
Mickey Mills in this one, by the way, the one you're looking at. Mickey Mills got his favorite game in here.
Yeah, Mick's here.
I just have to call it on the cover page.
Mm-hmm. There we go. So there's the Mick, and there's Willie.
The Mick.
Yeah, you had to forgive me. You had to forgive me. I couldn't listen to you guys yesterday. I'm just finally starting to get my mind clear again after the past 2 weeks. So just bear with me, Pete. So my mind is just starting to clear just in time. I'm going to be a one-armed bandit for the next 2 damn weeks.
Understandable.
Shoulder surgery.
Oh
wow!
Damn it,
Clinton. What I'm looking some. You guys help me out here. What is this baseball game that I'm looking at here? This is Midwest Baseball. Have you guys ever heard of this? This is one of the best table games in the market. It came with 552 cards with players rated for bunting, fielding, running, hit and run, and ability in clutch situations. Fans in 37 states have joined Midwest. This was a game. Have you guys ever heard of this?
But the company is I've heard of the company Midwest Research.
Okay, and that's who did this game. I've never heard of this game. Ken, anybody else? Parallel League, welcome in, man.
You can find a lot of that beats.
I didn't realize that the
60s and 70s were really a true heyday of baseball games. Okay. Everybody tried to get one. I mean, there was even a baseball game in the back of a Frosted Flakes package.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
Thanks, Todd.
So, Clint, I got to ask you. I know we talk about it at length later, but is it like, are you not a fan of 70s baseball, or?
I am. I enjoyed 70s baseball, but to me, the 60s were the heyday because we went from basically from the 1950s where everybody, it was all just home runs and low averages.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we had a good stretch in the early 60s where we had some decent averages. Stolen bases were coming back up online because, believe it or not, in 1950, the winner of the stolen base crown in the American League was the little professor Dominic DiMaggio with a whopping 15.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Not a lot of speed. Right, not a lot of speed.
But then you had Maury Wills, Lou Brock, Louis Aparicio, Curt Flood could run around the bases. There were quite a few players that could do it, depending on their managers. And then all of a sudden, pitching. Right. And pitching lasted until about until about 1970-71. And that's why I feel that the 60s is why I picked up on it real quick. To me, it reminds me, in the long run, the entire, what we like to call the 19th century to dead ball was the same way. You'd have years that all of a sudden hitters would take over. Right. You know, we all laugh like hell about the home runs being rather low. Okay, but if you look back in the 1800s and the 19th century, Connor was a smacker. Okay, yeah. You had a bunch of players who were hitting 20 plus home runs a season, but and the base stealing was always there. Ken's player, Sliding Billy,
Sliding Billy, yeah.
Sliding Billy for Ken, and you had a lot more than that. You had Slide Kelly Slide too. People forget these players back then.
They do.
See, and that's the thing. I mean, what saves me, I've got an 1880 league running somewhere along the line here too. So
Well, here's the thing, Clinton. I want to ask you. So you probably, I don't know if you were around. It was a few weeks ago, and I was going on a rant about, like, okay, I understand that some Hall of Famers would be forgotten, and not that they should be, like Elmer Flick. I can get that maybe a lot of people never heard of him, but George Sisler, one of the absolute towering greats of the game of all time, and only hardcore baseball fans, like folks in this chat, in this family, would know about George Sisler. Why do you think that some of these absolutely, I mean, I will mention George Sisler's name in the same breath as Babe Ruth, as Hannes Wagner, as Ted Williams. Why do you think some of these really great players largely forgotten now?
back then, even back then, I do believe it's because media, even
You
the
think
written
so?
media, and with the advent of radio, when you're in a town like, let's say, a good example is Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Okay, you got right now. You've got you've got what's his name, McLaren, who came back to Pittsburgh to bat.
McCutcheon.
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 Okay,
Yeah.
but how many people? But think about it. You know McCutcheon.
Yeah.
On occasion, I catch him on TV, or if I can get a radio broadcast popped up here and there, I'll listen to the Pittsburgh teams because I think they have potential anyway. And
Yeah. If we get a new
but
owner. Yeah.
this is Andrew McCutcheon that you're not going to hear anywhere else. But he's a good ball player.
Yeah, he is. He
Okay,
is.
and that's the way it is. That's the way, because it's a small market. George Sisler played for some bad St. Louis teams.
He did. He did.
Okay, but he was a
Yes.
hell of a hit. He's a hell of a hitter. I've got him. I've,
Oh
I've
God,
got him in
yes.
here. I've got him in here. Okay, he's a
Yeah.
hell of a hitter.
Yes.
All right, and I've got him in, and I've got play ball. Unfortunately, I've got play ball too of the 164 team, 128 team league. Oh God. But I've got all the great players, great teams. But yeah, and Sisler's on there. And I got him because anytime you pick the Orioles for your leagues like you got in there,
Mm-hmm.
your greatest of all time. Dwayne's the same way. George Sisler's in there.
Oh, and he should be. I mean, just
So is Ken Williams.
so there's right baseball's first 30-30 man, Ken Williams.
George was a
Yes.
two-way player, wasn't he?
Sisler,
Yes.
He
Yeah.
could be. I mean,
Sisler was. There's not enough superlatives to describe George Sisler. He was. So people talk about top tier Hall of Famers. George Sisler is in that rarefied company.
At the same time, Beats, think about who I think deserves to be in the Hall of Fame all along, but he's not there yet, and he was a hell of a ball player in his day and age. Sherry McGee of Philadelphia.
Oh, I again 100% with you in that one, Professor. Why Sherry McGee is in the Hall of Fame is just it's a mystery. What's going on? Yeah.
Why is Sherry McGee not in the Hall of Fame? But why did Rabbit Moranville make it?
Yeah.
Okay, Rabbit Moranville made it for defense. He was a hell of
He
a
did.
second baseman. He couldn't hit his weight.
No, you're right. No, I mean you're right. You know, and I'll tell you another guy too, Phil Rizzuto. I think Phil Rizzuto
The
gets
scooter.
in there. Look who he played for. I'm not knocking him as a
That's
shortstop.
why he got in.
He got in. He got in because of the Mick. He got in because of Yogi. Come on.
And he was
Yes.
a lousy announcer. God.
Yeah, but wasn't he? He also did the Money Store, right?
Yes, he
Rizzuto.
did.
Yeah, my God, I remember. And the Money
Right back
Store.
now. Holy cow, he did it.
Maybe ashamed to be a half Italian.
Now,
Stop, Phil.
when are you going to get Hal Prince back online to hear his voice?
Bob Prince?
When are you
Can
get
you-
Prince on there?
Can you do
Yeah.
Bob Prince yet, Aaron?
No, I can't do Bob Prince.
Well, you got to
want-
listen to some of his
I-
broadcasts.
I
man.
want to hear his home run stuff. I want with Bob Prince.
Oh, my
It was
God.
fun.
You know, the
Lazarowski
great
in
thing
60, my gosh.
about Bob Prince was, and it actually got him fired from Pittsburgh. He was not afraid to call out the owners. He was not an
No, he
ass
wasn't.
kisser. Oh my God,
Here's the pitch
that's-
to LaVoyer.
That's what we need now.
we do. You know what though? You were talking about Kutch earlier, Clinton, and
Yeah.
he called out Pirate ownership, not by name, but he did a couple weeks ago. He's like, this is because there's a strong core team there in Pittsburgh.
There is.
There
And-
is, and I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
Skeens. I mean, you got.
we're gonna lose Skeens if Bob Nutting doesn't.
I wouldn't
pony
be
up.
surprised.
We're going to lose him.
I
'Cause I think what
mean-
he wants, he's going to hold on to Skeens until the time comes when when Skeens can go to arbitration or whatever the hell it's called. We got to spend money. We got another good young arm up there. We've got some pop. We've got some speed. and it's just they're not pulling it together. Now they are. They're Pirates are playing better ball in the second half, but
I can't believe it's the second half already.
I
I
can.
mean,
dude, we're
freaking
6 weeks from the World Series. I hate to put you in your
yes.
parade.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
The November Classic. Don't get me started.
the November Classic, right? Clinton, how do
Don't
you?
get me started.
So we were talking earlier about expansion. What do you think baseball should expand to 32? What do you think?
If they
32
do, is
teams?
I don't have a problem with that. Okay, I
Mm-hmm.
really don't. I think a team. There's a team that needs to belong in almost like the Carolinas and Nashville is one place that really does. They're right about that. Okay.
Ugh.
The other team is Salt Lake City. I would love to
Yes.
see. I wouldn't mind seeing a team in Canada up that way over in Western Canada, except the hugest detail is because the brutal winters they'd end
Yeah,
up playing indoor ball, and that didn't work well in Montreal. So
it didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
and,
knocked the
and I don't
roof
think
off of Olympic
Montreal should get
Stadium one year.
another. I don't think they should get another ball club. I think another city should get another chance.
what I
Should get a
don't want
chance.
to see, what I don't want to see is I don't want to see this four-team, eight division league going on here, and I'm sitting there going, "What a crock!" Literally, I mean,
Yeah,
no. Let's get it back. Go back. Let's get 2 8-team divisions and go from there. And good God, get rid of the interleague play, or at least make it a little bit better instead of because right now you're playing everybody 3 to 6 times, and you're not playing your own division enough. The
you're
Yankees and
right.
Red Sox are playing 7 games. That's it. They're done.
Well, yeah, and I
Okay.
mean, divisional play
I
doesn't mean anything anymore either, Clinton.
I I
Right?
I, I grew up when they played 18 games a season against each other.
Yep.
Okay, I've watched the Minnesota Twins beat the hell out of Boston 17-1 one year.
Wow.
Damn.
That was, that
So
was a night. Yeah, so I've seen all that stuff. That was 1965. They did that.
wow. H. Field talked about players, and so here's one of the things we're talking about games. So here's one for Mickey Mantle, the game he'll never forget. I'm not going to read it,
Yeah,
guys, just get it. But this is so cool. So just wow. Parallel League says he'd like to see some new teams, and again in deserving cities. And I know that Salt Lake they really back the Salt Lake Bees. Why not? They said we'll build a park, give us a franchise. I'm like, give these guys a franchise. Go ahead.
I'm thinking
well,
about that too. Like we could get, because I think Manfred had said something about because like when they do these games like in Tennessee and London or like when they do the Reds and Cardinals back 6 years ago played a series in Monterrey, Mexico.
Hmm.
I wonder if he was just kind of testing the waters to say, can we possibly expand here
Baseball
in
would
the
do great in
future?
Mexico. Why not?
I mean, and then because they go to they do the annual London game. They did the London game once, and it was so weird watching that in the morning because of the time zone difference. But then
They've
you
done it more
got
than once. They're doing it every year now in London.
well,
It's
that's been
been
the
more than
Field of Dreams.
once,
Well, let's see, they've had the Field of Dreams game, which
right?
they can't
They,
play
they
on the
play
act.
they play every year. They play every year in London now.
Then, and of course, they did this past. I think it was this past June or July. They did the Bristol Bristol Motor Classic with the Reds and the Braves in Tennessee, and they had to delay that a day because of rain, which I'm thinking
Right.
that's going to chap those that actually showed up to get that paid tickets for that. But
yeah. I
I
was going to
mean,
watch a baseball game at a racetrack.
Yeah.
I
Another.
think
Go
go
ahead,
ahead,
Aaron. Please.
but I think it's like because I being a '90s kid like I am, I grew up when it was just two divisions with because it was uneven, but the teams were uneven because you had 26 on the American. What was it 26, 20? Was it
14-12,
14 and 12? So you had 20,
26 teams.
yeah,
Yeah,
26 teams
2016.
in total. But you had like since it was like the National League had let two less teams. It was it's like when I do it with Apple, it's hard to crunch the numbers like that. I mean, but I like to play around with it. It's like, but because I remember the Reds and Braves play each other like what 8 to 10 times, 8 to 12 times a year, and now it's like you see them at least twice. I mean,
But again, it's divisional play was exciting. Now I know There's a few people in this community that remember when there were just 16 teams in baseball, and the best two teams met in the World Series. We're
I'm
never going
one.
to go back to that.
No,
Clayton's
no,
one of
late
them.
1968.
We're never going to go back to that. But with divisional play, at least divisional play meant something. So, if the Pirates, were playing, we're playing the Cubs, right? It meant more. Now
Mhm.
it doesn't matter.
It,
I don't
It's
care. I
meaningless.
want to see a return to divisional play because I don't look. I'm not knocking the Angels, but I don't really care that we're playing that everybody plays everybody. I think it's stupid. It's like, oh, great, you can see Shohei Otani. I can see Shohei Otani on YouTube. I can whatever.
Yeah, you
it
can just
meant
look him
more.
up. He's
I wanted
everywhere.
to, I wanted to mean something again. Divisional play where you can lose a whole damn game in the standings, right, or win. I don't know.
It meant more to be back in the '70s, and as you say, a good example is your Pirates in 1971. Okay,
Yep,
your Pirates to make it only had to play a 5-game series against the Giants. They won 3-1, I think, or 3-0.
yeah,
They won 3-1 over the Giants. Okay, and they
right.
got to play the O's, which was a hell of a damn series.
That was a
All right,
great World Series.
it was brilliant.
Earl Weaver against, was it Murtaugh?
Yes,
Yeah,
Murtaugh at the time, and keep in mind that Earl
and
Weaver
there's a guy
already
should
had to
be in the
deal with
Hall of Fame, Professor Danny Murtaugh. The hell,
yeah, and Earl Weaver already had to deal with Dick Williams from Oakland
yeah,
during the playoffs. So I mean, he had it tough already. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember who the manager was for San Francisco. Let me look here real quick. Charlie Fox at the time.
Trey Fox.
Fox.
Yeah, was the manager. He didn't like. He wasn't there. He was a cup of coffee basically
Yeah,
for a
the
manager.
Giants they had I don't know who was on the team in '71, but
I've got it in front of me. Hold on. I always keep whenever any of you guys ever broadcast. Okay, I always keep
that's why they
baseball
call
reference
you the
up.
professor.
I always keep baseball reference up so I can help you guys out, and I
I
always keep
appreciate
up
it.
to it with me.
They had a
And I always,
Little John. They had a guy named Little John at one point in that decade.
yes, they did.
So this is a tough quiz, and I should open up another copy of this. We should try
It's like
this
Robin
quiz
Hood
here.
all over again.
Baseball Digest has some quick. I'm looking at this one. So and again, so number one when done. So if you score 80 or better, we're not going to do it, but if you
You
score
know, I
80 or
left. Yes,
better,
I left yesterday at your game when I'm all of a sudden listening to your ball games. Going, yes, and Barry Bonds smashed one over Dad's head. Okay,
yeah, yeah.
Look out, Papa.
So we got to
look out.
try a couple of these quizzes some night. This is pretty good. So if you score 80 or better, you have an expert's rating. So it's a 10-question quiz. 70 or better is superior. 60 and 70 are good. In between 40 and 60 average. I got to admit, I've been reading these questions while I'm listening to you guys, and there's some tough ones here. So this one maybe not so much. Not question number one. It looks like it's pretty easy. So when Don Larson pitched his perfect no-hit, no-run game for the Yankees 1956 World Series, who was the losing pitcher?
It was the against the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Yeah, I want to say it was Sal Magley, but I'm not sure.
No, Dodgers in 56.
That
I think
was not.
I thought it was Sal Magley, but maybe no. Sal Magley
Magley
was
was
a
a
giant.
giant, wasn't he?
A giant. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So that.
What the heck?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna open. I should open up another instance. Let's go to page 64 because I have no idea. Second question. Just
I was right. It's Sal Magley.
Sal
It
Magley.
was
Then
Sal
okay,
Mac.
Sal Magley.
Wow.
Sal
Okay.
the Barber Magley. There, at least
The
you know
Yeah,
his
barber.
name.
and one of the worst pitching coaches ever in the history of baseball.
All right.
He
How
was
about
the pitching coach for the Seattle Pilots.
in 1953? He became the first. This pitcher became the first pitcher in history to hurl a no-hit, no-run game in his first major league start. Who is he? A clue. He toiled for the old St. Louis Browns.
In '53.
Well, it's a tough quiz.
Wow.
It's a good quiz.
Yeah, it is. It's not as tough as that Sabre quiz is still the hardest thing I've ever seen. But 1953.
Yes, I know. I got a
Who
feeling I
is
know who it
this?
is. Bobo Holloman.
Okay.
Oh,
Anybody
no.
else have any ideas? Because
I'm
I
gonna
don't
go
have
with
the
that one
answers up
too.
here.
I think
Um,
it's Bobo Holloman.
Todd's just winking. I don't know if is that a wink? I can't tell what that is. Anyhow,
Yeah, it
or
is.
it is okay. All right.
There's a wink.
Um, So then it even gets down to like the pinch hitter. So a few years ago, the National League had some premier pinch hitters, players like Jerry Lynch, Smokey Burgess, and George Crow. Which of these three hitters set the major league record for most lifetime pinch hit homers? Now, this is as of 1971.
I want
Um,
to say Smokey Burgess.
I was just going to say I probably him too. I would say that.
Does he have his baseball card? My God, he filled the baseball card.
Smokey.
Yeah. Well, back then, again, when I was 4 or 5 years old, I'm not going to yell. Back in 1960, Post Cereal used to put up baseball cards. Smokey Burgess was one of them. I know in his old black and white Pittsburgh uniform. That's a big man. Holy crap!
Big guy. Yeah, important part of that 1960s club. Aaron, I
Bob
wish I
Playin.
could describe how, and I hopefully maybe you could do some research. There's the parallel league talks about the crossword puzzle. There it is. I wish, Aaron, that you could find maybe do some research and see because, and if you can figure it out, I will gift you a subscription to this, and you will get
Baseball
lost
Digest.
to Baseball Digest. You will get
Yes.
lost in it forever.
Oh, the crossword. I forgot about the crossword puzzles. They were cool.
Oh yeah. So yeah,
I actually,
and they're not easy either.
By the way, one across is Horace Stoneham.
Or Stoneham, okay. Oh my god. Well, I know number 6 is 6 across is Bob Gibson.
Bob Gibson.
17 strikeouts, that 17 strikeout performance.
That's what. Yeah, I watched that game too.
Wow. I would have loved
I love
to see
hearing
that.
the radio feeds of those old timey games.
I used to
Like-
do that at night. I had an old transistor radio. God, yes. Used to get
Oh,
I used to be able to listen to Cleveland Indian games. Believe it or not, guys.
Jimmy Dudley?
Who's that?
Was he the Jimmy Dudley? Were you listening to Jimmy Dudley? He was the one that did the Indians game.
I can't remember who did it back then. All I know is I enjoyed it because it was on Wowie.
Wowie.
So this is a weird one. Maybe we'll read this one really quickly. The day Paul Wainer, one of the great right fielder for Hall of Famer, the day Paul Wainer refused a base hit, he didn't want his 3,000th safety to be open to dispute. So Paul Glee Wainer, one of the baseball's foremost batting stars, a sharp, always dangerous hitter, and he was, who struck out infrequently. He amassed 3,152 hits, including 603 doubles, 190 triples, and 112 home runs, and recorded a lifetime plate average of 333. From 1926 to 1939, his most fruitful seasons with the Pittsburgh Pirates, his average slipped under 320 only once, and then to 309, a mark many players today would gladly settle for. Over a span of 14 years, Paul, known as Big Poison, and his younger brother Lloyd, Little Poison, played together in the Pirate outfield and provided Forbes Field fans with many satisfying moments. Paul entered the Hall of Fame in 1952 and Lloyd selected 15 years later. They are the only brothers who played in the 20th century to be so honored. George and Harry Wright brothers, that was, of course, 19th century. But let's go on here. This is pretty cool. But there was a day when Paul Wainer actually refused a base hit. It happened in 1942 when Wainer, near the end of his career as a part-time performer for the Boston Bees, was striving for his historic 3,000th major league hit. At shortstop for the Cincinnati Reds was a 25-year-old Californian named Eddie Jost. Now I look at that as a French or as a Dutch name would say Yost. So I'm going to say Yost. That's how you say it.
Ernie says it that way too.
This is how Yost later recalled the incident years later. Wainer was trying for his 3,000th hit, something done only by a handful of players, again, at that time. He hit a hard shot past me. I got my glove on the ball enough to slow it up, but it went through. It was surely a hit by any stretch of the imagination. The umpire stopped the game right there, and one of them went over to Wainer to present the ball to him as a souvenir. But Wainer was waving his arms to the press box to indicate he wouldn't accept a hit on that ball. He wanted his 3,000th hit to be completely clean, and this one wasn't good enough because I'd got my glove on it. This is incredible. He says, So they charged me with an error, strange as that may sound. I suppose it turned out all right, though. Wainer was a nice guy, and he wanted his 3,000th hit, a lifetime ambition to be the one he could be proud of. And, of course, then it goes on to say that he subsequently did get those 3,000 hits. But think about that. Like, just for a second, right? You're saying, no, that I don't want that to count.
Yeah,
That's
don't
that's
count
that's a
that.
great
I
ball
want it to.
player,
I
and
want it to be more
nobody's going to do
undisputed
that
than
now.
that.
And I don't think anybody ever did that before Paul Wainer, even. But what I never knew that about him. That is. Did you know, Clinton? Did you know that story?
I didn't know about that story, but it tells me the honor of the man. In all honesty,
How about it? Yeah.
he didn't want to feel like he cheated because we've seen stuff like that. Much hate to say it, Cal Ripken Jr. Towards the end when he was trying to do his consecutive game streak, he'd get I'm in for an inning. Okay, I'm done. I made it.
Hmm.
No. Okay, that's just not right. Your friend Mr. Yosto. Okay, believe it or not, he had the unfortunate distinction. He played for Philadelphia. He played for Connie Mack's Philadelphia teams in the 50s.
Yeah, they were
He,
they were so bad in the
he,
50s.
he, and this is one of the few trades that Connie Mack actually paid money to the Cardinals to get him.
You know,
One of the few.
there's a joke behind why they called them the Whiz Kids in the 1950
Why is that?
because when the Yankees found out they had to play the Phillies in the World Series, they told the Phillies to piss off. That's where they get that's the joke they call them the Whiz Kids because they told them to piss off. But no,
so
they were
guys,
quick.
I've been just like paging through this really quickly, and for those of you who've never encountered Baseball Digest, you can see how textually dense it is. This was a book, or this was a publication, a periodical
No,
that was meant to
yeah,
be read,
yep.
and Rivals. I mean, I think really, Clinton. I don't know if you would agree with this or not. I think the only magazine at the time that would have rivaled it would have been the Sporting News.
You're right because Sports Illustrated pretty much kept all the sports out there, and
Right.
until okay, and I don't read Sports Illustrated anymore because I figured I lost it a few years back when they something stupid was in there, and I said I ain't reading this crap.
Well, I like the pictures at a certain time, at a certain
Yeah,
issue, but yeah.
I understand that part. So did I.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, I had the hospital L. McPherson. Let's go with that, all right?
Yeah, there you
And,
go.
Kathy Ireland. Yeah, we loved them all.
But the just the writing in
Yeah,
Baseball Digest, and again, it feels like reading a baseball book. I mean that. So the guys at Baseball Digest, there was no sense of yeah, cousin Ken calling the yeah, right. Listen to you. He's a bunch of hornballs. Uh-huh. So we know how to
there's
get him
Ken.
started. But I mean, the thing is there was no sense of like white space. No, we're going to cram everything we can into every issue,
Get it in there.
and they did. They really, really did.
This
Um,
is this is a magazine that if you really look about it, and if you ever went back to baseball, but he lost it in 1919, you'd get Damian Runyon and all the great writers. This is their kind of a magazine.
oh yeah,
The sporting news were made for the sport writers themselves, like the Gammons or back then McDonough out of the Boston Globe.
right,
Um, those kind of writers, okay, who wrote articles, not a book.
right,
Okay, there were a few out there that cross over. The Washington had one like that. I can't remember his name, but he wrote some great baseball books.
yeah.
By the way,
And
Clinton, you
yeah,
kind of your voice sounds like a young. I don't know if you watched The West Wing, but your voice kind of sounds like a young, enthusiastically virile
Viral,
President Bartlet
viral.
from The West Wing, Martin Sheen's character.
70 years old. Okay, I live passionately for baseball. Okay, my wife knows that too. I am baseball to me. I mean, James Earl Jones in Field of Dreams when he did his famous
People
monologue
will
at the back
come here.
at the
How
end of the
about
movie.
it?
At the end of the movie, okay, it is the only movie that has ever made me cry, and that speech did it.
Yeah, that was
That's how,
beautiful.
and I
I
still
listened to
and when I still hear it, it still makes me cry. That's how much my passion for baseball is because I still believe in the purity of the game. Okay, and I've seen all the crap that's gone through this, but I
Yeah.
still believe in the purity.
I do too, and so every once in a while, Clinton, it's you mentioned that great monologue of James Earl Jones, and every once in a while, it's like, oh, I will like I've got to watch Field of Dreams. I mean, I love the whole movie, but I've really it's like sometimes it's like I get so down about what Manfred and his thugs are doing to the game that I've got to watch that for that monologue. And
whatever
then
happened to
and
the
then I'm
love of
then
the
I'm then I'm
game.
okay again. You know what I'm saying? But he does that. So that brilliant monologue just encapsulates everything, everything that I love about the game. And so I feel you on that, man. I really do.
Whatever happened to just a love of the game? I mean, it's like it's. I
We're
mean,
we're all here. What do you mean?
we are here. I mean, it's like no
That's
one
another movie
plays.
that's another movie guys need to watch for the love of the game. Even though Kevin Costner's movie, people need to watch that movie too for the love of the
I
game.
love that movie. I love that movie. Are you kidding me? I know a lot of people slammed it, but I think For Love of the Game is superb.
I actually listened to the Ken Burns baseball documentary. I had it audio descriptive at
It's
one
not entirely
point.
it's not entirely accurate, so be careful.
No, no, it's not. I mean, yeah, you get Billy Crystal in there talking about how much he's
What
a
a
Yankee
relic!
fan,
I'll tell you
but
what, it's maybe not entirely accurate. I mean, there are like so one glaring inaccuracy was about Walter Johnson. Uh,
Yes.
Walter Johnson actually leads all Hall of Fame pitchers in hit batsmen. He just wouldn't headhunt. So they did get that wrong. It was a little bit New York centric, but I think overall, I think Ken Burns did a brilliant job.
I
That
still
being
like
said, if you want to do old baseball, look at the film version of Glory of Their Times. I mean, look at the source material, right? Lawrence Ritter, that book. If you're a baseball fan, it's a must-have. You got to have it in your library.
your three dead ball books, and I've got one of them already. I've got to get the other two. I got to get a hold of Strand's bookstore, see if I can find them. But I got one of them already. I got it at Strand's.
Which
The
one?
middle one.
Was that Tales from the Deadball era?
I
That
think
one?
so.
That's a great book.
I've
Great
got
book.
that one. I've got that one here in the library. Okay, I've got a few others for you, Beatles. You get back. So Ken and I are just going to rack you for the rest of the year for you to get you into some required reading.
Oh man. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we'll get you there. Right now my books I have are in my special library. I sit there at night and crap while I'm reading them. So
Oh my God. All
I
right.
do. No, I do. I mean, come on. I've got the last 6 years of baseball perspectives. So I've got all that. I've got
Good stuff.
I got old Bill James stuff. I love reading his stuff
Oh yeah, yeah.
because when he has a snarky attitude, he starts describing the baseball players. You got to watch him. He gets snarky.
He does. But I'll tell you
Yes,
what,
he
his
is.
historical baseball abstract, I think, is another must-have in any baseball
I've
library.
got that one too. I've got
Oh
that one
yeah,
too. But yeah, what you want to do, Beats, if you get a chance and you can order
yeah.
them, is get into Strand's bookstore. They've got a huge library of baseball books.
Okay. Are they online? They're online. Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And you're ordering out of the New York bookstore on 14th Street.
Oh, nice.
So
Okay.
yes. So matter of fact, I found a book for cousin Ken out of there because I know he's a Hurricane fan in hockey. He
Hmm.
still believes in his beloved Hartford Whalers, and I happen to have found one for him just so he can enjoy it. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, well, he's being a nice guy for me. He's traded me off. He sent me the 1965 hard card version of Fall Classic. So the only two I've got playing on my own cards, and
Okay.
I laminate them is 1992 and 1960.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Yes.
we this has been we've had hockey chat in here tonight. Pretty wild.
Well,
I love the sounds of hockey too. I mean,
Cuz and I are huge hockey nuts. We really are. Okay, even though we argue over our teams, but that's because I'm a
Mhm.
Bruins fan all the way. So there's nothing I can do about that. He's from but he is from Rhode Island, so I do forgive him. So
Oh, shots fired from New England. Here we go.
okay, cousin Ken and I have been teasing each other all. Well, you guys don't catch our chats, so
No.
I'm by the way, Beatles, if you haven't figured out, I'm Ken's bulldog.
You're Ken's bulldog. Okay.
Yeah, whenever you see Ken's going to send his bulldog, now I've gone after two people, okay, and one of them's in this chat now. All right,
Okay.
I went after him for cursing out the games. I think it was Apple, I think, and I went after him without even hesitation. And I'm surprised he hasn't he hasn't come after me for anything else. And I went after Dave Gardner.
You went after
Dave,
Dave Gardner?
Dave Gardner. Dave Gardner went after the went after one of the programs. I think he not so much. He didn't go after C&D. He went after you guys. Okay, and I went after him royally.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Was this baseball related
yes,
or
it was. He
oh,
was
wow.
his broadcast. Believe it or not, his broadcast. I think it was in this Digital Diamond post with
Oh,
him and
wow.
Ron Juckett. Yeah. Well, the guys got to understand. Okay, I do not play APC. I don't play out of the park. I have the games, but I just don't play them because
Mhm.
I prefer cards and dice.
Sure,
But
nothing wrong with that.
that doesn't mean I don't like your games.
Mhm.
Okay, and I know there's more out there. I mean, Sims baseball. I still got my Sims baseballs.
Mhm.
I have mine two Beatles. I haven't gotten rid of them. I won't.
Right. Yeah, I
You know,
get you.
they were meant, and when I was, they were actually down the road. They were going to be meant for my son because I was trying to get him. I was trying to hook him into cards and dice. So,
Okay.
but I could have gotten him into APC and stuff like that, and he could have sat there and enjoyed the games himself. Before he passed on. But
Hmm.
that's the kind of stuff I want because my son was a diehard Oriole fan. Okay.
Orioles. Okay. They're good baseball fans in Baltimore. They really are.
Oh, he was all 4 years old, and I took him to the Orioles Red Sox doubleheader. And we actually got seats in the mezzanine section right behind home, right around the home plate area.
Okay.
And Joshua kept asking this guy beside him all the questions instead of Dad. Okay, for some reason that's what Joshua was doing, and the guy was very patient, explained him the game, the whole 9 yards, and then Earl Weaver got tossed before the second game even started.
Oh,
Okay,
gee.
all right. So that's a good that's a good portion. I always did like the animal guides, but my son, after that, Orioles. Became a diehard Orioles fan. I lost him. He could have been the fifth generation Red Sox fan in my house.
Oh man.
Okay, my daughter is. So my daughter and my granddaughter is the sixth generation Red Sox fan. I have a granddaughter who is one. So
So you don't have any pirate fans in your family, like sneaking around somewhere at all? Dirty little
not
secret or anything?
not at all. Even Philadelphia fans. Even though I got a feeling that I made somewhere along the line, one of them may actually have been a Braves fan. So
Oh no! Here you
Oh,
are. Now you're cursing on the channel.
no.
I
From the
still haven't forgiven the Braves for 1992. So,
from the old Boston Braves. So
well,
when
they're
they
okay. They're okay.
when,
The Boston Braves.
especially when Jethro showed up, their first black player because he's a hell of a hitter.
Yeah.
So
Jethro
I mean,
Pugh?
no, his last name was Jethro.
Oh, his last name was Jethro.
Yeah, and they had this other guy pitching with two other guys pitching with him. Some guy named Sane, and I
Johnny
know they had a poem.
Sane?
Yeah, they had a poem about these two guys. Something about pray for
Born
Yeah.
rain.
insane and pray for
Pray for
rain.
rain.
Warren Spahn was a very young pitcher back then in 1950 with the Boston Braves. So and they had the best. They did for the longest time have one of the best ballparks in the league.
Braves
And now,
Field?
yeah, and now the wall it belongs to is it BU Ken or is it Northeastern that the wall belongs to their football field? I think it's BU, but I'm not sure. Oh God! Yeah. See now you know me. I'm a complete pain in the ass, right? Go back a page.
To this one.
The one that no, go back to the transitions.
Oh, the
Yeah,
transaction.
that's
Oh,
when it comes to trades and oh, you want to see? You go after? I've
here
gone
they
after.
are. Yep.
Yeah,
Here they are.
I've gone after DDBB for the lousy transaction pages. I'm hoping
Okay.
I hope PPR catches on. All I gotta do is look for one thing. People forget that in 1960, Harmon Killebrew spent 10 days off the roster. He was injured.
Okay.
In 1965, Henry Aaron and um, Rico Cardi. Yes, I think it was Rico Cardi. They did not start the season on time. Hank Aaron had just come off a broken ankle.
Okay.
He didn't start till May, and Rico Cardi didn't start till the middle of May.
That was their last year in Milwaukee before they moved to Atlanta, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, sir.
65 to 66.
So
Yeah.
yeah, and the Braves never had a losing season in Milwaukee, by the way.
No, and they had I got new. Milwaukee was pissed off when they left.
Yeah.
That's a shame too because and now I'm glad the Brewers are there, and the Brewers are having a great time. You can tell. So
Best
Will the
record in
Brewers
baseball. Oh my
ever
God.
win a championship?
The Brewers.
It seems like
yes, they
they
did.
dominate every year, and it's like
No,
they just cannot.
No, dude, they're a juggernaut this year.
Hang on, I think they
Oh.
did. Harvey's Wallbangers.
No, I'm not talking about a pennant. I'm talking about an actual
You mean the
An
World
actual-
Series?
series. I mean, yeah, they won a pennant in '82 with Harvey Keene's
They're
Wallbangers.
gonna do it this year. I mean, they're just ridiculous.
Win one for Uke. That's all I could say.
I mean, you got to understand, I'm National League Central, so I have to hate the Brewers, but I really think they're going to do it this year.
You'll never have to hate the Brewers.
Although I'm not going to be rooting for them, especially if Detroit makes it. I'm rooting the Tigers all the way.
Brewers, Tigers. Well, I like to see that. Two juggernauts going at it.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
But the thing is, let's be honest though. I mean, the Brewers are tough, but they're also playing in a weak division. NL Central used to be a tough division. It's not anymore.
Cardinals
It's not.
suck.
Oh, it's the West this year.
I mean,
Well, you know what though? I mean, the Padres, man, they're just breathing down the Dodgers' necks, or have been, pretty much through the season. So
they've had bad blood all year, all season. Like I watched a game. I think it was a few weeks ago. It
Mhm.
was in L.A. It was the Padres, and they were chirping at each other the whole series. I mean, it was just like Machado got whacked a few times, and they,
Who
they
don't
had like
like
a
each other.
oh man.
D.
I
Scott
mean,
Howard, welcome in, man.
you
There
talk
goes
about
our neighborhood.
The only Dodger fan in Washington State. There he is,
No,
man.
no,
the rock
him
and
and his
the
damn Sounders.
And the Sounders.
He's a soccer fan. I go after him too.
Sounders.
I go after him too because I'm a Revolution fan.
So I didn't know that Sparky Lyle was outrighted, like outright release, man, unconditional release.
Damn,
How
that's
about
gotta
that? I did
suck.
not know that in 1982. Sparky Lyle was, and Belanger as well. Some pretty big names here that they're just giving kind of the heave ho. Tony Perez.
Well, keep in mind who took Belanger's place.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Okay, in that case,
Yeah.
there, and also at the same time, Dad was the manager.
Billy
Yeah,
Rippin or
there was some heat a little bit about that, wasn't
Yes,
there?
there was, kind sir. Yes, there was.
Yeah.
what? Cal Ripken Jr. and Senior.
Yeah,
Calvert
his dad was managing.
and
Yeah, and they sucked.
Billy was the second baseman.
Yep, Billy was the second baseman. You're absolutely right.
There was a joke. I don't know if I could tell you this joke. There was like
See,
his Fleer card from '89. It had an expletive on it.
Oh, thank you, Parallel League. Just real quick, Aaron, before you continue.
Good.
Parallel League's letting us know that there's a 2-hour documentary show, whatever, about the 1982 Brewers, and it's on Amazon Prime. And I have Amazon Prime, and no, Cousin Ken, I still
so
haven't
did I.
seen Ephus yet.
So did I. So, I have Amazon Prime also.
Yeah, that's
Wasn't
good stuff.
Kevin Bass on that squad? I know he was with the Astros for the longest time.
Yeah, he was.
But
Yeah, Sparky Lyle, but if you remember, he got released by Chicago.
Yeah, White Sox. Yeah.
Yeah, by the White Sox back then, and he was a mid-season acquisition from the Phillies. So,
Okay.
so Sparky, yeah, by that time, yeah, by 1982, oh yeah, Sparky Lyle was like 37 years old.
Yeah.
Okay,
And to be fair, yeah, Tony Perez was 40 when he was outrighted. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm just like so lost in this baseball.
same with Willie Mays in his 1971 season. He was 40 years old. He still managed to hit 18 home runs.
I know, but you know what? I mean, you see films, right?
Mays was
You
last
know,
with the Mets, I
and I mean,
believe.
because you knew, right? If you're a student of the history of the game, how great Willie was, and yeah, that he could pull that off. But still, for any of you that got to see Willie Mays in his prime, I'm jealous because
He was traded to the Mets on purpose. Okay, the same way that Hank Aaron was traded to the Brewers on purpose.
to finish
Hank
out his career where he was, yeah,
Where he
started.
started
yeah.
Okay.
in New York.
Yes.
Well, McCovey was a Padre in his last few years.
Yep. What I would love to have seen. I mean, I got to watch Willie Mays play in the '60s. I mean, I watched a special softball game where the king of this court struck out Willie Mays on 3 straight pitches.
Yeah, I saw that on YouTube. Oh my God.
Okay, but Willie Mays, I would love to, if I could ever, is there ever any place I would love to have watched a baseball game, it would have been the Poland Brothers. I would love to have gone to Coogan's Bluff and watched a Giants game.
Oh, how
Holy
about it? How about
mackerel.
it? Yes, that would
That's
have
a
been
ballpark.
something.
Oh, it would have been. I mean,
Jeez.
I mean, cousin Ken D. Scott might have. I mean, cousin Ken, cousin Ken played with Slide and Billy Hamilton. We know that.
I went to Great American there during that Park's first
Love
year
it,
of
Parallel
existence.
League. I doing it just a bit outside. Go ahead, Aaron. I'm sorry.
I've been outside.
Love it.
I'm going to miss Uke.
I know
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah. No kidding.
I went to Great American during that first year. The Park's first year was just. I never been to Riverfront. My mom, dad, and brother have, but not me. I was only 3 years old when they went to Riverfront. So 10
you're
years
a
later,
kid. You're a kid.
yeah, I was.
Yeah, remember you are the baby in the community.
I am the
Aaron.
baby. Yeah, I am the youngest. He's the baby in the community. Oh my!
I got to see this when I was stationed outside of St. Louis for 6 years when I was in the Navy. That's where I retired from, and I got to see every National League team play against the Cardinals. So I had a good time, good time. And
Harry
when
Carey, Jack Buck.
when I converted, yeah, when Jack Buck was doing the ball games, oh God, I listened to him every night. Same with the St. Louis with the Blues. I would listen to them every night.
KMOX.
KMOX,
KMOX.
Yeah,
which still
KMOX.
exists, I believe, if
It
I'm not
still does.
mistaken.
It still
They
does.
got
I got because if you remember, Jack's 15th birthday present was he broadcasted a Cardinal game. Jack Jr.
So,
his
so how his son Joe didn't pick up any tricks from his great dad, did he?
No, he didn't. I don't. I find him to be rather boring.
Joe is Joe. I don't want to say this to be offensive, but Joe Buck is vanilla.
Yes, he is.
I mean, it
You're not. You're
just
not. You're not. You know, it's not like listening to Ernie Harwell. I get to listen to what's his name O'Brien up here in Boston. He's okay. He's not. He's not bad.
Dave O'Brien,
Dave O'Brien. I
former
don't mind.
ESPN, couldn't call a soccer match to save his life.
Oh, because didn't know the game. Didn't know the
Oh, he
game.
was horrible. I
I mean,
watched. Go ahead.
could you imagine Kurt Gotti doing hockey?
He'd lose track of him very quickly. I mean, they had what was it? I think it was 2003. I remember. I didn't hear it live, but there was. I think it was a Yankees Red Sox game on ESPN. It was Chris Berman and it might have been Joe Morgan or
Yes,
and they had Kurt Gowdy in there with it. It was just like his last
before he passed away.
before he died, and they let him call it. What was it like an inning or something like that?
Yeah,
And
just to hear his voice again. Oh
yeah,
God, that was
they
beautiful.
were they were like, "We'll call you," and that's when and like that he passed away.
Now
I mean,
I've got one of the hardest trivia questions ever out here. Okay, and I
Uh-oh.
usually get everybody out.
oh,
Okay,
all right.
the Brooklyn Dodgers from 1952 had two very special announcers for a little while. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
or actually both end up being affiliated with Boston. How'd you like to take a crack?
Oh, geez.
Whoa,
That's tough.
with
Only
Boston?
only one was with baseball.
Wow.
Because when I think Brooklyn, I just automatically think Red Barber and of
And
course
I
Vin
caught
Scully when his tutelage was under Red Barber, but that's not those two
Uh,
guys.
with the Red
At
Sox
least I don't think Red Barber
or the
didn't
Braves?
broadcast for them,
what? Nope. The
did
one
he?
affiliated with baseball was with the Red Sox.
Ken Coleman?
Are you ready for this?
Go
Dick
Yeah.
ahead.
Williams. Dick
Dick
Williams
Williams.
Oh,
actually
I would have
broadcast.
never got that in a million
Hey,
years.
well, he had nothing better to do out of the minor league season. The other player, Johnny Most of the Boston Celtics.
Wow.
They at one time both they did it for Brooklyn. Dick Williams, of course, was a kid. They had the minor league season was pretty much done, so they asked him, hey, so for a second job, because back then that's what ball players did. That's what he did.
He
So for a while,
called bait. Wow.
he called Brooklyn games along with Johnny Most for a little while, just on
Wow.
the side on one of the other radio stations, but not the main broadcast out of Ebbets. So that's another ballpark I would love to see in Ebbets Field. Cousin, you saw
Wow.
Ebbets Field, didn't you?
Wow. That's really interesting.
Yeah, and by the way, Ken Castro and I messaged each other because if you ever get us into and Beatles has seen it, when he just puts up a dead ball game, especially now I think Salad Park or even APC. If it's a dead ball game running, Ken Castro and I are usually the managers.
Yeah.
And we play nasty.
Yeah, they take no prisoners,
No,
guys.
we don't.
Have more.
We have a lot of 2-1 games.
Mm-hmm.
I have more respect for the dead ball era now than I did a long time ago with Pure Sim and with.
Well, because you're a kid, so
I'm a kid, so I grew up in the days of 70 home runs.
well, now easy, dude. None of us here grew up in the dead ball era, but I mean, come on.
Cousin
Holy
might have.
shit. Well,
Free character might, yeah. But
dead
I
ball
got
baseball
so much
is
respect for him nowadays.
dead ball. It was oh my god, just I mean, in those days, Aaron, there were no affiliated minor leagues. There
No,
were 16 clubs, and if you didn't make it, buddy, you were back breaking your back digging ditches or working the farm or
picking
whatever.
cotton. Yeah.
Whoa!
Tough game. It was the old
Daniels,
west of baseball. Yeah,
hang on.
I'm hanging on.
Okay.
We have dead air here.
If you can, I do the pure sim game if we do it? Because I got it right up here ready to go.
Oh, you mean share it from your channel?
Yeah.
The Encyclopedia of Minor League Baseball. Oh God.
The
Let me
Encyclopedia
go into
of
here.
Minor League Baseball. Now you're out
Yeah,
of my wheelhouse completely.
they weren't exactly affiliated. Okay, so let me help
Wow.
you out here. Okay,
I mean, not officially. No, they weren't.
like in 1892, the original Western League, Kansas
Right,
City,
right,
Milwaukee,
right.
Columbus, Omaha,
Hmm.
Toledo Black Pirates,
No, but what
Minneapolis.
I mean is like not like in the minor league system as pioneered by
No,
Branch Rickey.
they did
That's
not
what
by
I
Branch
mean.
Rickey, but on occasion, what would happen? Keep in mind back then, trades with minor league teams were legal.
Hmm.
Wow.
Okay, purchasing players from minor league teams was legal, and they did that. And
Wasn't that
it's all time in the transactions. You'll see it, especially if you look at some of your players are up there. They came up out of these minor league clubs. They got bought or they got traded.
Hmm.
that's what happened to Ernie, wasn't it? And he got traded for a Atlanta Crackers player, whatever it was.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it was. It was as I think it was a catcher from the
It
Atlanta
was a
Yeah.
catcher
Crackers.
for the Atlanta Crackers, and they got Ernie Harwell out of it.
Yeah.
Now the minor league baseball encyclopedia is not what you think it is. I was hoping it would be something better, but it shows you who the complete records of teams,
Okay.
leagues, seasons. But you really don't have. You have who who won what in some players and some leagues like that. All sorts of good stuff in this thing, which I find including like I've got the entire 1980 minor league season in here, including the Mexican League.
Oh
So
wow.
yeah,
Ooh,
I'm not so. There's just
all
so
the
much Major League Baseball for me to learn. I haven't really jumped
you haven't
into.
started on the minor leagues.
No, oh my
You
God, no. Probably never
you
will. Probably never
oh
will.
no, if and I've talked to Ken about this. If we
I
ever
know
had
about Steve Dalkowski though. There you go.
Ken and I both talked about this. Okay, now a long time ago, for some reason, and Brian Yashanis picked up on it and actually turned this into a pretty decent business for him with this Status Pro gas stuff. But Status Pro put out the formulas on how they make their cards.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Appa did it one time too. Their formulas were all over the place on how they make their cards. Well, the thing is that if I want to take a minor league, if I can ever get the true rosters, I could probably find them through newspapers.com on who played when and where and how, and of course, Baseball Reference. I would love to set up a status pro game in minor league baseball or even college if I could do that. I mean, that'd be kind of fun. It's
Oh
time
yeah.
to. The problem is you have to figure out the fielding part. Okay, the hardest thing to do with fielding is how you're going to measure someone's arm and
That's true.
their range.
That is
That's the
true.
That's the other tricky because I mean I've got one game here that and I've got it in my 1950. I think it's in my MPNG where Dominic DiMaggio has a decent range. Okay, he's like a range of 2. They put him in. I'm sure they're going, hell no, he had to cover between 2 of the worst outfielders out there in history. Teddy Ballgame is not a good outfielder.
No, he didn't give a damn. He just wanted to hit.
Yeah,
Right?
I do. But what he learned what Ted Ballgame learned how to do was play that wall.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, same way that Yastrzemski did, same way that even Mike Greenwell did, and
the
Jim Wright.
Gator,
They all learned how to play the wall.
the Gator.
Yep.
Yeah, what if they'd have had a DH back in Ted Williams' day? You think he'd play DH a lot?
Of
I
course.
mean,
That's
save
what
his
he
arm.
wanted to
Yeah,
do.
he would have played DH if they'd have had it back then.
Sure.
I mean,
Here you
the
go, Clinton. This is
Yeah.
here, Internet Archive, baby. How about this? Free. There you go.
Oh yeah, free the old Spalding ball guides.
Yup.
Okay,
Good stuff, huh?
it is. And like I say, if you pick up Strand's bookstore, you'll find a lot of information on baseball.
I will definitely check that out. Believe me.
Believe it or not, that's where I get quite a few of my baseball books, and I get hockey books. As like I say, his cousin Ken found it. I got lucky. I found it, and I was very glad I did. So
are they a secondhand bookstore or
no, they you don't want to call them that. Strand's has been around forever.
okay?
Okay, they are the only bookstore left on Book Row, which is 14th Street in New York.
Right.
They're one of the
Okay.
few bookstores left, but they are you can call them used bookstore. They get new ones all the time, and they also got books there that are I couldn't. If you have to ask what the price is, you can't afford it. So
Oof. Okay.
yeah, they have. Yeah,
I'll keep that in mind. But I
that's
can
on
always dream.
That's on the 4th floor. If you get a chance, Beats, okay, it's on 14th Street down towards Greenwich Village.
Oh, I'll use any excuse to go to New York City. I love New York
Uh,
City. So
right now I don't because they want to put a casino at Times Square. It's going to piss off Broadway.
really,
So yes, and I'm a
they
broad and you know I'm a huge Broadway nut.
oh, I know. Then there shouldn't be a casino there. That's not cool.
This is true. So well, that's all right. I still got Providence and Boston for my theater. So and I'm trying to get cousin Ken. There's a restaurant I found in Attleboro, Massachusetts. I want to get cousin Ken up there when I'm doing one of my theater trips. I'm going down there to see Hadestown in November. So good play, by the way, if you ever get a chance to listen to it. It's the story of Eurydice
Okay.
from Greek mythology.
Yes.
The one who committed suicide to get to Hadestown. They went to go get her, and she's always restricted. She always has to go back because the guy looked before she went all the way up.
I would definitely check that out. This
Yes.
bookstore too. The thing you're talking about books. My cousin Ken was talking about went to their Saber chapter, and he said there were just books, piles of books, just there free for the taking. And I'm like, oh my god, because the local one here, they don't. I belong to the Mathewson Plank chapter here, and they're cool and everything, but like, I mean, to talk about something like that where there's just books, I'd be like, I'll just take these. Here you go, thank you,
Well,
bye.
we got Ken into our chapter, okay, because
Oh yeah.
chapter it was in the chapter.
So they'll let anybody in, is what you're saying?
Well, no, I was glad he was because the chapter is all northern New England,
Okay.
for all 3 states. The thing is that the one he was in for Rhode Island sucked.
What's your chapter called? Who is it again?
Oh God, I know you're going to ask me that question. I get it all the time. Hold on here. Oh God, it's named after a ball player up here.
Yeah. Well, that's just like ours. Mathewson and Eddie Plank, both from Pennsylvania. So
No, ours is a whole lot different. Hold on. There we go, Saber.
Ken finally got, because we got the delay. So that because I said they'll let anybody into your chapter. You got Ken Castro. So holy shit, you guys have some low standards. Sorry, cousin, but I owed you that from some months back, and I told you I get you because you made some remark. See, we Italians, we just wait. You know.
You owe back anyway on him, so it doesn't matter.
Oh,
You do know that there's always payback in this bunch.
There's and right now Judge Landis is looking at Ken. He's looking at him.
I know.
Yeah.
Let me see, because I get ready to pay. I get my annual
Yeah,
dues.
saw Landis didn't take any
come up.
crap. I mean,
No, but he was also like baseball was ready to integrate, and Landis
he wasn't ready for that.
so he was a bit of a dick.
You asked right. We're the Clyde Sukforth.
Clyde Sukforth. Okay. All right.
Okay, and believe it or not, he's not buried that far away from me either.
Okay.
So Freddie Perrot's is about 3 towns over. So
Yeah, long memory.
yeah,
Don't fear Rome. The serpent lies coiled and waiting in Naples. Cousin Ken.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Dude, yeah, you got me one night. I said, all right. Yeah. Oh, there's Ben Johnson.
And just a reminder, because you're one of them, okay? The name is Freddie Perrot. It's Freddie. He's
I know that.
He's out of Lewiston, not Parent.
No, I know you corrected me one night, and I say his name properly now.
Yeah, he's just like restaurants, just like that. So yeah.
Now the guy you can't correct is Jester. Oh my! I remember used to drive you nuts. Too.
You think he does? Dwayne March makes me crazy.
I've had to correct him too on a few
I
names
love Dwayne, man, but he's.
It's like no, we're not going to argue with Dwayne. I like the way he broadcasts. He has a good time. It's like it's like listening to Dizzy Dean. Want the honest truth?
I like when Dwayne, because I like when he goes show. He goes show.
Yeah.
I love it. It's like he does. He has a great style. But yeah, he even said about the he said let's get McGreevy going. So that's what we're going to be doing in September, Ken, and that's what next Diamonds and Dice is going to be about McGreevy completely. And it was actually Bernie's idea. He's like, let's just get this thing going, and that's what Diamonds and Dice should be in September. So
and I was there for that.
For McGreevy.
One.
Yep.
The good part. You were down to the tail end of that season when last time you did it, and I got
McGreevy.
Yes,
well, that was incredible. Ken Castro's team making a run down to the wire and doing some crazy things.
McGreevy teed me off.
What's that?
McGreevy teed me off.
I remember.
But
Well,
are you ready for
yeah.
this? I still got the Status Pro cards for that very same league.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I never got rid of them.
That's so cool. That was so much fun, and of course, it spun off the Fields of Dreams thing, and before that, Shanks. So that was pretty cool that's living on. But McGreevy, man,
I
coming
miss
back,
being part of Field of
expanded though. We're
Dreams.
going back to 1871 now. So yeah,
Oh God, Spalding and Wright. Spalding and Wright.
there you go.
I
So
miss
And the guy Ken caught for, but Ken forgot to wear a mask and a glove at the time. Hoss Radborn.
Us Radborn.
Yeah,
So
Ken kept missing the ball using his face for the mitt.
so
So
the idea this time with McGreevy is going to be that the only thing that's going to be random is the draft. That's it. But no doppelgangers, anything like that. So when your turn comes up, you just name your player, but not the year. There's a reason for that. So once everybody's filled out their rosters, you got a few weeks to do some research and things like that. And then we're going to have everybody sort of just message me quietly, right? Yeah, private message me what year you've chosen for that player. And so this is because I felt that the first McGreevy was even a bit too random. So this way, it's going to be up to your own baseball scholarship of those years. And folks, if you're new to it and you're afraid of 19th century and dead ball, it's fun. Don't be afraid. Baseball stats are baseball stats. Just we hope that we can get more folks in it. It was a lot of fun. It brought MV back into baseball. He said that it was the McGreevy League that made him a baseball fan again. So
I don't mind helping.
I hope you will. I hope you will.
I don't mind helping because I always, like I say, I always keep the encyclopedia open somewhere. So
Oh yeah, it'll be fun.
It should be. Yeah, I think what got me teed up because what happened was because my ball club was predominantly 19th century, and but the way APC was playing it, I was getting burned.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an out of the park baseball this time.
Sounds good.
out of the
That'll be
pack.
fun. That will be fun.
Well, I hope you'll help out. If you don't want to be part of it as a manager, at least to just help out. And there's a very svelte Babe Ruth. We'll leave him up there for right now. But we'll get into more detail and open to any suggestions. We were going to extend it into the 20s, but to 1920s, but Ken Castro brought up just really strong, compelling arguments to not do so. So we're going to just keep it right to 19th century and dead ball.
Please,
but
yeah,
we did want to get
please go in the
1870s players in there too, because
Yeah.
why not?
Please don't go. Yeah, please don't go in the 20s because the first player takes Babe Ruth and everybody else is going to scream.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I mean, there was that, and we just felt too that, I mean,
pitching sucked.
people. Well, that for the most part, yeah. And I mean, people were good. We felt that. I mean, one of the arguments was that people would be loading up, Ruth, Gehrig, Fox, and it's like, and I mean, the game, the 20s is a great decade, I think, because it's transitional.
It's a fun decade.
Because it wasn't like 1920, hey, we have a live ball. And yeah, I mean, Babe Ruth hit more home runs than every other club in the American League, but dead ball tactics hung on. So, I mean, the 1920s are interesting. That's why I wanted to bring them in. But Ken had quite a few good, he said it would just really kind of ruin it for a lot of sound baseball reasons. So, I'd like to do something baseball from like at some point, like 1920s to 1940s at some point. I think it'd be a lot of fun, but McGreevy is where my heart is, man. And I hope you and Cousin Ken are going to be involved because 19th century, man, I mean, when I do 19th century games, I love when, like you guys are around because, like Ken will give color on like the most obscure players and just talk about the dude. And I'm like, God, this is awesome.
It's why I keep newspapers.com because you get some stories out of the local newspapers you won't get in the national stuff.
Well, that's one of the reasons I love my Sabre membership because free access.
Because Parallels ask you who was Mr. McGreevy. You want to explain it to him?
Oh, absolutely. So Parallel League, Ned McGreevy, good Irishman.
Hold on.
Yeah, sure thing, Clinton. So Ned McGreevy, wow, the quintessential Irishman. And I'm going to give you a picture of him too here. So, because you got to know, His real name, of course, this is Nuff said McGreevy. Michael McGreevy was his name, by the way. So, and you want to see an Irishman? Let's get him. Let's get Ned McGreevy, and we got to narrow this down here. Ned McGreevy. Nuff said. There we go. This is the picture of Ned McGreevy that everybody knows. Michael McGreevy. There he is. Can I make it larger so we can talk about him? So, there he is. Great credit to all of us at Irish Extraction. So he ran a pub. It was called the Third Base Saloon in Boston, and he was the self-appointed head of the Royal Rooters. So these guys started actually not rooting for the Boston, what would become the Boston Red Sox, but rather the Boston Bees, Boston Braves, whatever. But McGreevy was given the nickname Nuff Said, N-U-F-F, then apostrophe C-E-D. So he was the final arbiter. He was the final judge in any argument about baseball at the Third Base Saloon. And so that would be it. You know, people would be arguing, and Michael McGreevy would say what he had to say, and Nuff Said, and that was it. What McGreevy said stood. And what a legend. And I mean, this guy should have been in the Baseball Hall of Fame, but there's a great story here. Again, the Tessie song,
Dropkick Murphys.
So what that's from, Aaron, in the 1903 World Series, right? Red Sox Pirates, which let's just use modern terms here. Red Sox Pirates, modern team names. So the Pirates lost that World Series, but they actually ended up making more money than Boston because Barney Dreyfuss gave them money. But that's neither here nor there. So one of the popular songs of the day was a song called Tessie. And so when the Pirates when they went to play in Boston at Huntington Avenue grounds, the Royal Rooters led the Boston crowd, and it was a rowdy World Series in the Tessie song. So Tommy Leach, right? Yeah, parallel league, exactly. And Tommy Leach said, I think those Boston fans won the series for the Red Sox because of that damn Tessie song. And what they did is they changed the lyrics. So one of the verses was they're talking about Hannes Wagner. Oh, Hannes, why do you hit so badly? Da 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 da. And he had a bad series. He was injured that year. Got his revenge in 1909 against the Tigers. But yeah, so that Tessie song, the Dropkick Murphys, those guys are all huge baseball fans. Huge baseball fans. Ken Casey. In fact, he recreated the Third Base Saloon in Boston. Actually had all the pictures, blueprints, and everything, and had recreated it, and even had the amount of steps that it was from the Third Base Saloon to Fenway Park. You got to remember, Michael McGreevy would have seen games both at Huntington Avenue grounds and then at Fenway. And then, of course, because of the pandemic, Ken Casey had to shut down. But it showed pictures of the Third Base Saloon that Ken Casey created, and Michael McGreevy's or Ned McGreevy's third base saloon. It's amazing. I mean, he had it down to it was perfect. And because I'm like, oh, I got to go up there, and then like everything else, it's shut down. So,
True story, guys.
so we there it is. There's a picture of the Third Base Saloon, and we decided this we have to name this the Ned McGreevy League, and it stuck. So there it is. There's the Third Base Saloon. Not probably in better days, whatever.
I wouldn't be surprised if my grandparents went there. My great grandparents
to the Third Base Saloon. How about that? Would be so
why
cool.
not? My grandmother, all of 4 feet tall, okay, was a Royal Rooter.
Oh, was she? Wow.
So was my great grandfather. Okay,
they might be in this picture here. Because here they
may
are.
not be. Yeah, somewhere in there.
This is 1912. This is the 1912 World Series.
They probably were. My great grandfather also shoed at the back. He's a blacksmith back then, and he shoed the 20 mule team, the 20 Borax mule team, and he shoed the Bloodwaters Clubs, the Clydesdales out of Merrimack, New Hampshire.
Wow!
Yeah,
wow!
I have huge New England roots up here. My grandparents and my mother's family is all from Franklin, Massachusetts.
So somewhere in there, Clinton, and there they are showing up. That 1912 Red Sox team, they were amazing.
Yeah, except it also caused a riot the first game.
Yeah.
because no, Fenway only had 8,000 available seats for the Rooters, and 12,000 showed up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a crazy.
Whoa.
Amazing World Series, though. I mean, the Red Sox owned
Yeah.
the Giants, but I mean, you think about those dream matchups, and you had Smokey Joe Wood, and you had Christy Mathewson. Oh my God, you know.
The only, the only fault I find back then is that a lot of pitchers, if you could survive, you did well. But Smokey Joe would end up being a burnout.
Well, what happened is he
He could
actually
have been good.
fell and hurt his pitching hand and ended up becoming a pretty good position player. Had he not done that, he would have been a Hall of Fame pitcher.
You damn right he would have been.
Walter Johnson said nobody throws harder than Smokey Joe Wood. That's praise coming from the big train.
Gary, ain't it?
The greatest pitcher in baseball. So yeah,
I have no fear, and I'm going to win my lifetime bet. No one will ever beat Walter Johnson's record for shutouts.
never,
No
never,
one.
never, never. No, you're
It's
right.
not. It's now gone.
Yeah. No one. There's never going to be a pitcher, and especially the way baseball is now. There never has been a pitcher as dominant as Walter Johnson, and there never will be. People forget that he pitched for some really lousy teams, and he was still posting ridiculous earned run averages and win loss records. He carried those Washington Senators. I mean, he did.
Actually, there's one. If you really want to put that in perspective, lefty
Mhm.
Steve Carlton.
Mm,
Steve Carlton pitched for one of the worst Philadelphia Phillies teams ever and managed to win 27 games.
well, he did, but over a long period of time.
What was that? In the same 27 games in the same season?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh yes.
Oh, Carlson was tough. No, there's no, but I guess
Playin won 30 with the Tigers, but then again, they were a good team. So
yeah. No, we're talking
I
about
know.
pitchers that were dominant,
right,
pitching for bad
crappy
teams.
teams.
Yeah,
And,
Steve Carlton managed to win 329 games until later on in his years when he's like up in his 40s. He wasn't even a 500 pitcher once he reached 40.
Yeah.
You
But
asked
but he
Quinn
stuck
in the
around.
late 80s.
I still, even with all that said, I still have to give the nod to Walter Johnson as the greatest.
Everybody, oh no, I give to Walt Johnson, but Steve Carlton's up there as comparable. That's to me.
Oh, he's definitely
players.
comparable in terms of pitchers who pitch for bad teams. I mean, Carlton's a great pitcher. There's no denying that. No
Yeah.
denying that.
Well, of all things, and I'm looking down here real quick, but even these similarity scores that they have, like here in Baseball Reference, I don't know why they don't have a lot of the older players in here, but they put him up right up there with Don Sutton, Gaylord Perry. I'm surprised about Gaylord Perry. Don't get me started about that one either. Well, I love him too. Now Perry is another one that I hate to say it, guys, does not belong in the Hall of Fame.
Gaylord Perry. Well, I mean, the Vaseline Hall of Fame, perhaps, or Vagisil. But, yeah.
The
God,
spitball Hall of Fame.
he was going to do commercials for Vaseline, but Vaseline said, no, we soothe babies' asses, not baseball.
All right, so quick trivia question, guys. Who was the last legal spitballer?
Burley Grimes.
You got it.
Don't ask how I know these things, please. That was too fast.
I guess that's why they call you the professor. I mean, you
But I'm also, there's a crew in here who remembers me when I came in under a different name. I'm also the Admiral. I'm a retired Navy veteran.
Yeah,
so,
we again thank you for your service.
Chris from Delaware calls me the Admiral. So
yes, yeah,
and I see his thing, but I miss his broadcast. He was fun too. He taught the game.
Chris. Oh yeah, and I miss him too because he's a Pirate fan. Big Bucko fan, and
yes,
he's an excellent singer. He's got a beautiful voice. He and I were going to get together and jam sometime, but I'm still in Europe at the time. So, Apollo League says, I wonder if the seating issues 1912 led to the Red Sox to using Braves Field in the World. Yes, actually, it did.
Yes.
That's you nailed it. You nailed it. Fenway, yeah, they didn't use Fenway. So
at the same time, when the Braves were a winning ball club, they had to use the Huntington Field grounds.
Boy, that was a big ballpark. Jeez.
Yeah, it was.
What was it, like 3 miles to dead center or something? It was huge, man.
A lot. Well, look at League Field in Cleveland. The left field's out of nowhere. Forbes Field for all those years. How many people hit
hitters?
Thank you.
Yeah, and no hitters ever pitched in Forbes either.
Nope. But Forbes to me was a fun ballpark, so I don't care.
Big ballpark, and that's funny too. Because we talk about that, and people have this strange idea that dead ballparks were small. Actually, parks like Baker Bowl were the exception to the rule. They were big ballparks.
And then you go to the Palace of the Fans.
Palace of the Fans. I would love to see a reconstruction of that. All the way around. I would have loved to see all the scroll work and everything like that, right? And
Now, Cousins is an expert on Providence. I would love to see a few of their fields too.
oh,
If they had,
Messer Street grounds, right? That's
yeah.
yeah.
Cousin Ken's an expert on the Providence Grays. Okay,
Yeah, he is.
as much as I tease him about it. Okay, no, he's very he has an excellent knowledge of Providence.
Oh yeah.
That's why I keep yelling that. Why don't the Providence papers get into newspapers.com? That's the only state that doesn't have anybody coming except for Bristol's papers.
So, yeah, when I know he's going to be around, I'll do a Providence Grays game, and he's like sets the lineup and everything like that.
Oh God! Oh God! Face palm, parallel league face palm. Oh God!
Is it comment worthy? Okay, let's put it up.
It is comment worthy.
There's a French pitcher in the Vaseline Hall of Fame. His name's
Oh God!
Good thing I'm I'm never going to monetize this channel. But if I did, that would be like, this YouTube would be boom.
Sorry.
I thought Devil's Dave was bad with his puns.
Oh man,
Parallel's got a beat.
Oh yeah, parallel. I'll tell you what. His baseball demos. I think it was last night. He's like, "What is somebody else doing? There's puns." I'm like, "Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I'm here, man." So, but I'll tell you what. Baseball demos has come up with some of the most pancreas imploding puns I've ever read.
I believe it.
He gets on a streak. It's ridiculous. But Parallel League here, man. So what Parallel League does, his thing is so baseball demos. He's sort of like he's like rapid fire, man, right? He's like a Tommy gun. Da, 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 da. Parallel League, man. He's more like he does like the fat man little boy thing, boom. So he'd be going along real quiet, and all of a sudden he just Parallel League out of nowhere. It's like what? That's funny.
Parallel League. I bet royally that you are in the pun pages in Facebook. If you're not, you need to get in there.
He needs to get in there.
It's like the Bob Uecker mic drop or whatever they call the hot mic thing that he used to do.
Pretty much. So Ned McGreevy coming back. We're gonna have our inaugural thing, not a draft. We're gonna be talking about it, Diamonds and Dice, about the third week of September. Finally, I've been threatening all year. We're finally going back.
I got that going on. I'm retired.
Good.
Finally.
Now, but isn't this before I go? This is like this quintessential Irishman. There he is from the old days. Now this dude. I mean, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't want to cross paths with him. I'd be like, yeah, all right, lad, whatever you say. So right, Honey Fitz used to hang out there. John F. Kennedy's granddad hung out there.
Christ.
Mayor of Boston. How about it?
Southie all the way.
Yeah. Boston. What a great baseball city. Great stories in Boston baseball through the years, and not just the Red Sox either. Those Boston Braves, 1914.
The Miracle Braves, weren't they?
They were.
They were in dead last in June. All of a sudden, they won it all.
You might be away. Well, I'll tell you what, Ken. Let me know, because if you're not going to be here, Bernie and I can set it up for another night. It's all good, because we're just going to be talking about it, but we definitely want you there. So just let me know. Bernie and I will work around it. Believe me.
Now,
oh my God! Now here he goes again. See, he just waits and he drops. He said pun till my daddy takes me away. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. What you gonna do with him?
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. What you gonna do?
I tell you now, Peters. I still got you. I still recommend you a book on the Federal League. I know I did. So
you did.
Okay, believe it or not, I have the Federal League of Status Pro, and I'm going to have to run that probably through Digital Diamond, because nobody else, and even Fall Classic does not have. That's one of the few seasons they don't have. Nobody wants to do the 1914 season. Pisses me off.
Which is weird. Yeah, Federal League was fun.
Yeah, and I've got that. I've also wait a minute, I do have it. I have it in I have an MP3 Skeetersoft. I could broadcast Skeetersoft again.
Yeah, you did a great job. I love MP3, but I can't afford that game right now. I'd love to.
Understandable.
Oh, Maron. Yeah, FedEx doesn't pay that well. So
MP3, yeah.
National Pastime 3.
Oh, MP3.
Yes.
Great. It's a great baseball game. And so I've been talking about, okay, what's going to be the next game that I'll go all in on? as I did with Action PC Baseball, and I really wanted it to be national pastime, yeah, MP3. And I'm looking at the season prices, and it was like my heart broke. And I'm so Clinton, you guys know this about me. I'm a completionist. So
Yes,
because a few people in the chat were like, "Well, Beatles just get a couple seasons." Like I can't,
you can't.
I can't do that, because the game looks tasty and there's all these great reports and da da
The
and
advan the
everything.
the advantage with Skeetersoft, okay, is that if you can
Yeah.
complete a season and you send them back the database after the seasons, your season's completed, so they can make if they can make any correct. They actually used it to make some corrections, like because we'll find some stuff on occasion. You get 2 free seasons back.
Hmm.
Okay, now see, I had a lot of
Let's see.
quite a
Should I
few.
work or just play MP3? I mean, that's the problem.
Well, that's the problem, and you know that playing a full season on is a grind.
It is a grind because there's no autoplay in that game.
No,
Um,
there's no how to play. And Dwayne, who even though he know he could sit there and jump ahead on games, he's playing that season. He's doing that out there as a grind. Well, well,
Dwayne is just awesome. Dwayne's
all of
awesome.
his league, all of his leagues. So
Oh
he's
yeah.
very patient with himself.
Hmm.
Um, so like I say, MP3 is that way. But I had an in with Cyrus D'Amato about 6-7 years ago, and I on occasion he sneaked me a couple of freebies. That's how I got my 60s built up.
I just wish he would. And I look, hey, I know they're going to make their living. I'm re-kickstarting Magic, so
Yeah.
hopefully, I've got somebody that's interested in having me doing a steady gig at a bunch of restaurants that he owns and stuff like that, and cigar rooms and
Oh,
places like that.
oh,
So high
don't move
end
that.
stuff. But
Don't move that.
here's the thing. I wish he would offer everyone maybe just a bundle, right? Okay, listen, if you buy a decade, you can, we'll give you like 20%. I would do that. But at $26.99 a pop per season, oof, that's hard. Because I'd be like 190 until I got everything. And then I have to start playing them.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I used to love watching you play, and I'm like, I really like this baseball game. This is really cool, and it's got old baseball because inside pitch still doesn't, and some of the games just don't have. But MP3, it's got it all, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, there's one night here on a broadcast, Clint, I almost bought it, and then I'm looking at the seasons, like, oh my god, wait a minute, I can't do
NP,
this right now. So yeah,
NP3 is basically his app on steroids. It's actually should
right,
have been to me. And I know Ken argues with me. We both argue about this one here, but that was suggested that to make the computerized version of APBA was MP3.
yeah.
Well, they kept it. Well, then Bill Middleton built MPNG Plus. All he did was
Yes.
he took MP3, all the letters and everything that's part of APA, and changed them into numbers.
So, question for you, because was that Ron? No, was it Ron Bernier? Who was it that did Valhalla? Because that
Um,
game's gone
I
now.
can't remember, but you ready for this? Now I gave you all the season. I gave you all I had on Valhalla.
Yeah, you
I think
did. Yeah,
you've got every season. I have yet to get used to using a deck of cards with a baseball game. So and it's a tough one to play if you take a hard look at it.
yeah,
Those charts are evil.
they are evil, but
Okay,
still, it was like, wow, that was
yeah,
when you really got into. Mhm.
but if I could do play ball and I could do fall classic, I shouldn't have any problem with Valhalla.
So
So
was that Ron Bernier that did that, or was that
I can't remember who did that such a long time ago
because it
when
was
he
a
did it.
long time APA guy
And then
that
he
developed it?
and then he quit.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
like,
and
would
no
you do that?
disrespect, I've got that in there. Okay, 'cause I've got Valhalla in here still. I still keep them. So if anybody's ever interested, I have Valhalla and Valhalla. I have Valhalla for 2 dice. I have Valhalla for 3 dice. I have them both.
Wow.
Okay, but if I didn't send you the 3 dice, let me know, Beats, because I've got from 1901 to I got 1901 to 19 or 20 2010
Oh wow.
for the 3 dice. That's what he built. I've got them
Might
all.
have to hit you up there, brother. Might have to hit
Okay,
you up in a little
that's the
while.
3 dice. That's the 3 dice. They're all in their things. Do I have the rules in the game? I probably do somewhere. I bet I do. If I
Yeah,
open it up.
because I've decided I'm not going to do any
Yep.
online, but I'm getting me a. I found this really kind of neat
Yeah.
table. It's classical, blah blah blah. So I'm going to get back into some cards and dice baseball. Yes, you heard it here first.
I've got the rules and I've got the charts. Okay, even though they do have the, so I haven't figured out why they throw in the deck of cards. You don't need it for this game. To me, that's what it is. So
So
I like it.
Parallel League asking us. He says, "Have you guys ever thought about doing a progressive dead ball league similar to the McGreevy League?" We created the McGreevy League, so I'm not quite sure
Yeah,
what you mean.
really. Yeah. Oh,
Could
and
you
Bill,
expand on
and,
that? Because
and
it was our baby, Clinton and Ken and I. So I'm kind of confused. Please.
I'm not sure whether Bill Milton's getting ready to retire or not out of MPNG. If he does, I already asked him. I want his formulas, and I'll keep it going. So,
Start with
uh,
1901. You keep your players and draft rookies in 1902. Oh, okay. I get what you mean. Um,
hmm.
so the only way
Ooh,
I would think about doing that, but we'd almost have to go back. Although actually there is an alternate reality mode in Allen Park baseball. The
yes, there
thing
is.
with yeah,
OTP career.
right, the career mode. So the thing about that though is that and let me preface this because people will catch it after the fact. No knock on the Fields of Dreams League because it's excellent what they do there, but it's almost as if the trades and stuff like that kind of eclipse the game. The idea of the McGreevy League, and it's a great idea you have parallel league, and I might maybe that could be the germ of an idea for that 1920s, 30s, and 40s thing I was talking about because I want to try to generate interest in those decades too. Baseball was good in those decades. So that is cool. So you said you did that using whatifsports.com. Good stuff, What If Sports, by the way.
Yes.
We want to keep McGreevy about doing the research and fielding the best team that you can. And while you can do that in a progressive league, we even a draft league in 1901, at least to me, would still feel like a 1901 replay. And so this way, if you're lucky enough to get Ty Cobb and Hannes Wagner on the same team, which probably is never going to happen, right? But I'd like to maybe we could call that idea and do something and call it the parallel league. I think that would be kind of cool. I like the idea. What do you think, Clinton?
It
Maybe not
sounds
for
like
the dead ball era, but maybe a little later
what
baseball.
I'm what I'm afraid of that is that in a good example is like the 1901 league because the
Hmm.
American League was just an upstart back then. Okay.
Yeah,
But if you have something like Hannes Wagner, who they picked up out of Cleveland, I think it was Cleveland he played one of the teams back then.
well, he
Okay,
played for Louisville, then he went on to Pittsburgh.
okay, so that's the thing. You're going to pick up 1901. Well, here comes 1902. Somebody's going to want to draft him. That's something you got to real keep. You got to real keep a huge sharp eye on that they don't draft the same players that. Also, because we pick up the rookies in 1902, well, now we got to find all the rookies. That's going to be the key.
That's yeah, and I mean, again, I think it's a cool idea. Um, I guess the only and so the idea is great. The only reason I would be against doing it in the dead ball era parallel league is because I think for that one, I know that so for the folks that have been around this channel since I started it, they know that dead ball, and I know I haven't done a lot of dead ball this year, but that really is the heart of this channel is the dead ball era, and by extension the 19th century. So for that, I think that people feel that they feel some trepidation about that, but about the dead baller in the 19th century. But I don't think they would feel that same trepidation if, let's say, we did a progressive league 1950s, 60s, 70s type thing, right? Taking those 3 decades, I think people would be more comfortable with that. I'm just going to be chuffed if we can get 7 owners for the next McGreevy. I think we had 8 actually, which was pretty good. So if we could get 7 or 8 people involved in McGreevy, I guess it's actually McGreevy 3 technically. Um, I would be chuffed if that happened. And yeah, Baseball Reference does have that. But again, I think that people are a lot of people, and that really helped. I don't like to call this a channel. It helped build this family because people were kind of like, "Hey, this is really neat." And in fact, Bernie Strom got into dead ball baseball because of what we do here. He knew nothing about dead ball baseball. Now he loves it. He said, "I can't believe what I've been missing all these years. It's my favorite baseball." But I think that might be a little for a lot of people that maybe want to try it. That might be a little bit scary to them. Is all I'm thinking. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Just
The other
something
thing,
to
the other
jaw
thing,
about. Yeah.
if you think about it, so many players, especially in the early 1900s, like
Hmm.
he was looking at, okay, so many of them jumped teams.
Oh, all the
Okay,
time. Yeah.
all the time back then. Okay, and I'll look at the 1901 before the start of the season. If we like say even start out in 1900. Okay,
Right.
I mean like Roger Bresnahan, John John McRaw, both jumped from they were with the Baltimore Orioles in 1901.
Well, who was it that wasn't allowed to play in Pennsylvania? There was actually this court action.
Yes, there was.
Who was that? It was a Hall of Famer too.
Yes, it was.
Damn it,
Oh
I
my
can't
god.
remember who it is right now. No, it's more than just a thought parallel league. I'd like to really think about it. I think it's a great idea. Maybe it could be a subset of McGreevy where, okay, look, if you really want to get deep in this, we have a thing called the parallel league. Who was it, Clinton? It
I
was,
know.
it wasn't, was it Lajoie?
Yes, it was. I think
Yes.
you're right.
I think it was Nap Lajoie.
Yes, they're yeah, because he played Lajoie.
Because he wasn't, it was something that had to do with the Philadelphia Athletics. And so it was something about he couldn't even go through by train or something through the Commonwealth. It was weird. It was really
Yeah,
weird.
he jumped Philadelphia to Cleveland in
Yeah.
1902.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
so, and yeah, and Connie Mack was pissed. Right?
and
So,
you want the hilarity? You want the hilarity of it? 1915, 1916. Where was he playing for?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Yep.
Go
I
figure.
mean,
Go figure.
I'm glad we figured that out because that would have kept me up all night thinking, oh, damn it, is a Hall of Famer.
Right.
It was Lajoie.
So let me give myself some. By the way, how this program here, EvuMux, how do you like it?
I like it. I'm still not used to a lot of things that it can do. It does a lot more than StreamYard and at half the price. So I do like it. The
Yeah.
weird thing about it though is like, so when you create you create these studios for the thing, right? But you still have to use the same title because like if you just use a studio and keep using that name, I noticed a few of my videos were overwritten because I thought the studio was the overarching thing, and then you would put in the title of your broadcast. And I've got to get with Dwayne Martz because he uses this all the time. But yeah, I love it, Clinton. This thing has you can share other media with it. It's got automatic tickers and it banners. It does a lot. It's super deep.
Oh
I love it, and
no,
it's cheaper than StreamYard, man. It's cheaper.
this would be fun. I do 1914 Federal League, all three of the leagues. I mean, keep run them out. Keep go as I go along. Do my 1914s. Come
Oh,
back
nice.
in. Go into newspaper.com. Find exactly what I'm looking for, so you can find
Oh,
your nearest.
excellent.
So you could find your burlesque singer in downtown Boston at
Love it.
for a whopping quarter. So all the good fun stuff back then. I can find all this stuff.
See, I like what. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Clinton. Finish that,
No, keep
please.
going, keep going, keep going.
No, I just wanted to say I like what Parallel League was saying about what they're doing with their league, and that there are no trades, and I like that. The trades thing. Um, yeah. So that I love that idea. No trades. Because I think I don't want trades to eclipse the game. Do you know what I mean? It's like everybody's just like trade, and things like that. But it's like no,
move.
try to manage your team. You've picked these guys, and if it's a progressive league, you've drafted. So 1907 comes along, and you draft this kid from Georgia. Well, that's who you got now.
Now let me use an example with Parallel League because it's a classic. Because I saw the years he's using. Okay, and the classic league would be 1976 Fidrick, Mark Fidrick. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Now when
The
Fidrick finally
bird.
got injured and when the bird couldn't play anymore in basically 1978 out of his league, does that mean he automatically is dropped and nobody can pick him up? I mean, if you retire or you're done, you're released. That means you can't play. You can't go like the 1979 league.
Well, if you're playing career mode and out of the park, you could because it's got that player development lab. So
Yeah.
that brings in some interesting possibilities for progressive league. Actually,
Okay, because Mark Bird Fitter came back, I think around 1980, played 3 games for Boston. I think I'm
hmm
not sure, and that was, but he was done after that. He re-injured himself. I remember that he was done because the Red Sox loved him. The Boston fans loved him because he's local. He's from Massachusetts.
well, I like the idea a lot. Parallel leagues. Let me just put it out. There's only so we're down to the hardcores now. There's just 8 of us here. We peaked out at 15 tonight. So we're down to 8. We got the hardcore baseball folk
Nice.
now.
That's a good mark.
So let's just say that for whatever that I'm kind of like saying 19th century deadball might be kind of for people. if we were to pick a span of 30 years, what would you guys think would be a good one for a progressive league? What 3 decades? What do you guys think? Put it out there. Clinton, what do you think?
I was going to say 1940 to 1970.
40 to 70? Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
the reason why is because the 30s, the light bulb is just a little bit too light. If you remember 1930 itself.
Yeah, Hack Wilson says I'm going to hit me 190 RBI. Exactly.
And see now 1940, we all have to deal with World War II.
World War II.
So now we got to think our game.
Good point.
Because you're not going to have Bob Feller and Teddy Ballgame and a few other and Hank, and Gehringer and Greenberg, because they all went to war.
But if you're lucky enough and you get Stan Musial, you got him through the whole war. But yeah, because he didn't go.
But he was one of a rarity. Okay, that's the thing. Then now we got to go into 1946, and guess what we're going to deal with in 1947? Jackie Robinson. So now we're going to deal with the Negro League players. Okay.
Hey, so Bernie says 50s to 70s. Welcome in, Bernie.
So here comes the trick. Okay, we don't want that. We want obviously want the Negro League. How can we draft the Negro League players into the league before their time?
So here would be the thing about that. We could do it because Mike Garland has his NEL mod. Which uses the major league equivalencies. Because if we would just use the Negro League players that come with the out of the park database, they wouldn't be able to compete because of just how ephemeral they were. But you know about those major league equivalencies, right? It's super cool. So we could use that mod in out of the park baseball, and yeah, we could bring in Negro League players. In fact, that mod is set up to presuppose that the color barrier never happened. And it's really fascinating. So you're getting guys, if you play that mod, you're getting like Josh Gibson in the majors in the 1930s and Satch and Turkey Stearns, all these guys. So yeah. So that opens up a world of possibilities.
And then by the 1950s, though, we lose them.
That's true, right? Because you got Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, they played in the Negro leagues, but
that's a fact.
And they went to the majors, yeah.
And like I said before, the 1950s was a home run league.
Yes, it was.
They were and they were at the same time. But the pitching, was okay. You got a few that came up, and even Spahn, even though he won 20 games, his ERA
not enough speed though in the 50s. That's 1950s baseball's like, come on, the stolen base, come on, somebody steal a base. Didn't happen.
Yeah, but that's what they played, Earl Weaver style. Two batters and a 3-run home run. Okay,
right.
So, but the thing is that it was slow. All right, and almost, believe it or not, it almost cost the game too because it was boring.
So that's why I think the 70s is superior in that way. It had speed, power, and pitching in the 70s. That's
and 70s had even more speed. But they had great pitching because 1950s the pitching, if you look at Warren Spahn, last night he won 20 games quite a few times, but his ERA was constantly above 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where if you go into 1965, Sandy Koufax wins 26 games, his ERA is like 1.97.
Right.
Okay. Now we're not going to see Mr. Walsh's 112 or Dutch Letter's 112 anymore. We're not going to see those.
Unless we could see Bob Gibson's 112 in 1968. Yeah.
But then again, the Red Sox right now has a relief pitcher whose ERA is 1.08. So
right. Fellow League says he'd love any years. So I think Ken went to sleep. So
that's okay. Well, I know I should be going to sleep myself too. My wife's going to kill me.
This is an honor having you on this long, man.
I don't mind. I had to start something to get my voice back, and I wasn't sure whether my voice is working or not. I just got this mic fixed, so.
Well, you let me know when you're going to start broadcasting again. You let me know in a few weeks in advance because every broadcast I do, I tell people you got to go. Are you going to be doing MP3? Is that the game you think you're going to be doing?
I think it's what I'm going to be doing. MP3 until I figure out what I'm going to do. I am moving because I have a hard time, and that's what I'm hoping that Evil Mucks will also work with Ball Score. Okay, that's the key because that's why I don't broadcast ball, and I've got everything I've got in Ball Score. I mean, MPNG Plus, Status Pro, you name it, I've got it.
I believe it. Parallel League says your voice is working. You're ready to rock, brother. You are ready to rock. I'm telling you.
I just got to get a few books out here, so I always keep them with me. Newspapers.com will always be my friend. You know that already.
I know.
Okay.
You haven't broadcast So I came back to America in 2019, and you were already done broadcasting by then.
I already did. Yeah, I can't remember what teed me off. I just said piss on it.
Says it's been a
So
pleasure listening to you. Parallel League, the games he does, he's just awesome, and
I'm in
it's
YouTube
great.
Parallel League. I'm still in YouTube Parallel League. So if you want to find a couple of my older games, including one that I just did at the last bit, Beatles caught of all things, and it's the first time I've ever had it happen. Okay, we were doing a ball game. It was with the Phillies, and I mean I got a good game going, and the team's got and the opposing team's got the bases loaded. How'd the game end? Triple play.
Yep, it was awesome. Oh my god, it was awesome.
It surprised us both.
Yeah, I'm like, what? It's just
That's what
crazy.
I said. Oh my god! And I always did the standings, and if I could bring the stats up, I always brought the stats up real quick for everybody to see. And they're old school stats in MP3. They're not the WAR or how many K9
Right.
versus no, it was old school. How many strikeouts did he get this year? How many how many walks? How many home runs? Fielding plays? I've got them all. I even had teams, streaks, hitting streaks. Who's doing what?
It
Who's doing
is.
what?
It is Parallel League. Yep, it's Clinton Parks is the
Yeah,
name of the channel.
it
Yep.
is under my real name. I never did put Navy Vet 1994 on here. So, and that's my name in Facebook. So in case anybody wants, but you gotta be careful because I am a dangerous character in Facebook. Beatles knows that. We have
Yes, he is. You've been in Facebook jail a few times.
yeah. Beatles and I have differing we have differing parallel things on our
We
both of
do.
our environments. We do okay, but
Yeah.
we never let it get in the way of baseball.
Never.
Never.
Never, never,
Okay,
never. That is
only
very
once.
true.
Only once, and I went off because it was about gun control, and
You
I
did
went
go
off.
off. You did go off. You
Yes,
did.
I did go
But
off
but I was trying to explain that I'm not for gun control. But let's
yeah.
not get into that. But
No,
yeah,
let's not go there. Okay,
so we come here and yeah, I mean Clinton, I'm a liberal. You know that. But you're still here.
I,
We're friends. We're baseball brothers.
that's a fact.
This family's about that.
I'm basically a libertarian. I'm not a
Yeah.
conservative, but I'm also not a liberal.
No liberal, right? Yeah. No,
No,
I
because
get it, man. I still love
yeah,
you.
I'm not. Yes,
You're. Besides, where else am I gonna? Where else is this family gonna ever find a better curmudgeon than you?
this is
Come on.
true, and I need to be the curmudgeon. I
You
really
do
do.
need to be. I mean, you come in, hey kiddies, blah blah blah. My
Yep.
Clinton's here, yeah, baby.
Yes. I'm there. I'm there in the and it's what I call bench jockeying. Okay, I am a notorious bench jockey. Okay,
Yes, you are.
I'm surprised I haven't been thrown out of these channels sometimes. Between Beatles, Al Red Sox fan was another great broadcaster.
Is
Um,
he doing much these days? I don't get any more unless like I don't
you
get
got
any
to.
more notifications.
He does a lot of boxing. He does baseball on occasion, but he does more boxing than baseball.
He,
But
he
I have
does
to
a good
go.
boxing.
Amen,
Yes, he
parallel
does.
league. Oh yeah, so nobody does boxing better than our Red Sox fan.
That's a fact. But he also does
Nobody.
baseball. He does a lot of C&D, but sometimes his camera doesn't want to be at the right place where you want to see what you're looking for.
But
Um,
okay, I'm just not getting any more. I'm still subscribed to his channel and everything, and I'm not
yeah.
getting any more notifications. I don't know what's going on.
I'm also I'm subscribed to Demos Dave still. That's and I don't get his
Yeah,
doesn't pop up me
I
and
see his all the time, and Roberts I see all the time, but
yeah,
I don't see anything from Al.
it's like in your Facebook. My notifications works like crap.
Well,
Like
I mean,
Dave's
on
like
YouTube, I don't get any notifications from Al on YouTube, and
no,
I'm still in his channel.
that's where I used to get them all. Okay, I mean I've got some of the more silliest stuff in there. I've got Lucha Libre, AAA wrestling. Okay, so and
Ooh.
and I tell you who I have picked up. It's a fella. I don't know if he's been in our pages or not. Cutter Historical.
Cutter Historical was here the other night. I think it was the first time he
Okay,
ever visited here. It was
because
awesome.
he does the other Skeeter Soft too. Okay? He does ASG Golf. That's Skeeter Soft, by the way.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they own it. I'm surprised. And I don't. I on occasion I'll pick up Uncle Ron. I haven't heard from Uncle Ron in a while, so
So yeah, Ron Juckett. So I thought for a while that he went over to Twitter, and I hate Twitter, so I
oh,
just stopped following him.
The
I
last thing I remember Juckett doing was
But I
the
guess he's back on YouTube right
yeah
now.
World
yeah I think
Series
so.
we played with the Reds.
Yeah, that's the only reason I don't go to Ron Juckett, or wasn't going to Ron
Yeah.
Juckett stuff anymore because I really hate Twitter. I hate it.
I go into Twitter only because I have
Or not
partners in crime
Twitter,
over there.
Twitch. Yeah, I hate it.
The only reason why I go into Twitch is because a lot of the golf games that I enjoy, a lot of guys I know
Or on
play in there
Twitch.
are on
Okay.
Twitch. And
Okay.
that's what I watch. But I do know baseball on Twitch.
Hmm.
Not a one. And I've got a couple, and a few other things. And I don't do war games because of my career.
Right,
Um,
understand.
and Dave Little, I don't know why I missed this. I normally love enjoying this. Dave Little's back up on his wrestling again.
Is he? Is he
Yeah.
still doing basketball too? Because I'm
Oh
not a
God,
basketball fan, but
but he
that
does it
man does
well,
basketball better than anybody.
like nobody else.
Yeah, sounds like a real game.
I keep trying to catch him into there. So
So
and I got
so Junket's on at noon. Okay,
he did it. He did it about 5 hours ago, about 6 o'clock.
well,
He's doing
1956. That's a little far back for him. He's not a dead ball guy. He doesn't like dead ball baseball.
no.
He's
Who?
never he never he doesn't keep it a secret.
Who's that?
Ron Junkett. He is not a fan of dead
No.
ball at all.
And, that's where I went off on him too.
Yeah, he is not.
I went off. I went off on Ron for that very reason.
And there was because they were. It was one night that he and Dave Gardner were doing
Yep.
digital dice, and I got mentioned in there. Somebody said Beatles Eternally, and Junkett said,
Yes.
"Yeah, he's the dead ball guy." But it was the way he said it. I'm like, "Wow, dude."
And
I'm not trying to cause shit here, Ron. I'm
no.
not. But it was like the way you said that. I was like, I felt
And
like a leper.
You
and
missed it.
Hannes Wagner says, "Hold my beer."
Okay. Cousin Ken told me about it. I guess he must have. You and him must have chatted about it afterwards, because Cousin Ken told me about it, and Ken knows how I am about baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I went in and I unloaded on both of them.
Oh man, that
With-
hurt.
in-
That hurt a little bit. I
In no uncertain terms, I unload, and when I unload,
Oh, I
I
know.
there is no governor on my mouth. And now I can talk again. There is no governor on my mouth.
No, I know.
So,
Oh no, look, Dave and Ron are both cool. Dave is
They are.
awesome. Dave has done what I like when Dave Gardner will get on there and he does like some broadcasts and sometimes they're not about gaming at all. And it's just this great conversation.
Yeah.
And Dave's a fellow musician. He's not a magician. I think I'm the only magician in this community, but he's a musician. He's a guitar player, and I'm a keyboard player. I've always wanted to be really cool to like jam with him. Love Dave Gardner's stuff, and I like Ron. It was just that remark because it's so one of the reasons Parallel League that I love Dead Ball so much is I've said so much that I think it's a shame that these great players have been largely forgotten or dismissed or what have you. And so this channel is first and foremost about this baseball family, but it's also about education and it's about learning about players like Zach Wheat, and so on and so forth. All these great dead ball players that I think would have been amazing today. A lot of them would have. It was a very different game. It was a faster game. It was it also appeals to the magician in me because there's cheating was like if you could get away with it, go for it. I love stories about how Chase, eminently gifted first baseman who, probably should not. I mean, he openly bet. They didn't care. And I'm not saying, hey, the Black Sox were heroes, but there's something about dead ball baseball and 19th century baseball that I find, because it's not tame, it's not this product that we see now. And I would if there is a heaven, I would like for God to let me go back until he's ready to end the universe or the world or whatever it is. And I want to be able to just go back to those days and just pick any ballpark on any day. I want to see games at Ebbets. I want to see. There's Wilbert Robertson right on the screen. I want to see him managing.
Oh,
John McGraw, greatest manager ever. Whatever. I want to see Big Six pitch. I want to see Hannes Wagner grabbing up a whole big handful of gravels. He's making that hard peg to first.
Now you do realize, Beetle, if you go back that time, you're going to have to wear a suit coat, a bow tie, your white shirt, your arrow shirt, and a boater.
And I would do it in a heartbeat. I would even cut my hair, pal. I really, really, and I've heard some people in this community, not immediate members of this baseball family, but just completely dismiss dead ball. Well, these guys were just really glorified amateurs. No,
not even close.
Because if that were the case, people would have surpassed Walter Johnson long ago, and Walter Johnson made that transition to the live ball era.
About damn time, March.
Rogers Hornsby. Jesus, Dwayne, we've been waiting all night for you.
There he
I
is.
think if I had a buck for every time Ken asked where you were tonight, how you
You-
doing? You should get your ass on here and say hello. I don't care
What?
if you just got off work or not, man.
What, Dwayne? Did one of the roosters crow for you?
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, where have you been, man?
About fucking.
I know it's about
Sorry,
fucking
sorry.
time. I'll say it.
we
I'm
were
not
waiting for him all
monetized.
night.
It's about fucking time is right, man. Oh my
Hey,
God,
anyway,
Dwayne.
Beatles, if you recall, okay, and I know you know your history just as well as I do. Two of the greatest players in dead ball, okay, very
Mm-hmm.
suddenly in 1927 retired. Both of them.
Trish Speaker and Ty Cobb.
Yes, because they were both accused of cheating in
Gambling.
baseball.
Yep.
Yeah,
Gambling.
gambling in baseball, and Kennesaw Mountain Landis for some reason was going after him.
I thought didn't Cobb play until like because he
Oh
last played
yeah,
with
parallel league. How about it? I'm sorry, guys. Got to
Philadelphia.
jump in on this one because you know what? Great minds, my friend. He says, I'm hoping AI will get advanced enough to let us go to those old games like on the Star Trek holodeck. Absolutely. In fact, if I
Yes.
had a starship, after a date with Kate Beckinsale, I'd be going to a dead ball game on the holodeck.
Oh,
Or I would
Lord.
take her to one. Why not?
I'm gonna take it to a baseball.
Anyhow, I'm
game.
sorry, guys. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I thought Ty Cobb last played with the Oakland or the Philadelphia Athletics.
Yes, he
in the
Yes,
did.
he did.
30s.
He finished. He did most of his career as a Tiger. Ty Cobbs, you talk about. All right, so here's one great argument about I mean, because when you're saying that about the dead ball players, you're saying Ty Cobb was a glorified amateur or whatever. Ty Cobb said, and Clint, you know about this. Ty Cobb said hitting home runs is easy, and that day that he said it, he went out and what is it? He hit 2 or 3 home runs in that game.
Yeah, I think he did.
Now if these and this is live ball and Cobb, man, boom, there, I can do it. Now what? So these guys, what they accomplished, and I realized the dead ball, and if you take it encapsulated, these guys like Wagner and Cobb and Hornsby, they were the greatest of their time. All right, Ed Walsh, Christy Mathewson, Grover Cleveland Alexander. Okay, now some people could argue, well, they might not be as good as players today. Well, that could be, but my answer to that one, I'm not saying I'm right, but this is my rejoinder to that is, had players in the dead ball era, had they known back then about kinesiology, proper nutrition, and these guys had this raw talent, Ty Cobb would have been great today. Hannes Wagner would have been great today. Walter Johnson would have been great today. And I will stick with that. Ty Cobb didn't have a number until he got to Philadelphia. So because I mean, I think didn't Detroit, no, Detroit did have players with numbers in 1910, was it, Clinton?
I think so. They didn't record for some reason. Baseball Reference doesn't have the numbers in here, and they usually have the numbers for everybody.
Yeah, because numbers became a thing with the Yankees.
Yes.
Finally. Yeah. Now everybody has them.
But that was done on the lineup. Believe it or not.
Yeah, Babe Ruth, number 3, Gehrig, number 4. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who batted 5th in that lineup? Was that Combs? No, wait. Yeah, was it?
I thought it was Lazari, but
Or was it Lazzari? Okay.
one of the two.
Yeah. But I just I didn't know any these dead ball guys, but
I was right. Lazari was number 5. He started out number 6, became number 5.
okay, cool. There you go.
I got lucky. I'll tell you right now, that one was luck. So
it's funny he talks about numbers because there's a little story from the 19th century. Somebody came up with this idea that players would wear different uniforms by position.
Oh God.
Yeah, how about that?
I know.
Could you imagine? Okay, you're shortstop, you wear green, you play second base, you're wearing blue. What a mess, right? But they actually tried that, and I think it's what I love the 19th century.
Now, Beach, you've done a lot of dead ball broadcasting, right?
I did. I haven't done this year, but I plan to get back to it. Yeah.
I already know it. What is your favorite play you'd like to call most of all in dead ball?
Well, you already know.
That's right. Trip, trip, triple.
Amen, brother.
Okay, now I played Little League for 5 years. Okay, I got lucky.
Uh-huh.
I didn't hit one home run. I hit doubles.
You hit doubles. So you're in good company, Trish Speaker.
Yes. I hit doubles.
Nice.
And I was a catcher. So
nice.
yes,
you ever hit the triple?
On occasion, but I prefer doubles more than anything else.
Okay.
I could clear bases with doubles.
Well, yeah. Hey, that's a. Now, see, there's another amazing thing. Tris Speaker's still the all-time leader in doubles, and you would now Sam Crawford's record for triples is never going to be broken.
No,
Lifetime
I,
triples, but but
don't
but
don't
but
pop up.
but Tris Speaker is still the all-time leader in doubles. Still.
Yes.
So
Thank
if these
God.
guys were just glorified plumbers and whatever else, Tris Speaker's record should have been surpassed long ago. Because a double is a fairly common hit compared to a triple, right?
Yes.
I mean, 790 watt doubles for Tris Speaker compared to 312 triples for Sam Crawford. You had to have speed. You still have to have speed to hit a triple, or a damn big ballpark, or a combination of the both. And doubles are great hits. They are. I mean, let's face it. But why is it then? If again, Tris Speaker, that record stands today. And when did Speaker retired in 27?
Yeah.
And
The
it
only,
still
the only person
stands.
got the only person who got close was Pete Rose.
Pete Rose, exactly.
Pete Rose and Stan Musial, both up there. They hit Pete Rose hit 746 and Musial hit 725.
Exactly. So
Okay.
I just it's like to dismiss it. I mean, and so Legend Sports Universe was on here when we were sort of talking about it. He wasn't on mic, but and I mean, he makes a good point. He says, well, if that's not people's thing, don't force them into it. So I'm not, and I get that. But what I don't get is just dismiss these two, this time in baseball as just that these guys weren't talented. They obviously were. They obviously were talented. And the argument is never about how good they would be today, but they were the best in their time.
Your
And
man's moving up, by the way. But
yeah,
he may get 500 by the end of his career. That's Mr. McCutcheon. He already has 448. So,
right. But
but
still, so think about that. But still, Speaker's record is in no danger of being broken. And it wasn't the Speaker. I mean, Speaker hitting a big ballpark. You already talked about this.
yes,
So, hitting a big ballpark. He wasn't hitting in a bandbox, is my point. I mean, because if he'd played in Baker Bowl, well, we might have had a different home run king. I don't know.
Baker started in a big ballpark, but he finished out in Fenway.
Yeah. So I don't know, but that's my thing about the dead ball era, and I love it. And the best primer book of that is Tales from the Dead Ball era. It's you read that book, and you're hooked. You just are. I mean, right? So here's a trivia question: how did the umpire Brick Owens get his nickname?
Oh my
He did a
God!
lot of stuff thrown at him, didn't he?
Somebody threw a brick at
Brick
him,
at
literally at a ball game. That's Brick Owens.
Wow.
But then he late like cold cocked a guy or something. Dead ball baseball is wild. It was violent.
Umpires didn't take no crap back then. I mean,
Umpire even. So here's another thing,
Yeah.
Aaron. Most dead ball games had one umpire. If it was a special or a game that meant something, then they had two umpires. So yeah.
Tommy Connolly,
Oh my God. Bill Clem,
Clem.
Jocko Conlon, great umpires. Yeah.
I mean, there
Now
was
I'm looking at right now, like I say, our current leaders right now this year. Okay, and we're like you said, we're 6 weeks away. We're 6 weeks away from the playoffs in the November Classic. Bobby
Classic.
Bobby Witt Jr. is leading the league in doubles. He has 40.
40.
Okay, 40.
Wow.
So he could get 50 with it easy. It's the triples leader that I like. It's Durant. Bossy has 12, but that's about it. You got two players over 10.
Yeah.
You don't really get the triple players like Roger Connor was back in his day in the 19th century. Okay, I mean, I watched, and then at the other side of the coin, I'm watching the leader in strikeouts with 164. Rob Deere has nothing to worry about.
No.
So
No.
yeah, and that's what I look at. I mean,
Rob O'Dear.
and yes, pretty much you got that one correct.
Oh dear.
Apparently, you're right. King Kelly used to cut from first to third all the time because the umpire, right, when there was a man on base, he would
Wasn't
be
paying
behind the
attention.
pitcher. Yeah.
Yep.
And then Kelly would just shoot from first to third and got a song out of it too. Slide Kelly
Now,
slide.
here's where we talk about like about our leagues, okay? About our leagues back in the 70s, 80s, 60s, okay? The
Yeah.
batting average leaders in the 60s and 70s, with the exception of 1968, Okay,
Right.
the top 10, everybody would be hitting
Yeah,
300.
because Yaz only hit 301 in
He only
68.
hit 301, 68.
Yeah.
Okay, in the American League, National League is a different story. But right now, the American League batting leader, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players who are over 300 right now in the American League for batting average. Okay,
Wow.
that's a sad state of affairs with the muscle and everything else everybody keeps on talking about and yelling about. The National League is not much better. The leader in batting right now in the National League is a
Hmm.
303,
Wow.
and there's only 3 players: Freeman, Turner, and Smith. Smith of the Dodgers are all over
Wow.
300. That's
Really?
it. Yes, so we're playing. It's like we're looking at 68 baseball over again, and we shouldn't be because I'm looking at you're looking at home runs.
Yeah.
Uh, Schwarber, Philadelphia has 45 home runs, but his batting average is like 202.
Yeah. Kyle Schwarber is
Cal
like
Raleigh.
he's like today's Dave Kingman. I mean,
Oh God,
really.
Kong. Yeah, he's the DH. He's the flipping DH. Don't get me started on that either.
What about Cal Raleigh?
Who?
Cal Raleigh of the Mariners.
Oh, let me. Yeah, now let's take a look at the kid. Let me get back to that kid. I like him too. He's a good kid.
I do too. Good
Yeah,
catcher.
he has 47. He's just tearing up Aaron Judd. Aaron Judd for this year is not Aaron Judd. He's only hit 40, but that's it. They're the only 2 players. But Raleigh is
Yeah.
hitting. Raleigh's only hitting 246, but he's a catcher.
Wow.
So that's no. I don't have a problem with catchers. I mean, like that.
Parallel
But
League, you definitely know your baseball. You're in the right place, brother. He says it's all about swinging for the fences. The batting averages are terrible now. It is. It is about that. Just crunching out, and you're not having people like go for the doubles
I
or
call
singles even. How much damage did Pete Rose? Right, because Parallel League says earlier as the singles guy, how much damage Charlie Hustle did with those singles. How about
Yes,
it?
he did. Yes, he did. And the thing is that I call the modern day baseball. That's why you'll never ever see me do a replay of anything probably past 2017. I call this
Yeah,
hit him out, strike him out.
yeah.
It's pitiful.
It is pitiful.
Okay,
It is pitiful.
come on. The pitchers are barely getting 5, 6 innings, and they're already striking out 11, 12, 13 batters. There's something wrong here.
Yeah.
Okay, I looked up. I had to look up Vita Blue when you did your game because he had so many walks, and then I realized after the 1972 season he was terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. That was
Vita Blue last played with the Giants in '86.
Yep, but he walked batters right and left. It's like you were looking at a 50s pitcher.
He was a
And
walker.
yeah, and the 1950s you'll find that a lot of teams had more walks than strikeouts.
hmm
Lattes.
Yes, a lot of teams.
Oh, a
had
lot
that.
of teams. Okay, it was the Lattes.
A lot of teams back then had that. I
Yeah.
constantly looked that stuff up. So because
The
it surprised
the
me.
game has changed and not subtly
No,
either.
this is not changing the way you think it would. You think it would. It's what it's the way they're training him, the way they're building him up, the pitching staffs. We go by pitch count. What happened to innings?
Yeah. Well, again, the complete game is it's a dodo now.
It's
It
dodo.
really is.
I
Yeah.
mean, I mean teams and until 1970, Claude Osteen, who pitched for the Dodgers and the
Hmm.
Senators for many years, okay, was
Yeah.
always a number 4 pitcher. Why?
Hmm.
'Cause he ate innings. He was a 500 pitcher who could eat innings.
You don't
While
even pay attention to innings anymore.
while Koufax and Drysdale were throwing close to 300 innings,
Yeah.
lefty was up the same way. But you always had that number 4, number 5 pitcher, depending on your rotation, who could eat innings.
Yeah.
That's what
And
they did.
and you
To-
needed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to save the relief corps.
Hmm.
Okay, and I've
Yeah.
got.
But
By the way, I got a book on that for you too called Penmen. Write that one down, Beatles. It's called Penmen. It's
Penmen,
about
okay.
it's about it's nothing but about relievers and the bullpens.
so I mean, here's the thing. You talk about relievers. All right, this is going to honk off some Yankees fans. All right, look, there's only 5 of us now. That's cool. 6. So look, Mariano Rivera deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Okay,
Mo.
but 100% of the vote. I'm like, really? I don't, but I think that speaks a lot though too to how profoundly the game has changed. You know, yeah. So Dwayne Martz brings up a good point here. He says, "Let's call them for what they are. They're throwers now, not pitchers." I think he's right.
Yes.
There's not a knuckleballer in the majors, and I mean
Here-
you got to be a pitcher to throw a knuckleball, right? Or to
I'm
pitch a knuckleball.
noticing that there's a lot of like I know the speed of the game. I say this a lot is ridiculously fast, and then also it's like, you know, they like there's been a couple of close to perfect games this year, or at least a couple no hitters. I mean, hell, Nick Martinez, the Reds almost did that earlier this year against the it was the Padres in Cincinnati, and he lost it in the ninth inning. But it's like they're not they don't pay attention to innings. It's like it's a pitch count issue, and it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I've seen games where pitchers throwing, and I'm going to use I'll use Dwayne's terminology here, throwing a great game, right?
Yes.
But he gets yanked because, well, he's up to 67 pitches. I'm like, what? Wait, what?
The guy still got some gas. I mean,
No.
like if you're out there throwing a 100-mile-an-hour fastball or whereabouts they're up, and yeah, it may dwindle down over time, but if you're throwing strikes, and you're getting outs, you should stay in the game. I mean,
See, that's what I mean. Skeens could stay in the game. This guy has like 3,000 pitches, man.
they're
Yeah.
using
Paul
schemes
Skeens
like,
is a pitcher. He's a pitcher.
I mean,
He is. Yeah, I'm not saying that as a Buccos fan. I mean, the guy is superb.
he's a hell of a pitcher. I'll tell you, I'll give him this. He
And
gave my
yeah.
Reds plenty of headaches.
Dwayne, you're absolutely right, man. He says you throw as hard as you can for as long as you can, then you bring in the next guy to do the same. Yeah, I mean that's what's
Now,
become. It's not an art of pitching anymore. I know
here's
we
your
all
question.
sound like that guy. Get off my lawn,
Yeah.
but
Here's
Get
your
off
question.
my
Here's,
lawn.
here's another example piece, okay? Because one of your last OTP game I watched, okay?
mhm.
You flipped it up to for the pitches. You flipped it into like like the 2020 pitching thing, and you see how fast it dropped.
Oh, absolutely. But
Okay,
but
but
but I'm like, okay, how am I going to handle these dead ball pitchers in the live era? So I didn't know what to do, so I just left everything at default era. But yeah,
oh my God! I mean,
yep,
but see that, but and now Mariano Rivera is a gifted reliever. Okay, he has 652 saves,
yeah,
but a lot of these times he's only in for one inning.
exactly.
Okay, now a classic example of somebody's in the Hall of Fame, and I really can argue this one out, who does not belong is Dennis Eckersley. Okay, Dennis Eckersley
Yeah,
was basically a 500 pitcher until 1987 when Oakland picked him up from Chicago. Okay, and said, "Hey, how'd you like to be a reliever?"
yeah. But he played. Yeah, but he was with the Cardinals. He did all right with them, didn't he?
He got 30 and 36 saves in 1996 and 1997. Okay, but he only pitched
Okay,
60 innings.
right.
All right,
He
but
was with the
again,
Cubs in '84.
yeah, but this is 10 years. Hell, anybody was with a team in
He was a
'94.
starter back then in
No,
'84.
in 1994, no, he was a
No, I
reliever.
was
Actually,
talking
no,
about
not
'84.
94. No.
84, yes, he was with two teams, Boston Red Sox and Chicago Cubs. He went 14 and 12, 500, nothing more than 500 pitches,
His
224 innings.
I think his first National League start was against the Reds when they had that run, say, Homer fair foul controversy that
Probably.
delayed the game for about a half an hour.
Yeah. Right, but the thing is, he pitched 10 years as a reliever. That's where he got all of his 390 something saves. He did it for 13 years. That's nice. Rivera went 21 years. Trevor Hoffman, who's the second place guy, went 18 years. The pure relievers, but they only pitched like 1-2 innings. They were basically the closer. One inning, maybe two if you're lucky. You don't have the 3 inning saves anymore.
No, no.
Okay. Well, so the pitching staff basically consists of a bunch of possible start, about 4 or 5 starters, 5 middle guys who could also start, and then two or 3 guys who either mop up or relieve in the back end.
Well, look what you got now. You have these. They're called quality starts now. And then
Oh,
what was that bullshit they
oh,
were trying to do with the and parallelly telling us here that Eckersley had a no hitter with the Indians. Um, is this what they were gonna with openers? What I mean, but we're talking about a game that we have a ghost runner on second. So I mean,
Oh
what's
God! Don't get
happened,
me started on
man?
that shit.
you're gonna swear like that, I'm leaving.
So Clinton, I'm going to ask you a question I've asked everybody a million times here before. So the office of the commissioner of baseball has said the fans asked and we listened and we asked you and implemented what you said. Did you get any emails or letters from Rob Manfred saying that you wanted to limit pickoffs, get rid of the shift, have a
Oh
ghost
hell
runner?
no!
Yeah, neither did I. I don't know anybody in here that did. So
Neither did I.
where'd they pull that one out of
I
the?
mean,
I didn't mind the shift. I thought it was fun.
The
at least
shift,
they're not
Ted
playing
Williams.
the.
Ted Williams had no problem with the shift. 1946, Cardinals played that hard shift, and Ted Williams, arguably the game's purest hitter, could have just give a little quail into left field, and he didn't. He said they did what they had to do, and I have to do what I have to do. And he
Now,
hit into that shift. They shut down. And if Ted Williams was fine with the shift, then damn it. I mean, and what was the reasoning? That is a fundamental strategy of baseball. You got a guy that's a dead pull hitter. You gotta shift him. But
now,
now you're not allowed. Everybody's got to stay where they are. Come on.
unless your name is David Ortiz, okay. Do you know how to beat this? You know how to beat that very same shift? Bunt to third base. But I guarantee you, and they wouldn't
Oh
do
yeah,
it. Well, they consider that dirty pool. I consider it clean baseball.
it's clean
If you
baseball.
if you're
Guys
going to
don't
shift,
even drag bunt anymore. Come
you're,
on.
you're going to shift on me. I will bunt to third base in a minute. You
And
know,
but see, and Ted Williams could have done that, and he knew that. But he
Ted
said,
Williams. Ted
but
Williams
he
is a
said,
terrible punter.
he said, look, he said they know I'm a pull hitter. I'm going to do this. He said, and my job is I was going to try to hit past that, and I couldn't. Good on them. If Ted Williams was fine with it, then what the hell were these players bitching
You
about? Come
you've
on.
heard in Ted Williams' case though you've heard the running gag I've said about the 1946 World Series. Okay, Joe Garagiola had the game of his life. He went like 4 for 5, 2 home runs. I mean, you name it, he did it. And this was won the game and won the World Series games against the Red Sox.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah.
and what was the headline? Williams bunts.
Williams bunts. Yeah,
He does not punt. I keep the
yeah.
stats. Matter of fact, and I'm doing it now with here. I use, by the way, I use Status Pro's bunting stats instead of a few others because I like the way they do it. I just call it a 4-3-2-1, and I use MPNG Plus's
Oh,
bunt
that's
chart.
cool. Yeah, make it work.
I have mixed Fall Classic in 3 different games, and it works.
Nice.
And it works because I don't like their bunting chart, so I use MPNG Plus's bunting chart because it's 27 different lines. I use Status Pro's chart scheme 4-3-2 instead of D, A B C D. So I've called 4-3-2-1, so I drop it down one.
Hmm.
Um, like I said, I use Status Pro's errors from Becker's game, but not Brian Wise because Brian
Uh-huh.
still has the 10. I put it all together and come up with I come up with I believe that Fall Classic. I think I've improved Fall Classic so much. I like it.
Oh, that's cool. I think maybe when you're broadcast, you want to talk about that, man. I think it'd be
I will.
great.
I plan on that. And that's where I'll put them into. I'll put them in. I may end up putting them in Digital Diamond just so I can broadcast it easier until I get used to ball stat being used.
Right.
But that's what we do. But that's
So,
what happens right there. I have no troubles with shit. I do have troubles with the quality starts. It's right. Quality
oh my
starts. Look,
god.
you led the league in quality starts. That's like game-winning RBI.
Oh my god. That I always hated that stat. It's like
They don't
really.
use it anymore.
I thank God. Although you still see it in Action PC baseball for some
Yeah.
reason, they still use. But yeah,
I
so
had a
parallel league. He
game.
says with the shift they'd be batting 180. That's why they changed it. But you know what? You're a major league baseball player.
That's a
Adjust,
fact.
Exactly.
adjust. That's all. I mean,
Yeah.
I know you're not. I don't think you're arguing that it's a good thing they got rid of the shift, right?
I,
So parallel league. He's with you on the home brews. There you go for the rules and
yeah.
stuff like that. Awesome. But you adjust. You're the major league. We're not talking about Babe Ruth league here. We're not talking about instructional season or short season A. You're in the show.
This is the big time.
Tough shit.
Yeah.
Somebody shifts on you, like you said,
Beat 'em.
bunt.
But
Unless you're David Ortiz, and there is a YouTube video out on him when he bunted
Yeah.
and against the White Sox. Okay,
Uh-huh.
Ozzie got beat badly. Ozzie Guillen just rode him like a pure bench jockey. I laughed my ass off the entire time. It's in YouTube. It's in YouTube when you see it. Okay, it's a funny as hell.
I have to check that out.
Oh my god,
Ozzie Guillen
know-
was wow. I
Ozzie
mean,
Guillen was a very fiery man. Okay, he
as
would
a
not-
manager, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, either which way, he was not afraid to go fists. I guarantee that right now. To me, he was a modern day player, old school player who would go fists without question.
There goes the pancreas. Parallel league says, I really don't give a shift either way. Oh my god.
Oh Lord,
Ah,
You're killing me over here,
wow.
Smalls.
Yeah, I got to listen to see the White Sox and Astros playing the 05 World Series, and Ozzie was just, I mean, I was happy for them. The drought's over with, obviously, but they haven't won one. It's like they haven't won one since. I mean, it's like, and I'm thinking,
the White Sox.
yes. I mean, yeah, the Astros have won two, but of course, him stealing signs in the first one. But yeah, it's
See,
just
you know what though? Everybody went off about that, but holy shit, dude, that to me was I watch this. I'm gonna get everybody pissed off now. It was kind of proper baseball. I'm sorry, but again, that's coming from a dead ball perspective, dude.
banging on a trash can to indicate a pitch. Come
Well,
on.
you know,
I
That's kind
mean,
of that's kind of low, bro. There are a better way to do signals. The Yankees have actually. The Yankees got caught by it, but they actually had the idea. They would follow the what they did. If they had to run around second base, that's why they're constantly stealing bases. They'd run second base and pay attention to the pitcher, and because each pitch is thrown differently, if you can see it out, if you can see what they're doing in the glove, you flash it to the batter. The next pitch they're doing, whether it's a curve, a slider, anything like that, so the batter knew what was coming. That's what the Yankees were doing. They got caught.
yeah. And the Astros got caught
That's
and
because they're banging trash cans.
banging. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean that's
banging
kind of
trash cans.
yeah.
Yeah,
Now, you
and
know
it,
what? Who knows? Maybe, right? Because Hilda Chester had her cowbell. You
Yeah.
never know. The Brooklyn Dodgers could have had something worked out with Hilda. You never know.
was
You
that
know,
the one that said "I love you, Vin Scully"?
Yes,
Oh
yes.
yes.
my god.
And Jim Bouton put it best because stealing baseball signals were common in the 60s. Okay, and they always had so
Hmm.
you have a binocular out there, whatever you could do to signal what was going on.
Oh, yeah.
And like I said, well, when the umpires come out and talk to us, all we'll tell them we're doing beaver shooting, and they'll leave us alone. So
Yeah.
Beavers.
I mean, they look, they check the pitcher's hands, and a lot of these umpires are like, yeah, they just look whatever because Major League Baseball tells them to do it. But I don't know. Everybody went off on the Astros doing that. I'm like, yeah, okay, they were whatever. They got caught.
I
they
Okay,
get
got
sick
caught.
of. It's like
that's their crime. They got caught. They did it
they
stupid.
got caught. I mean, it's like it's like when I listen to MLB games now, the most common things I hear are ads saying, "Want to shape the game that you love," and I'm like, "Yeah, right." They say they got forums now where people can discuss about the game and whatever it is. I'm like, that's bullshit. They don't take any of that
They're
feedback.
killing. They think they're doing right. They think they're saving the game, and they're not. They're hurting the game badly. You
I
know
mean,
what? If you look at it, I don't even have to get back to the dead ball era of this.
right?
They want to speed up the game. All right, look at 1970s baseball. Those games weren't 4 hour marathon. I don't give a shit. I'll go if I go to a ballpark. I'm there to watch a baseball game. I don't
Yeah,
care if it's 5 hours. I
right.
want to be there.
It
But
could
you know
be a
what?
20 inning slog.
1970s baseball. Just do what they did, right? Limiting pickoffs to first because they want to bring back the stolen base. You don't have to limit pickoffs to encourage people to steal. Just get out of this, as Clinton said, hit them out, strike them out. Get out of that mentality. You fix
If
the game.
it's if you limit pickoffs,
Already.
it's not a stolen base; it's a gifted base.
It is a gifted base
Because
because I mean, because they've created this artificial strategy, right? So all this guy, right, he's got to do, right? You get a decent lead, and you're good enough. You get a good lead. You dive back into first. All right. So how many throws are they allowed over?
was
3.
it 3? I think
Or
it's
something
3
like that.
now.
Some stupid
Yeah.
thing.
So after that, man, it's carte blanche. Now it's going to be all right. Does this catcher? Now the only thing they can do is a pitch out. It's all they can do, and I think that's bullshit, man.
Or the
You
it's
know
like
what? Adjust again. Adjust.
I
You're
was
in the
think
majors.
one way they could do an intention walk is just not throw the ball at all and let the pitch clock run out 4 times.
Oh
Well,
God.
That's one way to do an intentional walk. It was,
No, all they do, all
I
they do
like
now
the
is call it.
intentional walk. You get guys that would reach out and hit balls, man. They knew they were being
Cobb did it.
intentionally walked. Yeah,
All they do now is call it. So
Intentional
yeah.
walk. Go to first. I
I don't
mean,
know, man.
it's like, and then it's like
Yeah,
they
the
have
Giants were stealing signs parallel league. Yep.
there's a like there's a they have the ad for the app that says like Grave Mountains have been broadcast on radio since 1920, whatever it was. But the only thing I've heard them play over the past season has been that Ozzie Smith home run in the '85 NLCS against the Dodgers. I'm like, that's all they've been playing. I'm like, hello, I know you got more moments in the vault. I mean, hell, Marty Brenneman calling Benzinger's catch of Lansford's foul ball in 1990 that won the Reds the World Series. Carter's home run in '93. Like,
Touch them all, Joe.
you'll never hit another one like it.
Yep.
And or Hank Aaron's in '74. I mean, you got all this, but all you show is the Jack Buck call of Ozzie Smith's home run, and it's like,
where the
yeah,
hell do you live?
I live in Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
He's a Reds fan, Clinton.
I'm a
We have to
Reds fan.
forgive
I'll
him.
die a Reds. I'm born a Reds fan, and I'll probably die a Reds fan.
No
Even though,
problem. No problem. Even though in their entire history of the Cincinnati Reds, they're some of the greatest batters out there and had terrible pitching.
Yeah, they did.
oh my God, they did. I mean, they. I mean,
They weren't bad from like 1938 to 40. Vandermeer, Bucky Walters,
Vandermeer,
but
Bucky
yeah,
Walters.
they're like the Pirates. Not a strong history of pitching. You're absolutely right.
I mean, yeah, you had. I mean, I know I bring this up a lot. In 1990, they had Jose Rijo, Tom Browning,
Oh,
Jack
and you guys had the
Lowenstein,
Nasty Boys,
the
and that was
Nasty
fun to watch
Boys.
those guys come out. It was,
I
but now
mean,
that's all you're seeing in baseball. Is just
yeah,
no finesse.
no finesse at all. I
Rob
mean,
Dibble had no finesse. He could mow him down, but he was good for an inning.
Dibble would throw at you after a while. It's like he got into a fight with Doug DeCenzo, and it's like in I think it was 90 or 91, and then
Hmm.
heck in 92 he picked a fight with Lupinella because they never really said why. I mean,
Yeah, but you know what? Rob Dibble might have thrown at people, but to paraphrase or I guess almost quote Bob Gibson. Bob Gibson said, "I never threw at anybody." He said, "When I threw, I hit him."
hell, Tim McCarver once said, I think was
We
it
have
don't
two Reds fans. That explains it. All right. No,
man.
I'm a Pirates fan. We have a serious right. We were always fighting each other and for man in the
Yeah.
1970s. It seems like when
Schemes.
the Pirates and Reds always seem to be good at the same time, and they always seem to suck at the same time. I don't know what
It's
it
like
is about
it's.
our two franchises, right? It's weird.
I mean, there's a guy on YouTube. I don't know if he's still around. He used to work for WLW. And his name was David Von Payne. He worked for WOW in Cincinnati,
Yeah.
and he's got a YouTube channel devoted to baseball where it's like old like Reds highlights from this like the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and I don't know if he's got the 90s yet, but the only thing I saw from the 90s was the 96 opener against the Expos, the one that got delayed a day because of McSherry's death.
Yeah.
And like there's audio of him being worked on at Riverfront with Brenneman and Nuxall calling it. But it's like I told a story in a comment. I said my dad was telling me that he was actually driving home from work when he was listening to the game. He was driving home from work and he heard the audio and it was like Marty and Joe was like he don't look too good. And then the 7 pitches in the game he falls and he practically has a heart attack and he died.
He was a good umpire too.
And it I mean, but you got like he's got all this, and I've heard he has audio of the 72 NLCS with the Pirates and the Reds where Bob Moose threw the wild pitch against with McRae. Was it McRae at the plate with Foster on third? That's what. Yeah, it was Hal McRae at the plate. George Foster on third, and he throws a wild pitch and wins the Reds. It won the Reds the pennant that year. But to hear Al Michaels call that, this is before Marty Brennan even came to Cincinnati. To hear Al Michaels do that, I mean, like he, Al won the Ford C. Frick Award a few years ago, and hear him telling stories. It's like the guy's a legend. I mean,
Al Michaels.
yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, what I never understood about ABC is they had a great broadcaster like Al Michaels, and they had to bring in Howard Cosell, worst
oh
baseball
God,
broadcaster ever until Joe Buck came along.
Howard Cosell. I mean, like I've heard his like him. See, you had Keith Jackson, Jim Palmer, not Jim Palmer, Keith Jackson. Wait, no, you had
Keith Jackson was a good
Keith
broadcaster.
Jackson, Howard Cosell, and I
Cosell
was
sucked.
oh God, like Keith Jackson, who's normally
Howard Cosell.
Oh
Howard
my
Bringing
God.
you
Howard.
the Frazier Ali fight.
So Thomas Boswell wrote about Cosell. He said it was about the 100 reasons why baseball's better than football, and one of them was football's best broadcaster is Howard Cosell. Baseball's worst broadcaster is Howard
Howard
Cosell.
Cosell.
He was
Reginald
lousy, man.
Martin Jackson of the New York Yankees.
So
Yep.
parallel league, you're talking about the lumber company, right?
Yes.
I mean, and so you had the lumber company in Pittsburgh, and you had the big red machine, and it just seems that the Pirates and Reds in the 70s and then again in the 90s, because you guys were tough in the 90s, and so were we in the early 90s, and it just seems like, and again, so what was it? Was it 2015? Last time the
2015.
Pirates from the postseason against The Cincinnati
was-
Reds.
Red.
That was
It's
the Reds
always
were just
it's always the Pirates and Reds do
the Reds
this.
were just a wild card team that year. I watched. I was so mad, so mad. Steam was shooting out of my
Cueto,
ears. Oh my
drops
god!
the ball, picks it up, and Russell Martin goes downtown on the next pitch, brother. That was
I
sweet.
was so angry. I was like,
Oh, that was
damn it!
beautiful. That was beautiful, buddy.
As a
I
Reds
was
fan,
I was living in
pissed.
Holland, and I think people in San Francisco heard me cheering
It
from
was on
Holland. Oh my god.
TBS.
Yep.
It
It's
was on
beautiful.
TBS. I was watching it. I'm like,
Beto Session reminded me though of Thomas Boswell. He's the one who wrote in the sporting news for the Washington Senators and Baltimore Orioles back then, but he could also write in Baseball Digest.
Yeah, Tom.
He could do either
I
one.
really loved his work. I don't know if I wish Ken was still around. I'd love to know if he knows Thomas Boswell or ever met him.
Like I say,
Really excellent.
Roger Angel's another one I enjoy reading too. So
What a legend, Roger
Yes.
Angel. How about it?
okay,
Whew.
it is 2:30 in the morning. My wife is going to kill me.
Yeah, we got to start. Aaron, I know you want to do a game. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow night.
okay.
We've been on for 4 hours.
I'm going to go ahead and step off anyway and call it a night myself because
Thanks,
All right.
Aaron. Thanks,
But,
Aaron. It's a pleasure to talk with you, by the way.
yeah,
Professor,
Clint,
man,
night.
so good
By
to
the
have
way,
you on here. Aaron, as always, thank you.
I tell you what, you post yourself up on, and you're on. I'll come in.
By the way, I subbed to your channel just a few minutes ago.
Fair enough. I'm going to get that.
Yeah.
I'm going to get that bad boy running. I'm looking at what I can do now. So
Clinton,
I
get
just-
some rest so Honey Bunny doesn't,
yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, Honey Bunny's from the Bronx.
Oh boy,
Okay, she is from, and she's also her own living story. She came out of the projects, Mount Haven.
don't piss her off.
She has 2 master's degrees. Okay, she's getting ready to retire this upcoming Friday.
Oh,
She was
awesome.
Oh, awesome.
as a fraud
Bravo.
investigator.
As a what?
Okay.
A fraud investigator?
Yeah, she's
Oh,
badass.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
This is the insurance and Medicare. Is what she did.
That's
So-
awesome.
Wow.
Clinton, get yourself some rest, my friend. Come on.
Okay, so if I catch you and you post, either you, Al, if you ever post and they want somebody to come on in, I'm there.
All right. Sounds good, Clinton. Sleep
Thanks,
well.
Ron. Good night,
Good
all.
night.
You all take
All
care.
right.
Yeah.
So, guys, please subscribe to Clinton Park's channel. Get him back. He's going to be getting back to broadcasting here in a little while. You're going to have a lot of fun. The man obviously knows his baseball, and I think you're really, unlike me, he stays focused on the game. So you'll be like actually listening to a baseball game as opposed to me going off, and I'm like the Rube Waddell around here. Like, oh, puppies, yeah, whatever.
Puppies.
Yeah.
Aw.
You know me, dude. If I ever called a 9-inning game here without like getting distracted, I always do.
Oh, I love, like
People
s-
come to this channel because it's like when people like want to gawk at a train wreck. That's what this is about.
looking at a train.
I
wreck.
wear it proudly, brother.
Or it's like a car accident. You don't want to look, but you just gotta. You just gotta
Exactly.
look at it.
So if I do come on tomorrow night,
Yep.
if you wanna have we share up camera or stuff,
It's,
and if you wanna do a pure sim game, we
Sure.
can do that.
It's I'm at Game 6 of the 2000 World Series. The Cincinnati Reds are playing the Toronto Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays are
Wow.
up 3-2.
Well, that will make history on this humble channel because I've never done 2000s baseball, so this could be amazing.
I mean, to crown a champion or to extend it, but it's on the day is set to October 31st, so it's Halloween night.
Cool.
Oh,
So
man.
Parallel League, I would love it, man. I would love. Man, come on, let's chat. You know your baseball, man. Everybody does in here. That's why I love it.
We're
And
baseball freaks. We
we're
love it.
2:30 in the morning, and there are 6 people here now. 4 of them have fallen asleep.
Yeah.
But no, it's just I love it. I love this community, and that's why I will never monetize this channel. I'm not. This is going to be all about. I don't want people having to watch ads and bullshit and stuff like that. And I want us to be able to just talk the way we want to talk.
That's
And I want this to be a
exactly.
place where people can come and hang out and talk about baseball. And occasionally we veer off into things like mob movies and stuff like that too. But
Hey.
hey.
I had to
So
do it.
guys, at obviously at this 4 hours in, I just want to thank everybody for coming in, all of you, and for those who watched tonight, but maybe didn't chime in. Thank you. It's important. Please join our Ned McGreevy Discord, and not just for the free baseball games on there, but it's a great community of people. And Aaron belongs there too. No, Aaron's a great guy. I'm just messing with him. He says, chat on the computer and have YouTube on your TV. I'm just afraid I won't be able to hear if you do the volume on your PC. Do you have headphones there, brother? If you got headphones, you'd be good.
I miss being part of Field of
Somehow.
Dreams.
We'll figure it out. We will figure it out because I'd love to have you on here. Really, really would. You can pun all you want too.
He's got him. He's got him.
He's yeah.
But
So hopefully tomorrow night, I don't know what time, but Aaron, like me, is a vampire. So he's usually up late. It won't be terribly late, although Sundays are my Saturdays because of my
right.
work schedule with FedEx.
And
So
there's no post
no,
on Sundays.
right. So tune in tomorrow night. We get Aaron on here. We get all the stuff worked out, and we'll be from this channel. Aaron will be actually doing a pure sim game, and I'm
Knock
going to
it
attempt
out.
to do color, which should be really fun
I'll
because
be
I'm a terrible color.
trying to do play-by-play through text reading.
You got this, man. You got this. So one last favor: if anybody who's a masochist out there, if you're still hanging in, and I've begged throughout this broadcast, and if you know what the hell is going on with Action PC, why it's doing it to me, please let me know. Because
What's it doing?
so when I try to adjust the ballparks, like
Yeah.
the players,
Yeah.
it shows the positions, but it doesn't show the picture of the field. But yet the field is on the screen when I'm playing the game, but I
Wow.
can't adjust the positions. So
I've never
I
heard
wanted
of
to give
doing that
Action
before.
PC some love last night and tonight, but looks like I'm going to be going back to Out of the Park and Diamond Mine Baseball, and
Is that
I'm
what you?
waiting on Pocket Pennant Run's new release. That's why you haven't seen it on the channel lately. I'm waiting for the new release.
But-
Now I've played it, and I can't go back to the old one now. So
But
it's that good.
right. Well, sir, I'm gonna go ahead and say goodnight.
All right, brother, get some sleep.
I'll see. I guess I'll see. But see you tomorrow.
Yeah, be tomorrow evening sometime.
All right. Well, ciao. Take it
All
easy.
right. All right. Ciao. Buonanotte, as we say in Italian. So,
Grazie.
guys, this
Grazie,
was
paisan.
yeah. Hey, prego. So, Kentucky guy speaking Italian. I thought I'd never live to see the day. Um, so, guys, hopefully, if you got a few bucks, man, check out Baseball Digest. It's so much fun, and I know a lot of you have read Baseball Digest. Here's a way to go back and do it again. And then what I'm showing on the screen here's from the Internet Archive. There's lots. Internet Archive's free. You can throw them $5 or $10 every once in a while. They really appreciate it, but you don't have to pay anything. And it's not just baseball in the Internet Archive. It's if you want to go down the proverbial rabbit hole, the Internet Archive is insane. So check it out. All right, until hopefully tomorrow night, along with Aaron Reed, when we do some pure sim baseball. Thank you for joining on this chinwag. 5 of you left. So awesome sauce, as they used to say. Till the next time, take care, and we'll see you around the batting cage. All right. Good night, everybody, or good morning, as the case may be.